Current, from the Standard Electrical Dictionary by T. O'Connor Sloan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Current. The adjustment or effects of a continuous attempt at readjustment of potential difference by a conductor, QV, connecting 2 points of different potential. A charged particle or body placed in a field of force tends to move toward the oppositely charged end or portion of the field. If a series of conducting particles or a conducting body are held so as to be unable to move, then the charge of the field tends, as it were, to move through it, and a current results. It is really a redistribution of the field, and as long as such redistribution continues, a current exists. A current is assumed to flow from a positive to a negative terminal, as in the case of a battery. The current in the outer circuit is assumed to flow from the carbon to the zinc plate, and in the solution to continue from zinc to carbon. As a memoria technica, the zinc may be thought of as generating the current, delivering it through the solution to the carbon, whence it flows through the wire connecting them. See Ohm's law, Maxwell's theory of light, conductor intensity. Transcriber's note: supposing electric current to be the motion of positive charge causes no practical difficulty, but the current is actually the slight motion of negative electrons. Current. After. A current produced by the animal tissue after it has been subjected to a current in the opposite direction for some time. The tissue acts like a secondary battery. The term is used in electrotherapeutics. Current, alternating. Usually defined and spoken of as a current flowing alternately in opposite directions. It may be considered as a succession of currents, each of short duration and of direction opposite to that of its predecessor. It is graphically represented by such a curve as shown in the cut. The horizontal line may denote a zero current that is no current at all, or may be taken to indicate zero electromotive force. The curve represents the current, or the corresponding electromotive forces. The further from the horizontal line the greater is either, and if above the line, the direction is opposite to that corresponding to the positions below the line. Thus, the current is alternately in opposite directions, has periods of maximum intensity, first in one and then in the opposite sense, and between these, passing from one direction to the other, is of zero intensity. It is obvious that the current may rise quickly in intensity and fall slowly, or the reverse, or may rise and fall irregularly. All such phases may be shown by the curve, and a curve drawn to correctly represent these variations is called the characteristic curve of such current. It is immaterial whether the ordinates of the curve be taken as representing current strength or electromotive force. If interpreted as representing electromotive force, the usual interpretation and best, the ordinates above the line are taken as positive and those below as negative. Synonyms: reversed current, periodic currents. Current, atomic. A unit of current strength, used in Germany. The strength of a current which will liberate in 24 hours 86,400 seconds 1 gram of hydrogen gas in a water voltmeter. The atomic current is equal to 1.111 amperes. In telegraphic work, the milliatom is used as a unit comparable to the milliampere. The latter is now displacing it. Current, charge. If the external coatings of a charged and uncharged jar are placed in connection, and if the inner coatings are now connected, after separating them they are found to be charged in the same manner. In this process a current has been produced between the outside coatings and one between the inner ones, to which Dove has given the name charge current, and which has all the properties of the ordinary discharge current. Ganot. Current, circular. A current passing through a circular conductor. A current whose path is in the shape of a circle. Current, commuted. A current changed as regards direction or directions by a commutator, QV or its equivalent. Current, constant. An unvarying current. A constant current system is one maintaining such a current. In electric series incandescent lighting, a constant current is employed, and the system is termed as above. In arc lighting systems, the constant current series arrangement is almost universal. Current, continuous. A current of one direction only, the reverse of an alternating current. See current, alternating. Current, critical. The current produced by a dynamo at its critical speed. At that speed, when a slight difference in speed produces a great difference in electromotive force. On the characteristic curve it corresponds to the point where the curve bends sharply and where the electromotive force is about 2/3 its maximum. Current, Daniell, U.S. Daniell Siemens unit. A unit of current strength used in Germany. It is the strength of a current produced by one Daniell cell in a circuit of the resistance of one Siemens unit. The current deposits 1.38 grams of copper per hour. It is the equal to 1.16 amperes. Current, demarcation. In electrotherapeutics, a current which can be taken from an injured muscle, the injured portion acting electronegatively toward the uninjured portion. Current density. The current density per unit of cross-sectional area of the conductor. The expression is more generally used for electrolytic conduction, where the current density is referred to the mean facing areas of the electrodes, or else to the facing area of the cathode only. The quality of the deposited metal is intimately related to the current density. See burning. Proper current density for electroplating, amperes per square foot of cathode, Urquhart. Copper acid bath, 5.0 to 10.0. Copper cyanide bath, 3.0 to 5.0. Silver double cyanide, 2.0 to 5.0. Gold chloride dissolved in potassium cyanide, 1.0 to 2.0. Nickel double sulfate, 6.6 to 8.0. Brass cyanide, 2.0 to 3.0. Current diacritical. A current which, passing through a helix surrounding an iron core, brings it to 1/2 its magnetic saturation, QV. Current diaphragm. If a liquid is forced through a diaphragm, a potential difference between the liquid on opposite sides of the diaphragm is maintained. Electrodes or terminals of platinum may be immersed in the liquid, and a continuous current, termed a diaphragm current, may be taken as long as the liquid is forced through the diaphragm. The potential difference is proportional to the pressure, and also depends on the nature of the diaphragm and on the liquid. Current direct. A current of unvarying direction, as distinguished from an alternating current. It may be pulsatory or intermittent in character, but must be of constant direction. Current direct induced. On breaking a circuit, if it is susceptible of exercising self-induction, QV, an extra current in the direction of the original is induced, which is called direct because in the same direction as the original. The same is produced by a current in one circuit upon a parallel one altogether separated from it. See induction, electromagnetic. Electromagnetic current extra. Synonym, break-induced current. Current, direction of the assumed direction of a current is from positively charged electrode to negatively charged one. In a galvanic battery, from the carbon or copper plate through the outer circuit to the zinc plate and back through the electrolyte to the carbon or copper plate. See current. Transcribers note: current is caused by the motion of negative electrons from the negative pole to the positive. The electron was discovered 5 years after this publication. current, displacement. The movement or current of electricity taking place in a dielectric during displacement. It is theoretical only and can only be assumed to be of infinitely short duration. See displacement, electric. Currents, eddy displacement. The analogues of Foucault currents, hypothetically produced in the mass of a dielectric by the separation of the electricity or by its electrification. Current, extra. When a circuit is suddenly opened or closed, a current of very brief duration. In the first case in the same direction, in the other case in the opposite direction, is produced, which exceeds the ordinary current in intensity. A high potential difference is produced for an instant only. These are called extra currents, as they are produced by electromagnetic induction. Anything which strengthens the field of force increases the potential difference to which they are due. Thus, the wire may be wound in a coil around an iron core, in which case the extra currents may be very strong. See induction, self-coil, spark. Current, faradic, a term in medical electricity for the induced or secondary alternating current produced by comparatively high electromotive force, such as given by an induction coil or magneto generator, as distinguished from the regular battery current. Current, Foucault. The current produced in solid conductors, and which is converted into heat, Ganot. These currents are produced by moving the conductors through a field, or by altering the strength of a field in which they are contained. They are the source of much loss of energy and other derangement in dynamos and motors, and to avoid them the armature cores are laminated, the plane of the laminations being parallel to the lines of force. See core, laminated. The presence of Foucault currents, if of long duration, is shown by the heating of the metal in which they are produced. In dynamo armatures they are produced sometimes in the metal of the windings, especially if the latter are of large diameter. Synonyms: eddy currents, local currents, parasitical currents. Current, Franklinic. In electrotherapeutics, the current produced by a frictional electric machine. Current, induced. The current produced in a conductor by varying the conditions of a field of force in which it is placed. A current produced by induction. Current, induction. Induction by one current on another, or by a portion of a current on another portion of itself. See induction. Current, intensity. Current strength, dependent on or defined by the quantity of electricity passed by such current in a given time. The practical unit of current intensity is the ampere, equal to 1 coulomb of quantity per second of time. Current, inverse, induced. The current induced in a conductor when in a parallel conductor or in one having a parallel component, a current is started or is increased in strength. It is opposite in direction to the inducing current and hence is termed inverse. See induction electromagnetic. The parallel conductors may be in one circuit or in two separate circuits. Synonyms: make induced current, reverse induced current. Current, Jacobi's unit of. A current which will liberate 1 cubic centimeter of mixed gases, hydrogen and oxygen, in a water voltmeter per minute, the gases being measured at 0 centigrade, 32 Fahrenheit, and 760 millimeters, 29.92 inches barometric pressure. It is equal to 1.0961 ampere. Current, joint. The current given by several sources acting together. Properly, it should be restricted to sources connected in series. Thus, if two battery cells are connected in series, the current they maintain is their joint current. Current, linear. A current passing through a straight conductor, a current whose path follows a straight line. Current, make and break. A succession of currents of short duration separated by absolute cessation of current. Such current is produced by a telegraph key or by a microphone badly adjusted so that the circuit is broken at intervals. The U.S. courts have virtually decided that the telephone operates by the undulatory currents and not by a make and break current. Many attempts have been made to produce a telephone operating by a demonstrable make and break current on account of the above distinction, in hopes of producing a telephone outside of the scope of the Bell telephone patent. Transcriber's note: contemporary long-distance telephone service is digital, as this item describes. Current meter, an apparatus for indicating the strength of current. See ammeter. Current, negative. In the single needle telegraph system, the current which deflects the needle to the left. Current, nerve and muscle. A current of electricity yielded by nerves or muscles. Under proper conditions feeble currents can be taken from nerves as the same can be taken from muscles. Current, opposed. The current given by two or more sources connected in opposition to each other. Thus a 2-volt and a 1-volt battery may be connected in opposition, giving a net voltage of only 1 volt and a current due to such net voltage. Current, partial. A divided or branch current. A current which goes through a single conductor to a point where one or more other conductors join it in parallel, and then divides itself between the several conductors which must join further on, produces partial currents. It produces as many partial currents as the conductors among which it divides. The point of division is termed the point of derivation. Synonym: derived current. Current, polarizing. In electrotherapeutics, a constant current. Current, positive. In the single needle telegraph system, the current which deflects the needle to the right. Current, pulsatory. A current of constant direction, but whose strength is constantly varying, so that it is a series of pulsations of current instead of a steady flow. Current, rectified. A typical alternating current is represented by a sine curve whose undulations extend above and below the zero line. If by a simple two-member commutator the currents are caused to go in one direction, in place of the sine curve a series of short convex curves following one another and all the same side of the zero line results. The currents all in the same direction become what is known as a pulsating current. Synonym: redressed current. Current, rectilinear. A current flowing through a rectilinear conductor. The action of currents depending on their distance from the points where they act. Their contour is a controlling factor. This contour is determined by the conductors through which they flow. Current reverser. A switch or other contrivance for reversing the direction of a current in a conductor. Currents, Amperian. The currents of electricity assumed by Ampere's theory to circulate around a magnet, as they represent the maintenance of a current or of currents without the expenditure of energy. They are often assumed to be of molecular dimensions, as they all go in the same sense of rotation and are parallel to each other. Over the result is the same as if a single set of currents circulated around the body of the magnet. More will be found on this subject under magnetism. The Amperian currents are purely hypothetical and are predicated on the existence of a field of force about a permanent magnet. See magnetism, Ampere's theory of. If the observer faces the north pole of a magnet, the Amperian currents are assumed to go in the direction opposite to that of a watch, and the reverse for the south pole. Currents, angular. Currents passing through conductors which form an angle with each other. Currents. Angular. Laws of 1. Two rectilinear currents, the directions of which form an angle with each other, attract one another when both approach to or recede from the apex of the angle. 2. They repel one another if one approaches and the other recedes from the apex of the angle. Currents. Earth. In long telegraph lines having terminal grounds or connected to earth only at their ends, potential differences are sometimes observed that are sufficient to interfere with their working and which, of course, can produce currents. These are termed earth currents. It will be noted that they exist in the wire, not in the earth. They may be of 40 milliamperes strength, quite enough to work a telegraph line without any battery. Lines running northeast and southwest are most affected. Those running northwest and southeast very much less so. These currents only exist in lines grounded at both ends, and appear in underground wires. Hence they are not attributable to atmospheric electricity. According to Wild, they are the primary cause of magnetic storms, q.v., but not of the periodical changes in the magnetic elements. See magnetic elements. Synonym: natural currents. Current, secondary. A current induced in one conductor by a variation in the current in a neighboring one. The current produced in the secondary circuit of an induction coil or alternating current converter. B. The current given by a secondary battery. This terminology is not to be recommended. Current, secretion. In electrotherapeutics, a current due to stimulation of the secretory nerves. Current, sheet. A. If two terminals of an active circuit are connected to 2 points of a thin metallic plate, the current spreads over or occupies practically a considerable area of such plate, and this portion of the current is a current sheet. The general contour of the current sheet can be laid out in lines of flux. Such lines resemble lines of force. Like the latter, they are purely an assumption, as the current is not in any sense composed of lines. B. A condition of current theoretically brought about by the Amperian currents in a magnet. Each molecule having its own current, the contiguous portions of the molecules counteract each other and give a resultant zero current. All that remains is the outer sheet of electric current that surrounds the whole. Current, sinuous. A current passing through a sinuous conductor. Currents, multiphase. A term applied to groups of currents of alternating type which constantly differ from each other by a constant proportion of periods of alternation. They are produced on a single dynamo, the winding being so contrived that 2, 3, or more currents differing a constant amount in phase, are collected from corresponding contact rings. There are virtually as many windings on the armature as there are currents to be produced. Separate conductors for the currents must be used throughout. Synonyms: polyphase currents, rotatory currents, currents of motion. In electrotherapeutics, the currents produced in living muscle or nerves after sudden contraction or relaxation. Currents of rest. In electrotherapeutics, the currents traversing muscular or nervous tissue when at rest. Their existence is disputed. Currents. Orders of. An intermittent current passing through a conductor will induce secondary alternating currents in a closed circuit near it. This secondary current will induce a tertiary current in a third closed circuit near it, and so on. The induced currents are termed as of the first, second, third, and other orders. The experiment is carried out by Henry's coils. See coils, Henry's. Currents. Thermoelectric. These currents, as produced from existing thermoelectric batteries, are generated by low potential and are of great constancy. The opposite junctions of the plates can be kept at constant temperatures, as by melting ice and condensing steam, so that an identical current can be reproduced at will from a thermopile. Thermoelectric currents were used by Ohm in establishing his law. See Ohm's law. Current, swelling. In electrotherapeutics, a current gradually increasing in strength. Current, undulatory. A current varying in strength without any abrupt transition from action to inaction, as in the make and break current. The current may be continually changing in direction. See current, alternate, and hence, of necessity, may pass through stages of zero intensity, but such transition must be by a graduation, not by an abrupt transition. Such current may be represented by a curve, such as the curve of sines. It is evident that the current may pass through the zero point as it crosses the line or changes direction without being a make and break current. When such a current does alternate in direction, it is sometimes called a shuttle current. The ordinary commercial telephone current and the alternating current is of this type. See current, make and break. Current. Unit. Unit current is one which, in a wire of unit length, bent so as to form an arc of a circle of unit length of radius, would act upon a unit pole. See magnetic pole, unit, at the center of the circle with unit force. Unit length is the centimeter. Unit force is the dyne. Transcriber's note: the SI definition of an ampere: a current in two straight parallel conductors of infinite length and negligible cross-section, 1 meter apart in vacuum, would produce a force equal to 2e-7 Newton per meter of length. Current, wattless. Whenever there is a great difference in phase in an alternating current dynamo between volts and current, the true watts are much less than the product of the virtual volts and amperes, because the watts are obtained by multiplying the product of the virtual volts and amperes by the cosine of the angle of lag or lead. Any alternating current may be resolved into two components in quadrature with each other, one in phase with the volts, the other in quadrature therewith. The former is termed by S. P. Thomson the working current, the latter the wattless current. The greater the angle of lag, the greater will be the wattless current. End of Current by T. O'Connor Sloan.
Selections from Northern Nut Growers Association Report of the Proceedings at the 42nd Annual Meeting, Urbana, Illinois, August 28th, 29th, and 30th, 1951. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Ann. Northern Nut Growers Association Report of the Proceedings at the 42nd Annual Meeting by the Northern Nut Growers Association. The Filbert and Persian Walnut in Indiana by W. B. Ward, Department of Horticulture, Purdue University. The soils and climatic conditions of Indiana are, for the most part, favorable to the growing of nut trees. There are various types of soils, ranging from light sand to heavy clay, soils high and low in organic material and natural fertility. The annual rainfall, 35 to 40 inches, is fairly well distributed throughout the year. The length of the growing season is about 150 frost-free days and, oftentimes, another 20 to 30 days of non-killing temperature. The summer and winter temperatures are average, thus providing good conditions for the development of fruit and growth to the trees. There are always exceptions to the normal conditions, and a good test season broadens the experience of those who want to go to the extreme in planting nut trees. This past year, 1950 to 51 season, was a good test year. The temperature early in November was as high as 85 degrees. Tomatoes, peppers, beans, and sweet corn were growing in the gardens. During mid-November the temperature quickly dropped to near zero. The cold later went down to -20 degrees and even -35 degrees, as recorded at Greensburg. This cold weather not only killed much of the tender short growth and piscillate flower possibilities, but destroyed many of the catkins. The filbert and Persian, including Carpathian, walnuts, suffered, and in some instances the plants were killed to ground level. All of the damaged plants have survived, and where the top of the tree was killed, new growth came up from the root. As only seedling Persian walnut trees were under observation and included in the Purdue plantation, their sucker growth will be used to form new tops. The native walnut, hazelnut, hickory, and butternut had little or no winter injury, and many trees are very fruitful all over Indiana. The improved strains of filberts and the Persian walnut have only a few fruits this year. Seedling Persians grafted or budded on native black walnut survived, but there was some damage to the top growth due to immaturity of the wood and bud last fall. Before general planting recommendations can be made, other than for the hobbyist or home owner with a few trees, Further testing will be required. Filbert and hazelnut. The native hazelnut thickets are not as common now as in years past. Most of the nuts were small and of little commercial value. When hybridizers and other nut enthusiasts started improving the size and quality of the native hazelnut and bringing in filberts from other countries, some impetus was added to the filbert planting program. Only a few took advantage of these new and promising seedlings, and aside from a few small plantings throughout the state, the filbert is placed in the ornamental grouping of plants. Several areas in Indiana are suitable for more extensive plantings. The Jones hybrids have proven satisfactory and are found growing from the northern part to the Ohio River. Several crosses were made 4 years ago using pollen from the rush and large fruited seedlings of the native hazel. There are 30 or 40 such plants, 2 years old, now growing in the Purdue plot. They came through the winter in excellent condition. Many of the catkins on the older plants were killed during the early cold spell, and the nut crop this year is very spotty. The filbert does have a place around the home as an ornamental, as a fruit tree, or when used as a hedge for screening. The Carpathian Persian Walnut. The Carpathian Persian walnuts in Indiana are practically all seedlings. Many of these seedling trees show great promise, while others under observation for the past few years are being discarded because of lack of hardiness and production. Some few seedlings made vigorous growth and produced fair to good yields for the past 10 years, but some weakness was evident after the 1950-51 winter. It appears now that those trees that have survived and are in production this year are worthy of further study and propagation. The oldest known Persian walnut in our state is a Hatterley seedling. A few nuts, from a friend in California, were planted in 1924 and 10 years later fruited. This tree has produced as many as 350 pounds of nuts in a single year, and has survived all test winters since planting. The nut from the Hatterley tree averages 32 nuts per pound, medium shell, good quality, and 44.6% of the total weight is edible. The nuts crack well. Several other Persian seedlings have been classified as existing prior to the general distribution of Carpathian nuts from the Wisconsin Horticultural Society in 1936 to 1938 and later. Several individuals in Indiana took advantage of the nut sale and importation from Poland during the years mentioned, and about 10% of the original seedlings are now alive. Many of the trees planted 10 to 15 years ago are fruiting and classified. Outstanding groups of seedlings, which are referred to by name, such as Bolton, Fately, Eagles, Barnhart, Craning, Bear, Zolman, and others, are found from the extreme northern area to the Ohio River, and are distributed over nearly 1/2 of the 92 counties in Indiana. The use of eastern black walnut as understock has been practiced by several orchardists and nurserymen, and a few will have trees for sale in the near future. The fruits from these trees compare with the best. The largest nut is the Fatally one, with some fruits 2 inches in diameter and averaging 23 nuts per pound. The nut is high in quality, has an appealing taste, and a well-formed kernel. It cracks easily and has a very thin shell for such a large nut. This tree has borne 50 pounds of nuts or more annually for the past few years, and has a nice crop this year after the severe test winter. The Fately 1 seedling, as well as the numbers 2, 3, and 4 seedlings, are grown on a city lot under crowded conditions and provided with only moderate care. Several crosses have been made at Purdue with the Persian walnut, and approximately 100 seedlings have been distributed to various persons throughout a large area of the state. The trees do not seem as susceptible to insect and disease damage as the native black walnut, and growing well in sod should make good lawn trees. Some of the nut trees were sprayed with New Green. 5 pounds per 100 gallons of spray material was used on the orchard crops, and great growth response was noted for the sprayed over undersprayed trees. As the homeowner is forever looking for new trees to plant and trees with clean habits, the Persian and particularly the Carpathian selections may be the answer. Nut growing in eastern Iowa. Ira Cool, Sabula, Iowa. About 5 years ago I became very much interested in nut trees, and having hundreds of wild black walnuts and hickories, I attempted to graft, or rather top work, the black walnuts to Persian walnuts and heartnuts, and the hickories to pecans and hecans. My favorite, of course, is the Persian walnut, and in addition to top working them on blacks, I planted several grafted trees and several hundred seed nuts. To my surprise and pleasure, nearly every seed grew, and the seedlings are still doing very well. I now have 35 to 40 varieties. I have had very little winter injury, except with the Broadview variety. The tops froze back a little, and I had a little trouble with the bark splitting on the larger trees. I covered the splits with tree wound dressing, and they are all doing well now. I consider the Schaefer about the best and most promising variety I have, and the grafts take very well. Most of the Carpathian varieties are also growing nicely, and especially the Illinois No. 10, which is a very rapid grower. In top working I use the bark slot method, usually setting 2 or 3 grafts on a 3-inch stalk, as at least one scion is almost sure to start. These scions are fitted and nailed in place with a 7/8 or 1-inch nail, and then well wrapped with a 1-inch industrial adhesive tape. This seems to break or deteriorate with the growth of the graft. I then thoroughly wax the taped part as well as all of the scion, covering the buds rather lightly. After the scion has started to grow well, a 1x1 strip is nailed to the stalk. This extends from 2 to 3 feet above the top of the stalk. The growth is then tied to the stick with a soft cord. If growths are not tied this way, most of them are broken off by the wind. After the grafts are set, I cover with a paper milk bottle, or rather container, and cut 4 small holes in it for ventilation. It shields the rain well. I use a small tack on 2 sides. The containers usually stay there until removed when the graft starts. This method works much better than paper bags, as they are easily water soaked and the wind blows them against the scion, which is easily loosened and therefore fails to start. I am also well pleased with the results I have had with heartnuts on black walnuts. I consider them the most rapid growing of any of the nut trees. I have had grafts bear a few nuts the next year after being set. I now have 7 or 8 varieties, of which I consider Fordermeyer, Aloka, Rival, Mitchell, and Wright as the most promising, along with Goethler. Squirrels seem to prefer heartnuts to all other sorts. I have eliminated this trouble by tacking a length or 2 of stovepipe around the trees. Last summer my attention was called to a tree about 30 miles from my home, which bore a very large crop of heartnuts. The man that owned the tree called them filberts. The tree is about 40 feet tall, with a spread of 40 or 50 feet, and is 18 inches in diameter. It is perhaps 20 to 25 years old, and bears from 3 to 4 bushels a year, I am told. I have heard that the tree grew from a seed brought over from Germany. I have named the tree Goethler, in honor of the man bringing it to my attention. The nut seems to resemble the Wright, and is one of the best cracking nuts I have found. I received permission to get scion wood from the tree, and have a few grafts growing well. Hickories are, of course, a native of this section, as is pecan, which grows wild on the Mississippi River bottoms, about as far north as the mouth of the Moqueta River. The pecan grafts take off nicely on hickory stock, but the graft seems to outgrow the stalk. I have found, however, that hecan, being half hickory and half pecan, works much better on hickory stock. My pecan grafts which seem the most promising are Major, Indiana, and Green River, and of the hecan grafts the Burlington and Wapello. Chestnuts seem to do very well here, as well as filberts and native hazels. Of the chestnut varieties I have growing I prefer the Nanking, Kuling, and Meiling. Most of my Persian walnut plantings I have interplanted with dwarf fruit trees, and have clover and alfalfa growing between the rows. This is cut twice a year and used for mulch. The following spring it is spaded in and a small amount of high-test nitrogen applied at the same time, and the trees all seem to respond to this treatment very well. Dr. Rohrabacher. Any questions or remarks? Member. Mr. Kyle mentioned the Schaefer. That is one for the boys and girls in a hurry to get nuts. In 3 years you get nuts. I have experimented with it, and it is the only tree that will do it. Mr. Corson. I would like to ask the convention if they have had the experience of the black walnut and the Persian. Down the valley would come a good strong wind and break off the tops. I had one that grew 20 feet from a little graft. When I put this on it had 3 buds. One bud threw 6 feet and 20 feet of wood from that one seedling. I barricaded it so the ice wouldn't break it. The ice broke through my barricade, and I have one that is growing as high as I can reach. Black walnut broke off with the wind. Sometime the whole tree broke down. Not a twig was broken off the English walnut. The black walnuts worry me to pieces. Mr. Davidson. In connection with this rapid growth, is there any difference in the quality of the wood? We have some that grow so much more rapidly. When the wood matures, will it have the same value for furniture and so on as the slower growing ones? Will they be more like the softwood? Mr. Crane. Our highest grade native woods are those which grow more slowly. We haven't made any studies on the wood in black walnut in relation to the growth rate. Dr. McDaniels. The strength and value of the wood depends on the proportion of large and small cells. In a very slow-growing tree you have a large proportion of the big cells. In rapid-growing wood you also have an undesirable result. It has been the very slow and very rapid that get you the best. If you get a rapid growth the cells are thin, even though they may be small. It is the in-between condition that makes for good timber. That is based on actual strength tests and evaluation. Member. Mr. Corson wrote me about the wind damage. I never had that experience. I saw the cyclone in southeastern Iowa. Elms were uprooted and torn to pieces, and I didn't see any black walnut damage. Even the hickories were damaged and some snapped off. I have never seen any walnut give way. Mr. McDaniel. We have wind damage in Urbana, and we can show you some places where black walnut trees were removed. Mr. Corson. Many years ago I was in a train going from Toronto to Montreal, and this is a section that is full of hickory trees. The Indians must have planted them. That is the only nut except butternut. I looked out the window and we had a 6-inch ice storm and the oaks were stripped. Most of the other soft trees were down to the ground. There wasn't even a twig killed on the hickories, the shagbark hickory. They were just as sound. Dr. Rohrabacher. The ladies who want to take a little walk and end up at Mrs. Colby's home, where she is going to serve hot coffee, meet at 1:30 in the main lobby. This is the regular time on which you are eating and sleeping now. The remainder of the group will meet here at 1 o'clock. If we go down to the cafeteria and get in before 11:40, we have a better chance. Pecans in Northern Virginia. J. Russell Smith, Swarthmore, Pennsylvania. Extracts from a letter to the NNGA Secretary, November 26, 1951. Having sold my Virginia cabin and the nursery business, Sunny Ridge, I have been down to the nursery for the last month getting rid of trees. A job of digging is one thing, and that of packing and shipping is another. The man I had could do one but not both, and competent persons to pick up either job are not available, so I have been standing in the gap, getting calluses on my hands, and getting rid of $16,000 worth of trees. Now as to facts on northern pecans. I find the Bucerum bears with regularity at Round Hill, Virginia, in a tight bluegrass sod. This pasture is not of high fertility and has had a small amount of commercial fertilizer. It is on a hillside that has probably lost all its topsoil once or twice in the last 100 years, though not for the last 20 because it has been in grass. My neighbor, Henry B. Taylor, Hamilton, Virginia, has Buceron, Butterick, Green River, Indiana, and Major, all bearing well to heavy. Unfortunately this year the Green River hulls did not open, although the nuts were well filled. Ordinarily I believe they have been dropping their nuts, but not all at once. 25 years ago I planted some butterick and buceron along a stream on a dairy farm on which I was born. There was no regular record of their performance, but I have observed that the buttericks have had a good crop in 1950 and also in 1951. I had previously concluded that the butterick was almost a non-fruiter and quit propagating it years ago. These especially productive buttericks are on alluvium near the barn in a permanent pasture where the cattle congregate while waiting for the gate to open to let them into the barn. It is therefore fertilized over and over again with cow drippings. Mr. Taylor's excellent yields are also produced on trees that are on unusually fertile soil. My conclusion is that the pecan is a very active feeder, and what it needs is about 3 times as much fertilizer as is required for any ordinary crop. It is time somebody better placed than I made a systematic experiment as follows. 1. Feed pecan trees at least 5 times as much plant food as the nuts and leaves use. 2. Injure the trees by hacking the bark to make them bare, and see how much they can be made to produce by this means. A buceron tree in the town of Round Hill stands in the backyard of a friend of mine, and they use it, I think, to tie clotheslines to, and maybe the boys have had a little fun driving nails into it, and it bears every year. The real find of my observations is a pecan known as Allstate, which has been wonderfully advertised by one of your fellows. On a catalogue it produces a nut 2 inches long. Wonderful. On Mr. Henry Taylor's tree in Hamilton, Virginia, it produces a tiny, symmetrical, pointed nut, too small to be contemptible, except for squirrel feed. They might have a time to handle the crop. Pecans in the vicinity of St. Paul, Minnesota. Carl Washecki. About 25 years ago pecan seeds from the most northern natural habitat in Iowa were planted in garden soil here in St. Paul. Most of them were later transplanted in nursery rows at my farm 7 miles east of River Falls, Wisconsin. Out of approximately 300 trees, about 40 are still living, of which 25 have grown well. The remainder probably have not found soil conditions to accommodate their natural vigorous growth. Where the trees are in deep soil with sufficient plant food, they have done well, the largest trees being about 10 inches in diameter, and several of these have been bearing nuts for 5 years. The nuts were immature, however, but in the fall of 1949 about 70 of the best ones were planted in a seed bed, and today about 15 living trees of pure pecan parentage represent the second generation. This evidence is very important, for although the pecan has been almost as hardy as any native tree, such as the bitternut hickory, the butternut, and the black walnut, yet the length of season required for the maturing of nuts is a primary factor which would have to be considered in recommending pecans for planting this far north. However, it has been my observation that these pecans have slowly cycled their way into our season, and it is gratifying to notice that this spring many leafed out at nearly the same time that the black walnut vegetated, which of course is much slower than the local butternut. This shows the tremendous adaptability of the pecan, and it is hoped that this ability to adapt itself to soil and climatic conditions will eventually cause it to produce small but edible pecans here in the north. It is my hope also that I can use our locally raised pecan seedlings on which to graft our many successful varieties of hickories, which heretofore have been limited to some extent in their usefulness because we had only the local bitternut stocks on which to graft. Whereas the bitternut is an excellent stock for some varieties of shagbark hickory, and even for shellbark, as well as pecans and pecans, there would no doubt be an increase in the scope of hickory planting if we had hardy pecan seedlings as understocks. At first, when comparing the growth of the native bitternut seedlings with that of pecans, locally raised in the same soil, it appears that the pecan was a much more vigorous grower. But experiments with different types of soil and fertilizers indicate that we can get seedlings of certain bitternut hickories to produce from 2 or 3 feet of growth in the first year. I have even found several of these same hickory seedlings of 2 seasons growth which, when transplanted last fall, are large enough to graft this spring. However, experiments have not proceeded far enough to verify the practical side of this new idea of hickory propagation. Only one variety of pecan which was among the original seedlings and which existed as a lawn tree for more than 20 years in St. Paul, was comparable with the bitternut hickory root systems. But enough of this variety of pecan has been grafted on local hickories to demonstrate that it is perfectly feasible as far as the union is concerned. In fact, several of these larger grafted trees have been bearing staminate bloom for 2 or more years. No nuts have been produced of this Hope variety as yet, and although it has been distributed on the market, it has always been classed as an ornamental rather than a fruiting variety. Of course, the pecan part overgrows the stalk. In other words, there is a larger diameter above the union than in the stalk below the union. So far this has not interfered with good growth and hardiness, whereas the black walnut grafted onto butternut, which is a similar combination as far as results go, more than 30 years ago in experimental work, indicates that this is a wrong procedure. Very few nuts were ever gathered from grafts of black walnut on butternut, although in most instances they continue to live and thrive. The pecan here is subject to much the same insect pests as the black walnut, but suffers less from hickory borers and types of insects which seem to be like oak pruners. This might be useful later on in maintaining healthy pecan trunks with hickory tops. Probably the early formation of rough bark, for which the pecan is noted, may be responsible for this. The nuts that have been produced so far have been extremely small, but here again the writer has observed an increase in size over the original nuts that were produced. In some seasons at least one tree has produced nuts of sufficient size to be good enough for home purposes. They are nothing, however, to compare with any named northern pecans, such as the Major and Indiana varieties. Practically all of these northern pecans have been tried in our environment, and some have lived for several years. Most of them have died because there was no congenial union of the pecan grafted on our local bitternut stocks. We do, however, have congenial grafts and good living specimens of the Norton and Burton, which are no doubt some form of hybrid. Pecans that graft well on local bitternut stocks are the Rockville, first in hardiness and for bearing nuts of the usual size for Rockville. They do not mature yet, but it is expected that favorable years will mature these nuts. Next in hardiness is the Green Bay, and next are the Burlington, Des Moines, Bixby, and McAllister. Although making good growth, these seem to have been too tender for our climate, although we have good living specimens of them, and believe that some have begun to bear, particularly the Bixby, unless the names of grafts have been mixed up. These latter trees are mostly in the deep woods, and it is hard to get close data on their behavior and bearing. A McQuart, which is supposed to be a lost variety of Hickory, I believe exists on my place, and I have taken it out of the deep woods, where it was grafted nearly 30 years ago from scions direct from J. F. Jones, and have placed scions on stalks in the vicinity of the nursery, where they can be watched. The differences between the scions freshly grafted last spring and the known varieties of Rockville, Green Bay, and Burlington are distinctive. Also the McQuart, if it is a true McQuart, last winter indicated much greater hardiness than did grafts made from the same time with Rockville and Burlington varieties. However, it is too early to say for sure whether the McQuart is represented among my varieties of Hickons. The McQuart grafted on local stocks used by Jones and purchased as individual trees did not survive. It is assumed in this paper that this discussion would naturally lead to pecan hybrids, rather than staying with the pure-blooded pecan this far north, for some of the varieties do come very close to being pure pecans, but still, like Norton and Burton, probably are distinct hybrids. When some of the original seedlings from Iowa were transported from the nursery row they were already quite large trees, and we did not get all the roots. The portions that were cut off were left in the soil. Of these roots sprouted 3 trees. One was subsequently moved into the orchard and marked because of its vegetative nature, and a variety of hickory known as the Weshek was grafted on it. It makes a very good growth, but in most instances our native bitternut stock produces an equally good growth in unions with this particular variety. This particular performance is indicative of things to be expected for this combination in the future. In conclusion, I would say that the pecan is far from being a practical nut tree for our vicinity, and is only a very hopeful dream. But so also were the best hickory varieties 30 years ago, when I first began my experiments. Wednesday morning session. A forester looks at the timber value of nut trees. Charles S. Walters, Forestry Department, University of Illinois. What I am going to say will apply mostly to black walnut, since it is one of our most valuable timber trees, but it will also apply to other species like hickory, pecan, persimmon. I've never seen pawpaw or hazelnut large enough for timber, but the Persian walnut has some value and the Chinese chestnut is a fair timber tree. All of these species should be commercially useful if there is sufficient quantity and volume involved to warrant a sale. What I have to say may not apply 5 years from now. Persimmon used to be the main source of material for golf club heads and shuttles for the textile industry. It no longer is. Today golf clubs are being made of compreg, a wood which has been impregnated with phenolic resins and cured with heat. The resin is similar to bakelite. Thin sheets of wood are glued together to build up the head, rather than using a single solid piece, and it makes a considerably better golf club head. The developments in wood use are progressing just as in many other fields. What the wood specialists are trying to do is to take low quality material and change it over to a form which is suitable for many uses for which high quality expensive material is used now. The timber buyer now wants a tree of long, clean bole with few knots, of large size, at least 16 inches in diameter at breast height. In short, he wants high quality material. What I am saying may not apply to nut growing. Foresters grow trees for the wood crop, with nuts as a byproduct. The first 16 feet of trunk, or the butt log, is his main interest. It should be completely free of limbs, knots, and other defects for at least 16 feet. You can use the logs above the butt cut, but they usually produce lower grade material. You have 2 courses to follow. You can grow wood either in natural stands or in plantations, and the end product is very little different. It is probably easier to grow a high quality tree in a plantation than in the wild. What can be easier than growing a timber tree in the woodlands? It eventually reaches a merchantable size and is harvested. Well, nature can do better if you give her help. Your chances of growing a high quality tree to a merchantable size are better in the plantation. About 10 years ago, Dr. R. W. Lawrence of our department made a study of 150 plantations growing on prairie soil in Illinois. 36 were walnut, which ranged in age from 22 to 75 years. The one thing we had the most trouble with was determining their ages. One day we stopped at a farm and talked to a farmer, and we asked him when the trees were planted. This man said he could tell us the exact day. I was a young lad, and a neighbor drove by and said, "Yesterday Abe Lincoln was shot." So we had the historical records to determine the age of that particular plantation. These plantations ranged in number of trees per acre from 46 to 330. The number of trees per acre has a direct influence on the size or diameter growth of the timber tree. An 8 by 8 spacing, or 680 trees per acre, eventually will be thinned to 200 trees per acre. That gives each tree proper spacing for breast height and diameter growth. The trees ranged in height from about 31 feet to 85, averaging about 1.25 feet in height each year. The average diameter ranged from about 12 inches to 15 inches. Individual trees, however, ranged up to 24 inches at breast height, 4½ feet above ground level. Each plantation had had very little or no care. If some of them had been cared for or managed, their owners would have had a better wood crop, higher quality and higher quantity too. Now, as to the growth in the managed plantations, we believe it is possible to grow 300 board feet per acre per year. Compared with upland oak, walnut exceeded it in almost all growth factors up to 70 years of age, and then they were about the same. Of the cultural practices, the most important is probably pruning. Sawing off limbs growing on a trunk makes all wood produced thereafter free of knots. When the trees reach about 6 inches in diameter, one should select those he is going to call crop trees, about 200 of these per acre, and spend his time getting them to timber size and quality. The other trees are removed over a period of several years, so that you finally have only the 200 high quality crop trees left. The the reason I suggest starting the pruning when the trees are 6 inches in diameter is that the size of the veneer cord left after the veneer manufacturer has turned the log for a thin sheet of furniture veneer. Remove the limbs and improve the quality so you get a 16-foot log free of limbs and knots. That is what the buyer is looking for. I know practically nothing about growing trees for nut crop, but we seem to have something in common in growing trees both for nuts and timbers. Just a lot of it is horse sense, with a few rules of thumb based upon scientific principles. You must give the crop trees space, give them plenty of room to grow. In the woods they start to grow in a dense undergrowth. The young trees soon reach a height where they begin to dominate their neighbors. There you pick the straight, thrifty growing trees for crop trees and favor them in your thinning and pruning operations. Tree density influences diameter growth of the trees. In thick stands, trees are usually small and spindly, so plant a large number to give the crop tree good form, then thin the plantation carefully to make it grow. Grazing and fire are very harmful to tree plantations. Most of the plantations we studied were grazed. A good many of them were burned. I don't think nut growers would periodically burn their stands to improve the nut production. It is the same with growing a crop of wood. Once the livestock begin to trample or compact the soil, tree growth slows down, and when that happens it makes the trees more susceptible to attack by insects and fungi. As to marketing trees, let's assume you have some material you want to sell. The one thing you want to know is, how much is it worth? That is like me asking you what my house is worth. I understand that there are persons here not only from Illinois and Iowa, but from New York, West Virginia, Ohio, and Kentucky. Prices on wood products vary not only from state to state, but also within a state as well. The things you ought to know are the sizes and grades of the timber that you want to sell, since they determine price. Now, there are publicly employed foresters available to help you. They know your local conditions. The manufacturer's markets determine what he can afford to pay you. For example, we organized some walnut marketing pools in Illinois during the war. I suppose 500,000 board feet of Illinois walnut was sold for gun stock material. One company was buying most of the product of the pools. Later we found that this company had a market for low-grade stump veneer. Most of the other companies would mark a half dozen trees for their stumps. This company would buy 35 to 40 stumps. Every buyer looked at the same quality and quantity of material, since the trees were all marked. In this case, however, the difference in markets determined the price the manufacturer could pay. Another thing that concerns price is what we call logging chance, or how easy it is for the buyer to harvest those trees. I imagine anyone buying trees in Pennsylvania would have considerably more difficulty in getting them out than he would in Illinois. The differences in equipment and methods used to harvest the trees all have bearing on the price paid to the timber owner. Hickory is commonly sold for handle stock. Wood for striking tool handles has a definite restriction in the specification on the number of rings allowed per inch of growth. The federal government grades handles on the basis of growth rate. From 17 to 22 growth rings per inch is specified. Timber buyers don't want logs grown any slower than 22 rings per inch, and those grown a little faster than 10 rings per inch may be acceptable. Now, as to determining the trees to sell, I mentioned a 16 diameter limit. A few trees smaller than this, with logs shorter than 8 feet in length, may be accepted if a large quantity of wood is to be sold. It has to be economically worthwhile for the buyer to harvest and transport the wood, or he can't afford to buy it. Each buyer, of course, has a different set of specifications. You ought to measure and mark those trees you want to sell, and ask the buyers to bid only on those marked trees. Buyers like to approach the timber owner with, "You have some timber I can use. I'll give you $100 for what I can use." That is the same approach as if I were to offer $100 for your entire nut crop. You would probably say, "Let's weigh those nuts so we will have a basis for coming to an agreement." It's the same way with timber. There are 2 ways you can sell your timber. You can either measure your trees and sell on a volume basis, or you can mark certain trees and state to several buyers, "I have marked 25 trees for sale. What is your best offer for them?" Each buyer looks at the same trees, and you have a common denominator for comparing the fairness of each bid. For example, we had a farmer in Woodford County, Illinois, who had walnut trees, wild trees but growing in a pasture grove. I jotted down the bids that were made. One buyer offered $200 for 27 trees. Another bid $225 for 35. A third bid $265 for 40, or $165 for 35, and the last buyer offered $425 for 25 trees. The point I'm trying to illustrate is that the farmer, without that extremely high bid, would have been unable to compare the bids because someone bid on 27 trees and someone else on 35 trees. If all buyers had bid on 27 marked trees, they would have had a basis for comparing the bids. Sell on contract. Farm foresters have simple contract forms which they will give you. The forms can be filled out so that they tell you what you agree to do and what the buyer agrees to do. Both parties sign the agreement, so there is less chance for disagreement later. May I have those slides? Picture showing large tree in dense forest. This isn't a walnut tree, but I want to show you the kind of condition foresters like to see trees growing under. Nice tall stem, free of any limbs, good diameter. These trees show a rather wide range of age classes. When I talk to my folks about growing timber, they say, 70 years is a long time to wait for your money. Here is a tree that started 70 years ago and is ready to be harvested. The crop is sustained yield. I put this in to show you what we don't like to see. Picture showing park-like stand of timber. When these 100 or so trees are gone, there will be no others to replace them. Cattle have grazed this stand to the extent that there will be a long time before any other age classes develop to replace those you see in the picture. That is a white oak. I told you there weren't many. Good diameter all the way up clear of limbs. When the logger cuts that tree he will have high quality material. The same applies for walnut, hickory, or any other species. The walnut tree shows you how to mark trees for sale. One mark up here so the buyer knows which tree is designated for cutting, and one down at the bottom so you can assure yourself that the tree was to be sold. It identifies one of the trees you intended to sell. A penalty is involved for cutting any others. I wanted to show you what a good walnut stump cut looks like. These trees should be 18 inches or larger in diameter and about 2 feet above the ground to be worthwhile. The stump will be cut off when it goes to the mill and peeled for veneer. This is one of the walnut plantations cut for gunstock material. I put this in to show you how the buyers cut the trees down and measure off the logs to get the best grade of material. They aren't interested so much in volume as in lumber. They want the best grade of wood, and they want it in that butt log. I put these in to show poor quality logs that aren't worth taking. There's an open pasture grown tree, no care or attention given it, so the limbs stayed on and grew quite large. This shows how the logs load with a tractor and chain. This cross haul is a trick of the logger's trade. This is the improper way. The tractor was broken down so it took 5 or 6 men to load it because they didn't have the tractor. There are some good logs, and here there are some poor logs. This is a group of logs at a railway siding. Some look small, but at that time, with the market as it was, they could use the smaller logs. You see some of nice length, good form, and free of defects. I mentioned metal. Here is a man with an army mine detector. They tried them out to locate metal. This company uses a mine detector to test all logs for metal content. Here's what happens. The metal discolors or stains the wood. This tree probably grew in a fence line, and the buyers are just a little reluctant to buy them. If they do, they cut them off this high, so they are pretty sure all fence wire is left in the stump portion. In this grove of walnut, a wire is nailed to every tree. Such a practice ruins the tree. This shows wasteful practice. The small mill in southern Illinois was buying these short bolts cut from small trees. Be careful that you don't sell trees that are too small and too young. It's like, I suppose, harvesting your walnuts before the kernel develops. This is the result of a fire. That log, from outside appearance, didn't have a blemish. Loggers left this part because it was hollow. The infection developed from a fire scar and rotted out the inside. This shows the same thing, fire scarred. Bumping machines used to harvest the nut crop or any defect or injury may result in something like this and decrease the tree's value for timber. I mentioned hickory. Here are some single trees that are made out of pecan. Hickory is also used. Hickory grows to a commercial size in southern Illinois, but in most states it is too small and knotty. One time the Peoria office of the WPB got a release from Washington indicating that hickory was needed for axe handles. They released it to the newspapers. We answered letters for a month after that. Farmers who had hickory they wanted to sell had to be told that there wasn't enough hickory involved to make it commercially possible to market. In addition, there wasn't a single handle mill in the state at the time. This is a couple of loads of good walnut logs. They were cut in Illinois and trucked to Indiana to be manufactured into veneer and lumber. Dr. Colby asked me if I had any methods of getting rid of stumps. We have worked for 5 years and still haven't a method that is economical or easy. We recommend grubbing or burning them out with a small stove, or you can cut them close to the ground and let them rot out. What about the chemicals? We have worked for a good many years, and we have bored stumps until our arms ached, but we haven't found any of them to work. Discussion. Member: 300 board feet per acre per year. Mr. Walters: I said we felt that on good soil and by encouraging nature we could grow that volume. Member: What are the stumpage prices? Mr. Walters: Ranging from about $10 per thousand board feet to $300. There is quite a span and each grade is different. There is prime grade, which is the best grade, which must be 16 inches in diameter at the small end at least. Each company has a little different set of grades. Even with the same grade the prices will range according to the size of the log. Maybe a 16-inch prime log may be worth 200 feet per thousand board feet, and 24-inch will be 300. Mr. Craig: Curly walnut would be worth more. Mr. Walters: Yes. It is somewhat of a guess as to whether a tree will have a curly figure. If you let them take the bark off the tree, the buyers can tell. I know of one beautiful stump on which the buyer wanted permission to remove a part of the bark to see if it had nubby growth. If it had had the figure, it would have been very valuable. The farmer said, I don't want you cutting on that tree, because if it doesn't have the figure and you don't buy it, the tree will be spoiled. Don't let the buyers chop into trees to see whether it has figure. Mr. Craig: I bought 2 to get grafting wood. Editor's note: Mr. Craig refers to the Lamb Curly Black Walnut article which appeared in NNGA 39th Annual Report. Mr. Walters: There has been some work done on grafting or stimulating growth for figure. One method was to beat the trees with a rubber hose and try and stimulate figured or curly grain. Not too much has been published on this work as yet. Member: Do you think the figure could be propagated by asexual propagation? Mr. Walters: I don't know. I will say this. In forest trees, the inherited characteristics are the things we depend on. If a tree has curly figure, and the seed carries that characteristic, you may see it in the progeny. An acquired characteristic I don't think you can depend on so much. Member: Is it thought to be acquired or hereditary? Mr. Walters: I just don't know whether it is acquired or hereditary. Dr. Rohrabacher: One thought came to me on this black walnut timber. It's a long pull, and it is one for our posterity. The thought came to be that it is for those of us who are interested in setting up something for our offspring. The plan has been brought out before of using a grafted, known-name variety of nuts. Plant those, and perhaps those trees as they grow would first give us that wonderful nut which we were looking for. End of Selections from Northern Nut Growers Association Report of the Proceedings at the 42nd Annual Meeting, Urbana, Illinois, August 28th, 29th, and 30th, 1951, by the Northern Nut Growers Association. Recording by Marianne Spiegel, Elmhurst, Illinois, August 2nd, 2011.
Part 9 of 1000 Questions in California Agriculture Answered. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sandra Luna. 1000 Questions in California Agriculture Answered by E. G. Wixon. Part 9. Pests and Diseases of Plants. Control of Grasshoppers. This county is having trouble with the grasshoppers as our other counties. Would you kindly inform me what I could do to exterminate them on my young orchard? The best thing for grasshoppers is to fix up a lot of poison. This is made in the proportion of 40 pounds of bran, 2 pounds of molasses, and 5 of arsenic, mixed together as a mash. They will take this wherever they find it, even when nice green leaves are close by, but it has to be kept moist. Grasshoppers can also be reduced by driving a hopper dozer over ground where they are. This is made somewhat like a Fresno scraper, but is much longer, and at the bottom is covered with crude oil. When disturbed, the hoppers jump up and fall into the oil. Besides the poison, you should also protect the trunk of the tree to prevent the hoppers from climbing up it. This can be done by applying tree tanglefoot or putting on one of the tree guards that prevent climbing insects from passing up to the leaves. The combination of poison and tree guards will give you about all the protection you need. Sunburn and borers. Please state the best remedy for keeping the borer out of young fruit trees. Sunburn can be prevented in many ways. The manufactured tree protectors are good if they are light colored and are kept in place so that the sun does not scald above or below them. Wrapping spirally with narrow strips of burlap, torn from old grain sacks from the base to the forking of the branches, is also good. A very effective and widely used method is to apply a good, durable whitewash which may be made of 30 pounds of lime, 4 pounds of tallow, and 5 pounds of salt, adding the salt to the water used in slaking the lime, stirring in the tallow while the slaking is in progress and hot, and then adding water to thin the wash so that it will work well with pump or brush. Gumming of prune trees. I write to ask for information concerning my prune trees. They are from 2 to 6 years old, and the gum is exuding from them. As I notice the branches dying, I cut them out, but this doesn't seem to save the tree. I would appreciate any information you can give me. This is a pretty hard matter to diagnose from a distance. There is a good probability that the problem is caused by sunburn, a point you could determine on inspection. Whitewash would be a protection against this, and more or less of a cure also. Furthermore, borers may be the cause, which can be determined by examining the points where the gum exudes, seeing if any wood grains are present. These borers should be dug out and whitewash applied, which later also protects against this trouble. Lastly, your ground may be drying out, which also you can determine and remedy. Borers on olive twigs. There are quite a number of olive trees in this locality that have something wrong with them. They make growth of 5 or 6 inches and the center twig dies back. Then it sprouts out at the sides and makes another growth in the same way. This makes a thick bush instead of the tree coming up as it should. The dying back is caused by a beetle which bores into the twigs. The twigs, above the point where the beetle enters, dies, and then, of course, buds come out from healthy wood below. No treatment has been devised against it, though its breeding ground is limited if all dead wood and brush and litter is cleaned up, and twigs are cut off below the point of injury whenever the work of the insect is seen. Raspberry cane borer. Can you tell me what to do for my logan berries and raspberries? A small worm got into them in the new growth of wood last summer, right in the tips of the new growth of wood, and then worked down through the pith of the wood, and as fast as they worked down the can wilted. This is the raspberry horntail, or the cane borer. The adults are wasp-like insects, about a half-inch long and very active. They come out of the canes in spring, and the females soon lay eggs in the tender tips of the young shoots. These eggs soon hatch, and the larvae eat their way up toward the tip, which causes it to wither and die. It is this injury that causes much notice. As the tip dies, the larvae turn and go down into the canes, as in the sampled scent, also injuring them greatly, though possibly not killing them for some time. The only way to attack them is to pinch the spots where the eggs were laid. Then those that escape and cause the tips to wilt should be destroyed by cutting off the tips below the point of injury, or cutting off the canes where they show damage. Likewise, the insects work on the wild rose, and cutting all those out around the place will prevent enough adults from developing to permit little damage to be done. All is provided the berries are well looked after. Control of red spider. Can you give directions for the prevention of injury by the red spider to almond and other trees in the Sacramento Valley? The red spider on almond and prune trees is usually controlled by the thorough application of dry sulfur to the foliage. On almonds, the first sulfuring should be done as soon as the leaves appear in March. A second application is advised from the 1st to the 10th of May. A third application should be made from the 1st to the 10th of June. Prune trees should be treated as soon as the spider appears. In the Sacramento Valley, this usually occurs about the first week of July. Full-grown trees require about a pound of sulfur, which should be thoroughly distributed throughout the foliage. The old method of throwing a handful of sulfur in the branches of the tree or on the ground under the tree is valueless. The use of a blower is economical in large orchards, but a can with perforated bottom is frequently used on young trees or small orchards with good results. In normal seasons the spider is easily controlled by dry sulfuring. When the pest does not yield to this treatment, a spray is recommended. Liquid spray for red spider. Is there any liquid spray I can use in my spray that will kill the red spider without injuring the foliage of the almond? A liquid spray for red spider is made by taking sulfur 30 pounds, lime reduced to milk form by water 15 pounds, water 200 gallons, or use commercial lime sulphur 4 or 5 gallons to 200 gallons of water. These sprays can be applied without injuring the foliage. They are more expensive in labor cost than dry sulphuring, but are more effective. Apple leaf aphis. I am sending herewith a small piece from one of my young apple trees. If you can, will you kindly tell me what the insects are on it, and what I had better do for them? The apple twig which you send is infested with the eggs of the leaf aphis or leaf louse. These eggs are very difficult to kill. A good thorough spraying with lime sulphur might, however, get rid of many of them and would be good for the trees otherwise, diluting according to condition of tree growth. The chief campaign against the leaf aphis, however, must be made early in the growing season, just as these pests are beginning to hatch out and to accumulate under the leaves of the new growth. They should then be attacked with properly made kerosene emulsion or tobacco extract with a nozzle suited to land the spray on the underside of the leaves. Unless these pests are attacked early in the season, and repeated if necessary, your apples on bearing trees will be ruined so far as they attack them, being small, misshaped, and worthless. On young trees the destruction of the foliage is fatal to good growth. Woolly aphis. Will you kindly inform me what you consider the best treatment for apple trees affected by woolly aphis? The best way to kill the woolly aphis on the roots is to remove the earth from around the tree to a distance of 1 or 2 feet, according to the size of the tree, digging away a few inches of the surface soil, then soak the soil around the tree with kerosene emulsion, properly made, of 15% strength, and replace the earth. Be sure you get a good emulsion, for free oil is dangerous. For the insects above ground on the twigs, a good spraying while the tree is out of leaf will kill many, but some will survive for summer spraying, and for this a tobacco spray may be most convenient. Blister mite on walnuts. I am sending you some walnut leaves with some swellings on them. They are very plentiful on some trees here. Is the trouble serious, and will it spread? This is merely erinose or blister mite, which is a very common trouble on walnuts, but does not do enough damage to call for methods of control. These swellings are caused by numerous very small insects which live within the blisters on the under side of the leaf amongst a felt-like heavy growth which develops there. While this effect is very common, it produces no appreciable injury and needs no treatment for its control. Scale on apricots. I would like to know how to check the scale on apricot trees. The most common scale on apricots, the brown apricot scale, is usually held in check by the Comis fusca, which is as widely distributed as the scale itself. If it gets beyond the parasite, you should spray in winter with crude oil emulsion. If some scales are punctured or have a black spot on top, the Comis fusca is busy and you probably will be safe enough without doing anything. Fumigating for black scale. I would like to know the best method of eradicating the black scale from my orange trees, whether by spraying or fumigation. Spraying has been given up as a suitable method for controlling the black scale on citrus trees, and the only recognized method of merit where the scale is bad is by fumigation with hydrocyanic acid gas. You should communicate with your county horticultural commissioner, who, through inspectors, will see that you have a good job done at the right time and at as a moderate price as is compatible with good work. It is impossible to eradicate the black scale, but there is a great difference in the amount that can be killed, and it pays to have a job done as near perfectly as possible. Similar methods of attacking other scale insects on citrus trees are used. Finding thrips. How can the presence of pear thrips be detected in a prune orchard? Will the distillate emulsion nicotine spray control brown scale as well as thrips? You can find thrips by shaking a cluster of blossoms as soon as they open over a sheet of paper or in the palm of your hand. The thrips are very minute, transparent, somewhat louse-like insects. The spray you mention would probably have little effect on the brown scale, which would still be in the egg state and under cover at the time the early spring spraying for the thrips. Control of pear slug. I am sending, under separate cover, some samples of cherry tree leaves that have been attacked by a small snail or slug. Kindly let me know what they are and how to rid the trees of them. The creatures you speak of are the pear slugs, or the cherry slugs, as they are sometimes known. Although slimy, like the big yellow slug that is a pest in vegetable gardens, it is no relation thereto, but is the larva of an insect. Its olive green color, slimy appearance, and the way it eats the surface of the leaves make it about the easiest of all insects to identify. Parasites and predaceous insects usually keep it in fair control. Whenever artificial methods of control are needed, the slugs can best be destroyed by sprinkling dust of any kind upon them. If you can get a machine for sulphuring a vineyard and use some air-slaked lime or other fine dust, it will fix them quickly and inexpensively, though any way of applying dust may be used. Cutworms and young trees. What method should be used to protect young fruit trees from cutworms? Hoe around the trees or vines and kill the fat, greasy grubs which you will find near the foliage. Put out a poisoned bait which the worms like better than the foliage, viz. bran 10 pounds, white arsenic half a pound, molasses half a gallon, water 2 gallons. Mix the arsenic with the bran dry, add the molasses to the water and mix into the bran, making a moist paste. Put a tablespoonful near the base of the tree or vine and lock up the chickens. Control of squash bugs. We are troubled with pumpkin bugs. Please tell us what to do for them. When the bugs first make their appearance in the field, they can be easily disposed of by hand picking and dropping into a bucket containing about 2 inches of water, with about 1/4 inch of kerosene on top to kill the bugs. The picking should be done in the morning, as the bugs are apt to fly in the warm part of the day and scatter while already picked. 2 persons can pick over an acre in 1½ hours, and 2 pickings are usually sufficient for a season, as after the vines begin to run over the ground pretty well, the bugs will not be able to hurt them much. A pair of thin old gloves will help to keep off one's hands some of the perfume from the bugs. The sooner the work starts, the fewer bugs to pick. Cleaning up of all old vines in the fall and removing litter in which the mature bugs hide for the winter will permit less eggs to be laid in the spring, and there will be fewer bugs to pick as a result. The corn worm. Last year all my ears of corn were infested with maggot, growing fat thereon. Can you help me scare them away? You have to do with the so-called corn worm, which is very abundant in this state and one of the greatest pests to corn growing. It is the same insect which is known as the bollworm of the cotton in the southern states. No satisfactory method of controlling this has been found, although a great deal of experimentation has been done. Nearly everything that could be thought of has been tried without very satisfactory results. A late planted corn has some time been free, for the insect is not in the laying stage then. If it were not for this insect, the canning of corn would be an important industry in this state. Melon lice. I have in about 4 acres of watermelons, and there seem to be lice and a small gnat or fly, and also some small green bugs and white worms on the under part of the leaves, which seem to be stopping the growth of the vines, making them wilt and die. They seem to be more in patches, although a few on all the vines. Can you please tell me what to do for them? Melon lice are very hard to catch up with after you have let them get a start. Spraying with oil emulsions, tobacco extracts, soap solutions, etc., will all kill the lice if you get it onto them with a good spray pump and suitable nozzles for reaching the undersides of the leaves. The gnats you speak of are the winged forms of the lice. The white worms may be eating the lice. The small green bugs may be diabroticus. If you had started in lively as soon as you saw the first lice, you could have destroyed them in the places where they started. Now your chance lies largely in the natural multiplication of ladybirds and the occurrence of hot winds, which will burn up the lice. It is too late probably to undertake spraying the whole field. Wireworms. Is there any way to destroy or overcome the destructive work of the wireworm, which I find in some spots takes the lion's shares of crops, such as beans, potatoes, onions, etc.? We do not know any easy way with wireworms. Nitrate of soda is believed to kill or repel them, but you have to be careful with it, for too much will either overstimulate or kill the kill. About 200 pounds per acre, well distributed, is the usual prescription for the good of the plants. Wireworms can probably be killed with carbon bisulfide, using a tablespoonful poured into holes about a foot deep, 3 or 4 feet apart. The vapor would permeate the soil and kill all ground insects, but the acre cost of such treatment must be measured in its relation to the value of the crop. The most promising policy with wireworms is rotation of crops, starving them out with a grain or grass crop, and not growing such crops as you mention continually on the same land. Bean weevil. How can I keep certain insects from getting into my dry beans? I have finished picking the crop. Every year a little short, stubby beetle gets in them before spring and makes them unfit for use. You have to do with the bean weevil. The eggs are inserted by the insect while the beans are still green in the pods. Subsequently, the eggs hatch and the worm excavates the interior of the ripened beans. The beans can be protected after ripening by heating carefully to 130 degrees Fahrenheit, which will destroy the egg or the larva if already hatched. Of course, this heating must be done cautiously and with the aid of a good thermometer for fear of destroying the germinating power. The work of the insect can also be stopped by putting the beans in a barrel or other close receptacle with a saucer containing about an ounce of carbon bisulfite to vaporize. Be careful not to approach the vapor with a light. After treatment for 1/2 hour, the cover can be removed and the vapor will entirely dissipate. This is a safer treatment than the heating. Similar methods of control can be used on other pea and bean weevils. Slugs in garden. Can you advise me how I can get rid of slugs in my garden? When barriers of lime, ashes, etc. are ineffective, traps consisting of pieces of board, sacking, and similar materials placed about the field prove inviting to the slugs. They collect under these, and by going over the field in the early morning, they may be put into a salt water solution or otherwise destroyed. Arsenical sprays applied with an underspray nozzle to the lower surface of the leaves will help control the slugs. Poison bran mash consisting of 16 pounds of coarse bran, 2 quarts of cheap syrup, and enough warm water to make a coarse mash is very good for cutworms and should be equally effective for slugs. It should be placed in small heaps about the plants to be protected. Cabbage leaves dipped in greasy drippings and placed about the fields also prove attractive baits for the slugs, which may then be collected there. If a person has a taste for poultry, the keeping of a few ducks may solve the slug problem without further bother. Cultivation or irrigation methods that give a dry surface most of the time also discourage these pests. Cause of mottle leaf. What is the cause and cure of mottle leaf of citrus trees? There are apparently a number of causes of this trouble, all more or less obscure and hard to overcome. It is generally thought that it is due to poor nutrition, whatever the reason for poor nutrition might be. The presence of a nematode or heel worm on the roots has found to be a cause of mottle leaf in many cases. Poor drainage, too sandy soil, and a number of other things frequently cause it. Whatever the cause, no one good method of cure has been found. Potato scab. I think most of my potatoes will have some scab. Will you please tell me if my next crop would be apt to have scab, provided I got good clean seed and planted it in the same ground? It seems demonstrated that a treatment of the seed will practically insure against potato scab. One method is dipping the potatoes in a solution of corrosive sublimate. Dissolve 1 ounce in 8 gallons of water and soak the seed potatoes in this solution for 1½ hours before cutting. Gopher poison. I have some alfalfa, some hogs, and some gophers, also some strychnine and carrots. If I put the strychnine on the carrots and endeavor to poison the gophers, and the hogs get hold of the poison, will it kill them? You will find that hogs are liable to poison like any other animal, and the safest way to poison the gophers while the hogs are running in the field is to bury the poisoned carrots very deeply in the gopher hole, and then put a row of sticks or branches over the mouth of the hole, so that the hogs cannot root around and get at the poisoned carrots. How to make Bordeaux. Use copper sulphate, bluestone, 5 pounds. Quick lime, good stone lime, 6 pounds. Water, 50 gallons. Put the bluestone in a sack and hang it so it will be suspended just under the surface of a barrel of water overnight, or dissolve in hot water. Use 1 gallon of water to 1 pound of bluestone. Slake the lime in a separate barrel, using just enough water to make a smooth, clean, thin white wash. Stir this vigorously. Use wooden vessels only. Fill the spray tank half full of water. Add 1 gallon of bluestone solution for each pound required. Then strain in the lime and the remainder of the water and stir thoroughly. The formula may be varied according to conditions, using from 3 to 8 pounds of bluestone to 50 gallons of water and an equal or slight excess of lime. Use the stronger mixture in rainy weather. Keep the mixture constantly agitated while applying. Formula for lime sulfur. To make lime sulfur, take quicklime 20 pounds, ground sulfur 50 pounds, and water 30 gallons. Slake the lime with hot water in a large kettle. Add the sulfur and stir well together. After the violent slaking subsides, add more water and boil the mixture over a fire for at least 1 hour. After boiling sufficiently, strain into the spray tank and dilute with water to the proper strength. If a steam boiler is available, this mixture may be prepared more easily on a large scale by cooking in barrels into which steam pipes are introduced. This mixture cannot be applied safely except during the winter when the trees are dormant. A large proportion of the lime sulphur used in the state is purchased already prepared in more concentrated form. End of 1000 questions in California Agriculture answered by E. G. Wixon. Part 9. Pests and Diseases of Plants. Recording by Sandra Luna.
A Comprehensive Dictionary of English Synonyms by William Carpenter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. Comprehensive Dictionary of English Synonyms by William Carpenter. The A's. To abandon, forsake, desert, renounce, relinquish, resign, give up, abdicate, quit, forego. Abandoned, profligate, corrupt, vitiated, depraved, reprobate, vicious, wicked. Abandonment, neglect, dereliction, desertion, apostasy. To abase, degrade, bring low, humble, disgrace, cast down. Abasement, humiliation, degradation, fall, meanness, servility. To abash, confuse, confound, disconcert, shame. To abate, diminish, reduce, decrease, lessen, lower, subside. Abeisance, dormancy, quiescence, expectation. To abbreviate, contract, curtail, shorten, abridge, compress, condense, reduce, epitomize. To abdicate, abandon, forsake, resign, renounce, give up. To abet, aid, assist, encourage, help, incite. Abettor, assistant, accessory, ally, accomplice, encourager. To abhor, detest, abominate, loathe, hate. Abhorrence, hatred, aversion, detestation. Abhorrent, odious, loathsome, hateful, abominable, revolting, detestable. To abide, dwell, remain, live, reside, keep firm to, wait. Abiding, durable, lasting, permanent, continuing, constant. Ability, capacity, faculty, talent, capability, aptness, aptitude, skill, efficiency, dexterity, address. Abject, low, mean, base, despicable, worthless, servile, vile. To abjure, forswear, recant, recall, revoke, retract, renounce. Able, competent, capable, efficient, clever, skillful, fitted, qualified, strong, powerful, effective. Ablution, washing, cleansing, purifying. To abnegate, deny. See abjure. Abnegation, denial, renunciation. Abnormal, out of order, out of rule, irregular, unnatural. Abode, residence, dwelling, habitation, domicile, home. To abolish, abrogate, annul, repeal, cancel, revoke, destroy, annihilate, put an end to. Abominable, detestable, odious, hateful. To abominate, abhor, detest, loathe, hate extremely. Abortive, fruitless, ineffectual, idle, vain, futile, nugative. To abound, luxuriate, exuberate, be plentiful. Above, over, upon, beyond, more than. Abrasion, rubbing off, detrition, attrition. To abridge, abbreviate, curtail, shorten, reduce, compress, contract, condense, epitomize. Abridgment, compendium, epitome, digest, summary. Abrogate, repeal, annul, set aside. Abrupt, rugged, rough, sudden, broken off, unconnected. To abscond, steal away, run off, hide oneself, conceal. Absent, away from, not present, distracted, inattentive. Absolute, unqualified, unrestricted, positive, peremptory, arbitrary, despotic, tyrannical, unconditional. Absolutely, completely, unrestrictedly, peremptorily. Absolutism, despotism, autocracy, tyranny. Absolution, acquittal, forgiveness, remission of sins. To absolve, clear, acquit, set free, remit, pardon, forgive. To absorb, swallow up, imbibe, engulf, engross, merge. To abstain, refrain, forbear, withhold. Abstemious, abstinent, temperate, sober, moderate. Abstergent, abstersive, cleansing, purgative. Abstinence, forbearance, temperance, fasting. Abstract, epitome, compendium, summary, digest. To abstract, disunite, take from. Abstracted, absent in mind, separated, refined. Abstraction, inattention, alienation, estrangement. Obtrusive, profound, hidden, recondite, difficult. Absurd, foolish, irrational, ridiculous, preposterous, inconsistent, unreasonable. Absurdity, folly, irrationality, inconsistency. Abundance, sufficiency, plenty, competency. Abundant, ample, copious, exuberant, plentiful, rich. Abuse, misuse, reproach, censure, corrupt practice. To abuse, reproach, vilify, revile, deceive, misuse. Abusive, reproachful, scurrious, opprobrious, insolent, insulting, offensive. Academy, school, college, learned institution, literary society. To accede, assent, consent, comply, agree, acquiesce, yield. To accelerate, hasten, quicken, expedite, increase. Accent, intonation, tone, pronunciation. Accentuation, the placing accents, the stress laid. To accept, take, receive, admit. Acceptable, agreeable, grateful, welcome, delightful. Acceptation, signification, meaning, reception. Access, approach, admittance, admission. Accessory, accomplice, assistant, abettor, ally, associate. Accession, coming to, addition, augmentation, increase. Accident, casualty, contingency, incident, adventure, occurrence, chance, fortuity. Accidental, casual, fortuitous, contingent, non-essential. Acclamation, applause, plaudit, exultation, shouting. Acclivity, ascent, rising, slope, descent, declivity. To accommodate, adapt, adjust, suit, fit, serve. To accompany, attend, escort, join, wait on. Accompanying, concomitant, attendant, going with. Accomplice, abettor, accessory, assistant, ally, associate. To accomplish, fulfill, realize, effect, achieve, complete, execute, perform. Accomplishment, achievement, feat, deed, acquirement, qualification, embellishment. To accord, agree, harmonize, tally, grant, admit, allow. Accordance, agreement, harmony, unison, melody. Accordant, consonant, consistent. Willing, consenting, concurring, agreeing, corresponding. To accost, salute, address, greet, hail. Account, narrative, description, relation, recital, detail, explanation, narration, reckoning, bill, esteem. To account, estimate, reckon, compute, calculate, esteem. Accountable, amenable, responsible, punishable, liable. To accoutre, dress, equip, arm, furnish. Accoutrement, dress, equipage, trappings, ornaments. Accredited, authorized, empowered, commissioned. To accrue, arise from, be added to. To accumulate, amass, collect, gather, heap up, hoard. Accumulation, pile, mass, congeries, collection, hoard. Accurate, correct, exact, precise, nice, punctual. Accusation, charge, impeachment, indictment. To accuse, charge, impeach, censure, arraign, calumniate, defame, detract, slander. To accustom, habituate, inure, use, familiarize. Acerbity, sourness, sharpness, acrimony. To achieve, accomplish, fulfill, effect, complete, gain, win. Achievement, feat, exploit, deed, accomplishment, acquirement, attainment, performance. Acid, sour, tart, sharp to the taste, acrimonious. To acknowledge, avow, confess, own, grant, admit. Acknowledgement, the art of owning, concession, confession. Acme, climax, height, critical state. To acquaint, inform, make known, disclose, communicate. Acquaintance, familiarity, intimacy, fellowship, friend. To acquiesce, accede, assent, consent, comply, agree, yield. To acquire, obtain, attain, gain, procure, win, earn. Acquirement, acquisition, qualification, attainment. To acquit, set free, clear, absolve, pardon, forgive. Acquittance, discharge, receipt, voucher. Acrimony, asperity, harshness, smartness, tartness. Acrimonious, sharp, sour, acrid, bitter, stinging, pungent. To act, do, operate, play, perform, enact. Action, gesture, gesticulation, posture, attitude, deed, feat, exploit, battle, engagement. Active, agile, assiduous, alert, busy, brisk, nimble, quick, sprightly, prompt, industrious, laborious. Actor, doer, performer, player. Actual, real, positive, certain, genuine. To actuate, move, impel, induce, instigate. Acumen, sharpness, quickness, brilliancy, point. Acute, keen, shrewd, penetrating, piercing, sharp, pointed. Acuteness, penetration, ingenuity, acumen. Adage, maxim, aphorism, apothegm, proverb, saying. To adapt, accommodate, adjust, suit, fit, conform. Addicted, given to, attached. Addition, accession, augmentation, increase. Additional, supplementary, superadded. Address, ability, dexterity, tact. Speech, harangue, oration. Direction, superscription. To address, speak to, accost, salute. To adduce, bring forward, advance, allege. Cite, quote. Adept, proficient, skilled, well versed, clever. Adequate, proportionate, commensurate, equal to, suitable. To adhere, attach, stick, hold, cleave, fix, fasten. Adherent, follower, disciple, partisan, united with. Adherence, adhesion, attachment, fidelity. Adhesive, sticking, tenacious. Adieu, farewell, leave-taking, goodbye. Adjacent, adjoining, lying near, continuous, bordering upon, neighboring, approximating. To adjourn, prorogue, postpone, delay, defer. To adjudicate, adjudge, award. To adjure, beseech, conjure, entreat, implore. To adjust, accommodate, adapt, set right, suit, fit, settle. To administer, contribute, supply, serve, manage, direct. Administration, government, cabinet, the governing body. Admirable, wonderful, surprising, astonishing, striking. Admiration, amazement, astonishment, wonder, surprise. Admission, admittance, access, approach, entrance. To admit, let in, allow, concede, permit, suffer, tolerate, grant. To admonish, warn, reprove, caution, advise. Adolescence, youth, juvenility, the state of growing. To adopt, appropriate, take, choose. To adore, reverence, venerate, worship. To adorn, decorate, embellish, beautify, dress. Adroit, clever, skillful, dexterous, expert, active. Adroitness, dexterity, readiness, activity. Adulation, flattery, obsequiousness, high compliment. Adulator, parasite, sycophant, flatterer. To adulterate, corrupt, contaminate, defile, vitiate. To advance, bring forward, assign, adduce, allege, proceed, go forward, make progress. Advancement, progress, improvement, proficiency. Advantage, good, benefit, profit, superiority, utility, service. Advantageous, profitable, beneficial, salutary. Advent, coming, approach, the season before Christmas. Adventure, occurrence, incident, contingency, casualty, event, accident, hazard. To adventure, risk, hazard, go into danger. Adventurous, bold, enterprising, rash, foolhardy, dangerous. Adversary, antagonist, opponent, enemy, foe. Adverse, contrary, opposite, inimical, repugnant, opposed to, unfavorable. Adversity, affliction, calamity, sorrow, misfortune, misery. To advert, regard, observe, turn to, touch on. Avertency, attention to, regard to. To advertise, announce, give notice, publish. Advice, counsel, instruction, information, notice, intelligence, deliberation, consultation. To advise, acquaint, inform, notify, apprise, admonish, counsel, ask advice, deliberate, consult. Advisedly, deliberately, purposely, prudently, intentionally. Aerial, light, volatile, belonging to the air. Aesthetic, relating to taste, feeling beauty. Affability, easiness of manners, courteousness, urbanity, courtesy, politeness, civility. Affable, easy of manners, courteous, conciliating, gentle. Affair, business, concern, matter. To affect, influence, act upon, concern, assume, pretend to, arrogate, feign. Affectedness, conceit, vanity. Affecting, pathetic, touching, moving. Affection, attachment, kindness, fondness, love, feeling. Affectionate, warm, zealous, fond, tender, kind. Affiance, marriage contract, trust, confidence. Affianced, betrothed, engaged in marriage. Affidavit, declaration or statement upon oath, affirmation. Affinity, alliance, union, kindred, relationship by marriage. To affirm, assert, declare, assure, asseverate, aver, protest, pronounce, ratify. Affirmation, protestation, asseveration, declaration. To affix, attach, subjoin, connect, annex. To afflict, distress, trouble, pain, grieve. Affliction, grief, sorrow, calamity, tribulation. Afflicting, afflictive, painful, grievous, calamitous. Affluence, wealth, riches, opulence, plenty, abundance. Affluent, abundant, exuberant, wealthy. To afford, give, impart, yield, produce, bestow, grant, spare. Affray, fray, quarrel, brawl, feud, altercation, contention, discord, wrangle, contest, strife. To affright, frighten, terrify, appall, dismay, shock. Affront, insult, offense, outrage. Afraid, fearful, timid, timorous, apprehensive. Afresh, anew, again, recently. Age, time, period, generation, date, era, epoch, century. Aged, elderly, old, senile. Agency, action, operation, management. Agenda, notes, memoranda, things to be done. Agent, substitute, deputy, factor. To aggrandize, make great, enlarge, exalt, promote. To aggravate, provoke, irritate, exasperate, tantalize, heighten, raise, make worse. Aggregate, total, entire, integral, whole. Aggression, assault, injury, offense, encroachment. Aggressive, attacking, assailing. Aggressor, assaulter, invader, assailant. To aggrieve, vex, annoy, wrong, give pain, oppress. Agile, active, alert, brisk, vigorous, nimble, ready, lively, quick, sprightly, prompt. Agility, nimbleness, quickness, activity, promptitude. To agitate, shake, disturb, toss, move, convulse. Agitation, disturbance, emotion, trepidation, tremor. To agonize, torture, rack, excruciate, distress. Agony, anguish, pain, distress, pang, suffering. To agree, accede, assent, consent, comply, acquiesce, concur, coincide, harmonize. Agreeable, pleasant, grateful, conformable, suitable. Agreement, concord, concurrence, compact, contract, bargain, covenant. Accordance, harmony, unison. Agriculture, tillage, culture, husbandry. Aground, on the ground, stranded, hindered. Aid, support, succor, help, assistance, cooperation. To aid, assist, help, relieve, succor, support. Ailing, unwell, indisposed, ill, diseased, sickly. Aim, end, object, view, purpose, drift, scope, design, tendency. To aim, point, level, endeavor, aspire. Aimless, without aim, objectless, purposeless. Air, look, manner, mien, aspect, appearance. Alacrity, cheerfulness, sprightliness, gaiety. Alarm, terror, fright, affright, consternation, disquietude. Alarming, terrifying, awakening, surprising. Alert, active, agile, assiduous, brisk, vigorous, nimble, lively, quick, prompt, sprightly, industrious, watchful, vigilant. Algid, chill, cool, frigid. Algidity, coldness, frigidity. Alien, stranger, foreigner, opposed to, averse from. To alienate, estrange, withdraw, transfer. To alight, come down, descend, dismount. Alike, similar, uniform, resembling, in the same manner. Aliment, nourishment, nutriment, food. Alive, active, cheerful, sprightly. To allay, appease, pacify, assuage, soothe, compose, calm, tranquilize, mitigate, repress. To allege, adduce, advance, assign, declare, affirm. Allegiance, fealty, loyalty, obedience to a ruler. To alleviate, make light, mitigate, relieve, abate, diminish. Alliance, affinity, connection, confederacy, league, coalition, combination. To allot, assign, apportion, appoint, distribute. To allow, concede, permit, sanction, suffer, grant, give. Allowance, grant, stipend, pay, wages, salary, permission, concession, sanction, license. All powerful, omnipotent, almighty. To allude, hint, refer, glance at, suggest, intimate. To allure, attract, decoy, entice, tempt, seduce. Allurement, enticement, temptation. Allusion, hint, implication, reference. Ally, associate, accomplice, accessory, assistant. Alms, donation, relief to the poor, benefaction. Alone, solitary, single, only. To alter, change, vary, modify. Alteration, change, modify, variation. To altercate, contend, expostulate, remonstrate, quarrel, dispute. Altercation, dispute, affray, quarrel, feud, contention, brawl. Alternate, mutual, reciprocal, every other, by turns. Altitude, elevation, height. Always, constantly, continually, incessantly, perpetually. Amain, with force, violently. To amalgamate, mix, compound, commingle. To amass, accumulate, collect, gather, pile up, heap up, hoard. Amazement, wonder, surprise, astonishment, admiration. Amazing, marvelous, wondrous, stupendous. Ambassador, envoy, plenipotentiary, deputy, diplomatist. Ambiguous, equivocal, indistinct, doubtful. To ameliorate, make better, improve, amend, reform. Amenable, accountable, answerable, responsible. To amend, correct, better, improve, reform, rectify. Amends, restitution, reparation, compensation, atonement. Amiable, lovely, charming, delightful, pleasing, engaging. Amicable, friendly, kind, conciliatory, social. Amity, friendship, sociability, kindness. Amorous, loving, fond, affectionate. Amphitheater, circus, round or oval building. Ample, spacious, capacious, abundant, plenteous, full, wide, copious, liberal. To amplify, enlarge, extend, expand. Amplification, extension, development, expansion, enlargement. Amplitude, expanse, extent, largeness. To amputate, cut off, sever, dismember, separate. Amuse, entertain, divert, beguile. Amusement, diversion, sport, recreation, pastime. To analyze, separate, decompose, resolve. Anarchy, disorder, confusion, misrule. Anathema, malediction, curse, ban. To anathematize, denounce, curse. Ancestor, progenitor, forefather, predecessor. Ancestral, hereditary, inherited. Anchorite, hermit, recluse, eremite, ascetic. Ancient, old, antique, antiquated, old-fashioned, obsolete. Ancillary, waiting on, conducive, subservient, auxiliary. Anecdote, story, tale, memoir, incident, occurrence. Anger, ire, wrath, resentment, indignation, disapprobation, displeasure, passion, rage, fury. To anger, irritate, aggravate, enrage, incite, stimulate, chafe, exasperate, inflame, vex, provoke. Angry, irascible, passionate, hasty, hot, wrathful, indignant, irritated, enraged, incensed, provoked, touchy. Anguish, pain, agony, distress, suffering, woe. Anility, dotage, weakness, imbecility. Animadversion, criticism, stricture, censure. To animate, give life to, inspire, exhilarate, enliven, incite, impel, instigate, urge, cheer. Animated, vivacious, lively, sprightly, spirited, buoyant. Animating, exhilarating, inspiring, exciting, encouraging. Animation, life, vivacity, spirits, buoyancy. Animosity, enmity, hostility, malignity, virulence. Annals, chronicles, memoirs, archives, records, registers. Annalist, historian, chronicler. To annex, affix, attach, subjoin. To annihilate, destroy, annul, extinguish, raise. Annotation, comment, note, observation, remark, explication, elucidation. To announce, advertise, proclaim, publish, report, notify. To annoy, molest, incommode, vex, tease. Annoyance, trouble, discomfort, uneasiness. Annually, yearly, returning every year. To annul, abolish, abrogate, repeal, cancel, revoke, destroy, annihilate, nullify. Annular, round, circular, like a ring. Anomalous, irregular, singular, uncommon, abnormal. Answer, reply, rejoinder, response, replication. To answer, reply, suit, guarantee, warrant, secure. Answerable, responsible, accountable, amenable, suitable, correspondent. Antagonism, opposition, hostility. Antagonist, adversary, opponent, enemy, foe. Antagonistic, adverse, hostile, contrary, repugnant. Antecedent, anterior. Previous, prior, former, foregoing, preceding, preliminary. Antepast, anticipation, foretaste. Anthem, hymn, sacred song. To anticipate, take before, precede, prejudge, forestall. Antipathy, aversion, dislike, hatred, repugnance, opposition. Antique, old, ancient, antiquated, old-fashioned, obsolete. Anxiety, anxiousness. Care, solicitude, perplexity, uneasiness. Caution, attention, eagerness. Apace, swiftly, quickly, rapidly. Apartment, chamber, room, hall. Apathetic, insensitive, impassive, indifferent, without feeling. Apathy, indifference, insensibility, want of feeling. To ape, imitate, mimic, mock. Aperture, opening, cavity, gape, hollow, chasm. Aphorism, apothegm, adage, maxim, proverb, saying, instructive remark. Apocryphal, hidden, of uncertain authority, legendary. Apology, excuse, defense, explanation. To apologize, defend, justify, exculpate, plead. Apostasy, defection, renunciation, falling away. To appall, dismay, terrify, daunt, frighten. Apparatus, tools, instruments, furniture. Apparel, attire, array, dress, clothing, covering, garment. Apparent, visible, obvious, distinct, plain, evident, manifest, clear, palpable, self-evident. Apparently, ostensibly, evidently, openly. Apparition, ghost, specter, phantom. To appeal, refer, call upon, invoke. To appear, look, seem. Appearance, air, look, manner, mean, aspect, phenomenon, semblance, probability, speciousness, plausibility. To appease, pacify, allay, assuage, tranquilize, soothe, calm, compose, propitiate, quiet, conciliate. Appellation, name, denomination, title, cognomen. To appertain, belong, be a part of, or property of. To applaud, commend, praise, extol, approve. Applause, acclamation, clapping, exultation, shouting. Application, intenseness of thought, attention. Request, petition. The act of applying, the thing applied. To apply. Devote, addict, address, refer to. To appoint, allot, ordain, depute, order, prescribe, constitute, fix, provide, settle. To apportion, allot, assign, distribute, appropriate. Apposite, proper, fit, adapted, suitable. To appreciate, estimate, note, value, esteem, prize. To apprehend, take, seize, catch, hold, conceive, imagine, anticipate, fear, dread. To apprise, acquaint, inform, disclose, communicate. Approach, access, admittance, admission, advent. To approach, approximate, come near. Approbation, approval, concurrence, consent, assent. Appropriate, peculiar, particular, exclusive. To appropriate, assume, arrogate, usurp, set apart. Approval, concurrence, approbation, consent. Appurtenance, adjunct, appendage. Apt, ready, fit, meet, prompt, suitable, dexterous, quick. Arbiter, arbitrator, judge, umpire. Arbitrament, will, determination, choice. Arbitrary, peremptory, imperious, domineering, tyrannical, absolute, despotic. Optional, capricious. Arch, sportive, frolicsome, waggish, merry. Arched, concave, vaulted. Archetype, original pattern, model. Architect, designer, planner, builder, contriver. Archives, annals, records, chronicles, registers. Ardent, vehement, hot, eager, passionate, fervent, intense. Arduous, hard, difficult, laborious, Herculean. To argue, dispute, discuss, debate, expostulate, remonstrate. Argument, reason, proof, dispute, controversy. Aridity, dryness, sterility, barrenness, unfruitfulness. To arise, rise, mount, ascend, get up. To arm, equip, accoutre, provide. Armistice, truce, temporary cessation of arms. Army, host, force, number of soldiers. Aromatic, spicy, fragrant, scented. To arouse, awaken, stir up, excite. To arraign, accuse, charge, impeach, censure, criminate. To arrange, place in order, dispose, regulate, organize. Errant, flagrant, heinous, notorious, infamous, vile. Array, apparel, attire, show, exhibition, order, rank. To array, embattle, marshal, draw up, range, deck, clothe. Arrear, money due but not paid. To arrest, seize, withhold, hinder, stop, apprehend. To arrive, reach, attain, gain. Arrogance, assumption, haughtiness, presumption, usurpation, pride, loftiness, hauteur. Arrogant, haughty, supercilious, proud, overweening. To arrogate, usurp, assume, claim. Art, cunning, deceit, duplicity, skill, aptitude, contrivance, expertness, dexterity. Artful, artificial, fictitious, cunning, crafty, sly, subtle. To articulate, speak, utter, pronounce, express. Article, condition, term, covenant, particular. Artifice, trick, finesse, stratagem, deception, cheat, deceit, imposture, delusion, fraud, guile, imposition. Artificer, artist, contriver, workman, operative. Artillery, cannon, ordnance, weapons of war. Artless, ingenuous, candid, open, frank, plain, fair, honest, unskillful, guileless, unsophisticated. To ascend, arise, rise, mount, soar, scale, climb. Ascendant, elevation, height, supremacy. Ascendancy, influence, authority, sway, predominance. Ascetic, hermit, recluse, anchorite. To ascribe, attribute, impute, charge upon. Ascribable, imputable, attributable. Ashamed, bashful, downcast, abashed, disconcerted. To ask, request, solicit, entreat, beg, claim, demand, inquire, question, invite. Aspect, appearance, air, look, mien, view. Asperity, acrimony, harshness, smartness, tartness, roughness, pungency, poignancy. To asperse, accuse falsely, calumniate, defame, detract, scandalize, slander, vilify, disparage. Aspersion, detraction, defamation, calumny, sprinkling. Aspirant, competitor, candidate. Aspiration, eager wish, strong desire. To assail, assault, attack, encounter. Assailant, aggressor, assaulter. To assassinate, kill, murder, slay. Assault, encounter, attack, onset. Assemblage, assembly. Collection, group, company, congress, diet, meeting, convocation, council, audience. To assemble, collect, muster, convene, convoke, gather. To assent, consent, concur, approve, acquiesce. To assert, affirm, declare, asseverate, aver, protest, pronounce, maintain, vindicate. Assertion, affirmation, declaration. Assessment, tax, rate, impost. To asseverate, assert, declare solemnly, avouch, affirm, aver, protest. Assiduous, vigorous, active, brisk, industrious, indefatigable, unremitting, alert. To assign, adduce, allege, advance, allot, appropriate. To assist, aid, help, relieve, succor, cooperate. Assistant, associate, helper, companion, ally, confederate, coadjutor, partner, comrade. To associate, join, unite, fraternize. Association, combination, company, assembly, partnership, union, society. To assort, place, arrange, classify. To assuage, allay, soothe, appease, calm, tranquilize, pacify, mitigate, conciliate, compose. To assume, take for granted, arrogate, usurp, affect, claim. Assuming, presumptuous, forward, haughty, arrogant. Assumption, arrogance, taking for granted, a thing supposed. Assurance, confidence, persuasion, impudence, effrontery. To assure, affirm, assert, asseverate, aver, protest, vouch. Astonishment, amazement, wonder, surprise, admiration. Astral, starry, stellar, sidereal. Astrictive, astringent, binding, styptic, strengthening. Astute, arch, cunning, penetrating, wily, crafty, artful. Astuteness, cunning, artfulness, penetration. Asunder, apart, separately. Asylum, refuge, retreat, shelter, hospital. Athletic, active, robust, belonging to a wrestler. Athwart, across, transverse, through. Atone, attune, make one, reconcile, satisfy. Atonement, satisfaction, reconciliation, appeasement. Atrocious, flagrant, flagitious, heinous, notorious, inhuman. Atrocity, enormity, heinousness. Atrophy, wasting away, decay, want of nourishment. To attach, affix, subjoin, connect, annex, adhere, stick, win, hold, gain, arrest. Attachment, affection, inclination, fondness, love, devotion, endearment, faithfulness, regard. Attack, assault, onset, aggression. To attack, assail, fall upon, encounter, impugn. To attain, reach, arrive, acquire, obtain, gain, procure, get. Attainment, qualification, acquirement, acquisition. Attaint, charge, try, disgrace, condemn. Attempt, effort, essay, trial, enterprise, undertaking. To attempt, try, endeavor, essay, undertake. To attend, accompany, escort, wait on, mind, heed, regard, hearken, listen. Attendant, accompanying, concomitant, waiter, servant. Attention, heed, care, application, study. Attentive, careful, mindful, intent. To attest, witness, prove, certify. Attire, clothes, dress, array, apparel, garments, vestments. Attitude, posture, gesture, action, gesticulation. To attract, draw, allure, entice, invite, charm. Attractions, charms, allurements, fascination. Attractive, winning, fascinating, charming, captivating. Attribute, quality, property. To attribute, ascribe, impute, give as due. Audacity, boldness, effrontery, hardihood. Audience, act of hearing, liberty of speaking, auditory. Auditory, audience, people, assembly, place for lectures. To augment, enlarge, increase, extend, grow larger. Augmentation, accession, addition, increase, reinforcement. To augur, forebode, betoken, presage, portend, guess. August, majestic, dignified, stately, inspiring awe. Auspicious, favorable, propitious, promising, happy. Austere, rigid, severe, stern, harsh, uncompromising. Authenticity, authority, genuineness. Authoritative, commanding, imperative, imperious. Authority, ascendancy, sway, influence, dominion, force, legal power, testimony. To authorize, empower, direct, instruct, commission. Authorized, commissioned, empowered. Autocracy, absolute government, uncontrolled power. Auxiliary, helping, assisting, subservient. Avail, advantage, use, benefit, utility, service, profit. Available, profitable, advantageous, useful. Avarice, covetousness, cupidity, desire of money. To avenge, revenge, vindicate, take satisfaction. Avenger, punisher, revenger. To aver, affirm, assert, declare, assure, asseverate, protest. Averse, adverse, backward, loath, reluctant, unwilling, repugnant, hostile, unfavorable. Aversion, antipathy, dislike, repugnance, hatred, distaste. Avidity, eagerness, greediness, rapacity. Avocation, business, employment, engagement, office, trade, profession, occupation, vocation, a calling aside. To avoid, shun, elude, eschew, escape. To avow, acknowledge, own, confess, recognize, declare. Avowal, confession, declaration. Avowedly, confessedly, openly. To awaken, arouse, stir up, excite, provoke, incite. To award, adjudicate, adjudge, determine, assign. Aware, apprised, on one's guard, conscious, vigilant, sensible. Awe, reverence, dread, fear. Awful, solemn, dreadful, timorous. Awkward, clumsy, uncouth, untoward, bungling. Awry, crooked, bent, oblique, twisted on one side. Axiom, self-evident truth. Maxim, aphorism, saying. Axis, the line between the poles on which the earth revolves. Azure, blue, cerulean. End of A Comprehensive Dictionary of English Synonyms by William Carpenter.
Part 1 of the Detection of Forgery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. The Detection of Forgery by Douglas Blackburn and Captain Watham Cadell. Introduction. The object of this little work is to assist those who may occasionally be called upon to form an opinion as to the genuineness of signatures, alterations in checks, and the very doubtful documents that demand the serious consideration of business men by way of a preliminary to taking further steps. It is the first attempt published in England to explain the principles upon which the comparison and examination of handwriting are conducted by experts. It is, and can only be, an outline of suggestions how to begin. For no two experts follow precisely the same methods, any more than two painters work on the same lines. Both agree in recognizing certain rules and general principles, but each strives for his objective point by the employment of those means which experience, temperament, taste, and opportunity suggest. The study of the elementary rules of their art puts them upon the road for perfecting it, after which success can only be attained by rightly reading the signs that lead to the ultimate goal. In reading these chapters, the student should begin by practicing that self-help which is essential to success. He must read with pen and notebook. It is with the object of compelling this valuable habit that no illustrative examples are given in the text. It would have been easy to fill many pages with script illustrations, but experience shows that a much greater impression is made upon the memory by the hand forming the outlines describing than if they were provided in pictorial form. In other words, the student should supply this purposeful omission by himself constructing the illustrations from the description. The trifling extra time and trouble thus demanded will be amply repaid by the ease and rapidity with which the various points will be fixed in the memory. Nor is this the only advantage to be gained. The act of reproducing the illustrations cited will emphasize and render clear technical and mechanical features that would require many words to explain, with the attendant risk of confusing the mind by mere verbiage. The material and opportunity for practicing and studying the comparison of handwritings are abundant. Every letter written or read affords a subject, and in a surprisingly short space of time the student will find himself instinctively noting and analyzing peculiarities in handwriting that probably never arrested his attention before. The principles of the art are exceedingly simple and free from complexity, and many a person who takes up the study will find that he possesses powers of analysis and observation unguessed before. The most successful expert is he who observes most closely and accurately, and the faculty needs only the spur of an objective point for it to be developed. After a little practice, experience will suggest many methods of examination and test not dealt with here. For example, photographic enlargements can be and are utilized with great advantage by bringing out minute details, especially in signatures, erasures, and alterations. Interesting experiments can be made with a view to discovering the effect of different kinds of ink, important in settling the question whether the whole of a particular writing was done with one fluid, and at the same time, or at intervals. The study of erasures and alterations of figures or characters also comes within the scope of developments of the art which it is not deemed necessary to deal with at length in these pages, for after experience will suggest their use and the best methods of procedure. For the beginner, the instructions given in the chapters that follow will be found amply sufficient to direct him how to take up a fascinating and practical accomplishment, and this, with no further aid than his own judgment, perseverance, and powers of observation and deduction. Chapter 1. The Principles of Handwriting Analysis. The principle on which experts claim to be able to detect variations and to differentiate between handwritings is based on the well-established axiom that there is no such thing as a perfect pair in nature. That, however, clothes the apparent similarity between two things. A careful examination and comparison will reveal marked differences to those trained to detect them. This is especially true of everything that is produced by human agency. Everyone knows how difficult it is to keep check upon and eradicate certain physical habits, such as gestures, style of walking, moving the hands, arms, tricks of speech, or tone of voice. These mannerisms, being mechanical and automatic, or the result of long habit, are performed unconsciously, and there is probably no person who is entirely free from some marked peculiarity of manner, which he is ignorant of possessing. It is a well-known fact that the subject of caricature or mimicry rarely admits the accuracy or justness of the imitation, although the peculiarities so emphasized are plainly apparent to others. Even actors, who are supposed to make a careful study of their every tone and gesture, are constantly criticized for faults or mannerisms plain to the observer but undetected by themselves. It is easy, therefore, to understand how a trick or a gesture may become a fixed and unconscious habit through long custom, especially when, as in the case of a peculiarity of style in handwriting, there has been neither criticism on it nor special reason for abandoning it. Every person whose handwriting is developed and permanently formed has adopted certain more or less distinctive peculiarities in the formation of letters of which he is generally unaware. The act of writing is much less a matter of control than may be supposed. The pen follows the thoughts mechanically, and few ready and habitual writers could, if suddenly called upon to do so, say what peculiarities their writing possessed. For example, how many could say offhand how they dotted an I? Whether with a round dot, a tick, or a dash; whether the tick was vertical, horizontal, or sloping; what was the proportional distance of the dot from the top of the I. Again, ask a practised writer how he crosses the letter T, whether with a horizontal, up or down stroke. It is safe to assume that not 1 in 1,000 could give an accurate answer, for the reason that the dotting of an I and crossing of a T have become mechanical acts, done without thought or premeditation, but as the result of a long formed habit. It is these unconscious hand gestures and mechanical tricks of style that the handwriting expert learns to distinguish and recognize. The unconsidered trifles that the writer has probably never devoted a minute's thought to, and which come upon him as a surprise when they are pointed out to him. Their detection is rendered the more easy when one knows what to look for from the fact that they are, unlike gestures and tricks of voice, permanent. A mannerism may not strike two observers in the same way, nor is it easy to compare, for it is fleeting, and the memory has to be relied upon to recall a former gesture in order to compare it with the last. It is not so with a hand gesture in writing. The sign remains side by side with its repetition, for careful and deliberate comparison, and if the writing be a long one, the expert has the advantage of being in possession of ample material on which to base his judgment. A popular fallacy. One of the most frequent objections offered by the casual critic when the subject of expert testimony is discussed is to the effect that people write different hands with different pens, and he probably believes this to be true. A very slight acquaintance with the principles on which the expert works would satisfy the spontaneous critic of the fallacy of his objection. A person who habitually writes a fine, small hand, sloping from right to left, may believe that he has altered the character of his hand by using a thick, soft quill, reversing the slope to what is called a backhand, and doubling the size of the letters. All he has done is to put on a different suit of clothes. The same man is in them. The use of a thick pen does not make him put a dot over the I where before he made a horizontal dash. It does not turn a straight, barred T into a curved loop. Neither does it alter the proportionate distance between the letters and lines. It does not make him form loops where before he habitually made bars, or vice versa. And if he formerly made a U with an angle like a V, he will not write the U with the rounded hook. Neither will it cause him to drop his habit of adding a spur to his initial letters, or curtail the ends and tails that he was wont to make long. In short, the points to which the expert devotes his investigation are those least affected by any variation in the character of the pen used and the hand gestures which have, by constant usage, become as much part of the writer's style as his walk and tone of his voice. It follows, therefore, that the work of the handwriting experts consists in learning how to detect and recognize those unconscious or mechanical signs, characteristics or hand gestures that are a feature in the handwriting of every person. No matter how closely any two hands may approximate in general appearance. However, similar two hands may seem to the casual and untrained observer very distant, and unmistakable differences become apparent when the student has been taught what to look for. There is no more certain thing than the fact that there has not yet been discovered two handwritings by separate persons so closely allied that a difference cannot be detected by the trained observer. Every schoolmaster knows that in a class of pupils taught writing from the same model and kept strictly to it, no two hands are alike, although in the early and rudimentary stage, but before the hand has attained freedom and approached a settled character, the differences are less marked. So soon as the child has been freed from the restraint of the set copy and the criticism of the teacher, he begins to manifest distinct characteristics, which become more marked and fixed with practice and usage. There is no writing so uniform as the regulation hand used, and wisely insisted upon, in the civil service and familiar to the general public in telegrams and official letters. Yet it is safe to say that there is not a telegraph or post office clerk in England who would not be able to pick out the writing of any colleague with which he was at all acquainted. Duplicates not existent. But the best and most decisive answer to the objection that writings may be exactly similar lies in the notorious fact that during half a century experts have failed to discover two complete writings by different hands, so much alike that a difference could not be detected. Had such existed, they would long ere this have been produced for the confuting of the expert in the witness box, particularly when we bear in mind that the liberty, and even the life of a person, have depended upon the identification of handwriting. That there are many cases of extraordinary similarity between different handwritings is a fact. If there were not, there would be very little occasion for the services of the expert. But it is equally a fact that the fancied resemblance becomes less apparent as soon as the writing is examined by a capable and painstaking expert. It should not be forgotten that it is not every person who undertakes the comparison of handwritings who is qualified for the task, any more than every doctor who diagnoses a case can be depended upon to arrive at an accurate conclusion. But if the tried and accepted principles of the art be acted upon, there should be no possibility of error, always assuming that the person undertaking the examination has a sufficiency of material for comparison. An expert who valued his reputation would, for example, be very cautious about giving an emphatic opinion if the only material at his disposal were 2 or 3 words or letters. It is quite possible that a clever mimic might reproduce the voice of another person so accurately as to deceive those who knew the subject of the imitation, but let him carry on a conversation in the assumed voice for a few minutes, and detection is certain. In like manner, while a few characters and tricks of style in writing may be fairly well imitated, it is impossible to carry the deception over a number of words. Sooner or later the forger lapses into some trick of his own, and it is here the trained observer catches him. The expert, like the caricaturist, lays himself out to note the peculiarities of his subject, knowing that these are particularly beyond the control of the writer, and that the probabilities are that he is not even aware of them. Peculiarities in handwriting, like unchecked habits in children, become in time crystallized into a mannerism so fixed as to be part of the nature, and consequently are difficult of eradication. As a matter of fact, a peculiarity in handwriting is more often cultivated than controlled. Many writers regarding a departure from orthodox copybook form as an evidence of an educated hand. The law of probabilities. In examining a writing for comparison with another, the expert notes all peculiarities which he labels, for distinctive reference, tricks. When he has recorded as many as possible, he looks for them in the writing which he has to compare. Suppose that he has taken note of a dozen tricks, and finds them all repeated in the suspected writing. The law of probabilities points to a common authorship for both writings, for it is asking too much to expect one to believe that there should exist 2 different persons, probably strangers, who possess precisely the same peculiarities in penmanship. This principle of the law of probabilities is applied in the case of the identification of persons wanted by the police. For example, the official description of an absconding forger runs as follows: He has a habit of rubbing his right thumb against the middle finger as if turning a ring. He frequently strokes his right eyebrow with right forefinger when engaged in writing. When perplexed, he bites his lower lip and clenches and unclenches his fingers. Now there are, probably, thousands of people who do every one of these things singly, but the chances are millions to 1 against there being 2 people who do them all as described in the official placard. In like many there may be a multitude of writers who form an F or K with a peculiar exaggerated buckle. Thousands more may make certain letters in the same way, but to assume that there are 2 persons who possess equally the whole 12 characteristics noted by the expert is to strain coincidence to the breaking point of absurdity. Therefore it follows that it is the weight of cumulative evidence of similarity in the production of usual tricks of style that proclaims a common authorship for 2 apparently different writings. It may be, and often is, the case that the peculiarities or tricks in the original have been imitated in the suspected writing. As a result of his experience in knowing what to look for in a copied document, the expert is not deceived. However good the copy, there are always apparent to the trained eye evidences that prove another and stranger hand. Plain is the difference between the firm, clear line of the drawing master and the broken saw-edge effort of the pupil. Habitual observation trains the eye to an extent that would scarcely be credited unless proved by experiment. The art of observation cannot be taught. It must be the outcome of practice. The most the teacher can do is to indicate the lines on which the study should be carried out, and offer hints and suggestions as to what to look for. The rest is in the hands of the student. Chapter 2. Measurement and its Appliances. The appliances necessary for the work of examination are a good magnifying or reading glass of the greatest power obtainable, a pair of fine compasses or dividers, a horn or celluloid protractor for measuring angles of slope, and a clearly marked scale rule. Suitable articles will generally be found in any ordinary case of mathematical instruments. A simpler and equally accurate method of taking measurements of handwriting is by the aid of the transparent paper known as foreign letter paper. It is usually of quarto size, very thin and transparent, and is ruled horizontally and vertically, dividing the sheet into tiny squares. It is laid over the writing to be examined, and the various measurement marks are made with a finely pointed lead pencil. The lines and squares are used for measurement as the parallels of latitude and longitude are used on a chart. For example, a letter is said to be so many lines high, so many lines wide. One of the tiny squares should be carefully divided into 2, or if possible 4 parts, so as to ensure finer and more accurate measurement. A letter may then be measured in parts of a line, being described, for example, as height 6 3/4 lines, breadth 2 1/2 lines. It is, of course, important that the same gauge of ruled paper be used uniformly, otherwise the measurements will vary. If the student has had practice in the use of the dividers and scale rule, he may prefer to employ these, but the ruled paper and a finely pointed lead pencil will be found sufficient for most purposes. A paper specially prepared for surveyors, ruled in squares of 1/8 of an inch, may be obtained. For measuring the slopes of letters, a transparent protractor is necessary. The letters measured are all topped and tailed small letters, and all capitals having a shank. Letters like O, C, Q, S, and X can only be measured approximately. The method of applying the measurements of heights and angles of slopes is shown in the case illustrated by the table on page 15. The subject of inquiry was a signature containing the letters B, lowercase l, K, B. The measurements of these letters in the forgery are given at the top of the table, and show the height and lines and angles of slope in degrees. The measurements of the corresponding letters in 12 genuine signatures are shown in the table as examples 1 to 12. The total is averaged by dividing by 12. The presumption in favor of the suspected signature being a forgery is strongly supported by the arithmetical result. A difference of more than 2% in angle of slope and 3% in height may be safely relied upon as ground for suspicion, for it is rarely that a man's signature varies so greatly within a brief period. In the absence of the explanation provided by illness, intentional change in style, or other abnormal circumstances, such a difference as is shown in this example will justify a belief that the suspected signature is by another hand. Chapter 3. Terminology. In order to render the description of a writing perfectly clear, a system of terminology is adopted which is invariable. That is, the same terms are always employed in indicating the same parts of a letter. These are simple, and for the most part self-explanatory, so that no effort is required to commit them to memory. Every part of a letter has a distinctive name, so that it would be possible to reproduce a script character very closely by a verbal description. The following are the terms used in describing a letter. Letter means the whole of any script character, capital or small, for the sake of brevity in notes and reports. Capital is written C, lowercase p, small, capital S, lowercase m. Arc. An arc is a curve formed inside the top loop or curve, as in F, M, H, O. In O, the inside top half of the letter is the arc. The inside bottom half is the hook. Buckle. The buckle is a separate stroke added to such letters as K, F, and capitals A, F, H. Beard. The beard is a preliminary stroke that often appears in capital letters. Body. The body of a letter is that portion of it which rests on the line and could be contained in a small circle. For example, in a small d, the body consists of the circle and the final upward curve or toe. In a small g, the body is the circle minus the tail. I is a small circle formed by the continuation of a stroke as in the shoulder R. Finals. A final is the finishing stroke not carried beyond the shank in capitals, and in a few smalls like Y, G, Z. Foot. The foot of a letter is that portion of it that rests on the line. Small m has 3 feet, H has 2, etc. Hook. The hook is the inside of a bottom curve. It is the opposite of the arc. Link. The link is that portion of the stroke which connects two letters. Broken link. A broken link is a disconnection in the link joining two letters. Loop. A loop is that portion of a letter which forms the top or tail. Unlooped tops and tails are called barred. For example, small f has 2 loops. Top and bottom, F, H, L have 1 top loop. G, Y, Z have 1 bottom loop. Shank. The shank of a letter is the principal long downstroke that forms the backbone. Shoulder. The shoulder is the opposite of the top of the curve as seen in small m, n, o, h. Small m has 3 shoulders, n, 2, h, 1. Spur. The spur is to the small letter what the beard is to the capital. It is the initial stroke. Tick. A tick is a small stroke generally at the beginning of a letter, sometimes at the end. Toe. The toe is the concluding upward stroke of a letter, as seen in small e, n, h, and c. Whirl. The whirl is the upstroke in all looped letters. It is a continuation of the spur in B, H, F, L, and is always an upstroke. Chapter 4. Classes of Handwriting. For convenience and differentiation, handwritings are divided into the following classes. Practically every type of writing can be placed in one of them. Vertical hand. A vertical hand is one in which the tops and tails of letters form as nearly as possible a perpendicular with the horizontal line. The best example of this class of handwriting is that known as a civil service hand, familiar to the general public through telegrams and official documents. Backhand is a hand in which the general slope of the characters is from right to left. Italian hand is the reverse of a backhand, the slope being at an acute angle from left to right. It is a style fast going out of fashion, and is almost invariably the handwriting used by elderly ladies. Its most pronounced characteristic is its sharp angles and absence of curves. Open hand. An open hand is one that generally approximates to the vertical, its distinguishing feature being the wide space between the letters. The best example of it is that known as the Cusack style of writing. Closed hand. A closed hand is the opposite of an open hand, the letters being crowded together and generally long and narrow with the slope from left to right. Greek hand. This is the name given to a type of writing that closely approximates to the printed character. Many letters, both capital and small, are formed to imitate print, particularly the capitals T, X, Y, R, B, D, and the smalls E, F, G, H, J, K, P, R, T, V, W, X, Y, Z. It is a hand frequently found in the writings of classical scholars, literary men engaged in work entailing careful research, and often is an evidence of short sight. The wavy hand is generally vertical. Its characteristic is an undulating serpentine waviness. Little or no distinction is made between barred or looped letters. There are no rounded shoulders to the M and N, and the word many would be written by 5 small u's. In round body letters like A, D, G, the circle is rarely completed, but is left open, so that small a becomes u, and small d may be mistaken for it, with the I undotted and T uncrossed. Despite its geometrical and calligraphic inaccuracy and detail, this hand is generally written with great regularity, that is, the characters, though incomplete, are always uniform in their regularity. The E is never open, but is an undotted I, and N is U, but when the peculiarities of the writer become familiar this hand is often very legible. Flat hand. A flat hand is a type of handwriting in which the characters have an oblate or flattened appearance, the O, A, G, and C being horizontal ovals, like the minim and breve in music. The tails and tops are generally short, with wide loops. It is nearly always a vertical hand. An eccentric hand is one that presents various marked peculiarities and departures from the standard rules in the formation of certain letters, and cannot be placed in any recognized class, though it may approximate to one more than to the other. The round or clerical hand is a writing that preserves a close affinity for the round, regular hand of the average schoolboy, with the difference that while the characters are formed on regular copybook model, the hand is written with a considerable fluency and firmness. It is generally only a little out of the perpendicular, sloping slightly towards the right. Chapter 5. How to examine a writing. The examination of a writing generally consists in making a careful comparison between it and another or others, the object being to determine whether all are by the same hand. The writing which is in a known hand, or as to the authorship of which there is no doubt, is usually called the original, and is always referred to by this name. The writing which has to be compared with it, and which practically forms the subject of the inquiry, is called the suspect. The suspect should be marked capital A, B, C, D, and C, and put away without examination until the original has been thoroughly mastered. This is more important than may appear at first sight, for the confusing effect of having the two types of writing in the eye and mind before one type is made familiar is highly prejudicial. Any inclination to look at the suspects first should be firmly resisted. Let us assume that the object of the examination is to discover the writer of an anonymous letter, one of the most frequent tasks of the handwriting expert. The material in hand is the anonymous letter, which in such a case may be called the original, and half a dozen specimens of the writing of suspected persons. These suspects are numbered from 1 to 6, or marked capital A, B, C, and lowercase c, and put aside until the original has been thoroughly studied. The first thing is to examine the paper and envelope, noting its quality, watermark, size, and any feature that may afford a clue. It is always safe to presume that the paper is in every respect unlike that commonly used by the writer, just as it is equally safe to take it for granted that the writing it contains will, so far as its general appearance goes, be the reverse of the normal hand of the author. That is, if it be a heavy backhand, the writer probably uses a hand approximating to the Italian, though too much weight must not be attached to this theory. Next, note the general style of the document as a whole, whether the margin between top, bottom, and size is large or small. A writer who habitually begins at the top left-hand corner, very near to the edge of the paper, will often betray himself by repeating the habit. It is a very common sign of an economical disposition. Note whether he crowds his words and letters near the ends of lines or leaves a good margin. Clerks and those engaged in official work rarely crowd their final words, preferring rather to leave a wide space and go on to the next line. Note whether the hyphen is used to divide words. Many writers never divide a word, others do it frequently, with or without the hyphen. Measure the average distance between lines, if unruled paper is used, and make a note of the average distance. Measure the distance between words and strike an average, noting if words are connected without lifting the pen. It may be found that this joining is only done when certain letters from the final of the first word join and the initial of the word connected. Look carefully for such. Note particularly the slope of the topped and tailed letters. Note the punctuation, whether frequent and accurate or otherwise. Determine the class to which the writing belongs. Read the document carefully, noting any peculiarities of languages, eras, or Americanisms in spelling, such as favor for favor, color for color, and such. The substitution of z for s in such words as advertise and such. Examine with the glass any words that may have been crossed out or rewritten, noting particularly letters that have been mended or touched up. Note whether the horizontal lines have a tendency to slope up or down. Note particularly letters with 2 or more feet, like A, D, H, K, M, N, and such. It will be found that a certain regularity in formation exists in most writings, if the A be formed like an O, the toe not touching the line, or an N with the second foot high up like a bearded R. These peculiarities should be carefully noted. Some writers go to the other extreme and carry the second foot below the line, so that A becomes a small q. Too much time cannot be devoted to this aspect of handwriting, as it presents features of which the writer is probably quite unconscious, and therefore affords valuable evidence. Next study the top and tailed letters, noting whether they are looped or barred, that is, formed by a single stroke. It will be often found that certain letters are always looped, others barred. Take careful note of such. If both barred and looped letters appear to be used indiscriminately, count and average them. In any case, a characteristic will be revealed. Examine and classify the loops. Note whether they are long or short, rounded or angular, wide or narrow. Devote special attention to the arc, shoulder, and hook. Note also any differences of thickness between the up and down stroke. Test the degree of clearness and sharpness of stroke by means of the glass, and carefully look for the serrated or ragged edge, which will assist in determining the angle at which the pen is held. Chapter 6. The Alphabet in Detail. If the instructions so far given have been acted upon, the student will have familiarized himself with the general character of the writing under examination. He should now proceed with a detailed examination of each letter, beginning with the smalls, and taking them in alphabetical order. Take a sheet of tracing paper and trace each small a, letting them follow each other on the line with about a 1/4 inch of space between each letter. During the process of tracing, the eye must be on the alert for peculiarities, notably the roundness or otherwise of the circle as a whole, the curve or angle of the arc and hook, the relative position of the toe. Note the shank, whether looped or barred, whether the top of it is above or below the body of the circle, whether it is vertical or sloping from right or left. Having compared all the a's, count them, and decide which form most frequently recurs. This may be taken as the normal a of the writer. The following are the principal points to be considered in examining succeeding letters. B. Note the spur, its length, how far up the shank it meets it, whether the shank is barred or looped. The character of the loop. Note particularly the toe, which also forms the link. This is a very significant hand gesture. It may be low down, making the B literally L-I, or it may be a horizontal bar, an angle, or a neat semicircle. Its formation offers large scope for variation and should be very carefully studied. Compare the toe with the corresponding stroke in F, O, V, W. Note whether it is joined with an I, and observe its average distance from the bottom on baseline. C. This letter, when an initial, is frequently begun with a spur, often with a dot or tick. When connected with the preceding letter, the link may make the C into an E. It is sometimes disconnected from the preceding letter. Note whether this is characteristic. D. Apply the same test as in examining small a, noting whether the shank is barred or looped. E. Examine the spur and initials. Closely observe the loop. Look for any recurrence of the Greek E. Examine and compare the specimens given in the examples. Many writers have a habit of forming an E as an I and adding the loop. Look out for this with assistance of the glass. F. This is an important letter, giving scope for numerous varieties of form. Examine and classify the loops, noting which is longer, the top or bottom, whether one or both are barred. The eye and toe are pregnant with material for observation. Examine the various forms of this letter given in the examples. G. Like the preceding letter, this one has many varieties of form and will repay careful study. H. The characteristic portion of this letter is the hook, forming its body. Note how it is joined to the shank, whether it starts from the line or high up, whether the shoulder is rounded or angular, whether the foot touches the line and remains above it, whether the shank is looped or barred. I. This is an important letter because of the dot, which is made mechanically. After noting whether the shank is spurred as an initial, special attention must be devoted to the dot. Dots are of various forms. They may be a wedge-shaped stroke, sloping in any direction, a horizontal dash, a tiny circle or semicircle, a small V, or a perfect dot. Examine them all through the glass, and compare them with the comma, which often partakes of the same character as the dot. Note also its relative position to the shank, whether vertical, to the right or left, and its average height and distance from the shank. Much may be learned from a careful examination of the dot, and its every variation and characteristic should be most carefully noted and classified. J is important for the same reason that makes the I significant. There are several forms of it, but the dotting offers the most valuable evidence. K. This is the most significant and valuable of the small letters, as it offers scope for so much originality and irregularity in its formation. The characteristic features of the small k lie mainly on the body. Few writers form a k alike. Although it may belong to the same class, the number of variations that can be rung on the body is surprisingly large, ranging from the regulation copybook model to the eccentric patterns shown in the examples. Special attention should be devoted to the eye and buckle, for it is at this junction of the two strokes forming the body that most writers exhibit their peculiarities. L. The same principles of examination apply to this letter as to the small e. Note carefully the character of the loop and examine the position of the spur. M and N offer ample material for examination. As an initial, the first stroke is sometimes exaggerated, approximating the letter to the capital M or N. Note the formation of the shoulders and the relative heights and width. Also, by means of a line touching the tops of the shoulders, note carefully and compare the last shoulder with the first. This letter presents great extremes in formation. The shoulders may be high and well rounded, or even horizontal, or there may be sharp angles, turning the M into IN and the N into U. Note the distance between the shanks and observe whether it is uniform. O. This letter owes its main importance to its connecting link. Note whether it is carried low down, making the letter like an A, whether it is joined to the body by an I, and if the toe is curved or angular. Note also the general conformation of the circular body and compare the toe with that in B, F, V, and W. P. There are several forms of this letter, and a writer who affects one of them generally repeats it often. The shank may be barred or looped, wholly or in part, especially when used as an initial. The body generally offers ample material for examination. Q is also a letter with which great liberties are taken and is the subject of several variations. Some writers make no distinction between G and Q, and the final stroke often supplies the main characteristic of this letter. R. This important letter has two forms, the square or eyed and the hooked. Many variants are employed in forming it, as the specimens in the examples show. Many writers unconsciously form a habit of using both R's, but with a certain degree of system. For example, one may use the hook R always as a final, and the eyed R as an initial. The formation of the eye should be specially studied, with the shoulder, which may be formed as a semicircle, an arc, a straight bar, or an angular V. The hooked R is equally rich in varying forms, and the letter forms an interesting study. S. This is a letter of such frequent recurrence in the English language that it not unnaturally has become the subject of a variety of forms, and this despite the fact that its regulation shape is exceedingly simple and rudimentary. The majority of writers have one favorite form of the letter, which, like the K, becomes characteristic. T. This letter is important because of its frequent recurrence and on account of the variations of form, the bar or crossing being the most fruitful in material for observation. There are two usual forms of the T, the hooked and crossed, and the barred, and they are equally valuable and characteristic. The crossing of a hooked T, like the dotting of an I, is so mechanical an act that it often reveals important evidence. The cross stroke, when closely examined, will be found to present many variations. It may be a fine horizontal line, a curve, a heavy short dash. It may be ticked or dotted at either end or both. In short, there is scarcely an end to the numerous forms this important hand gesture may assume. Then its relative position to the shank tells much. It may be high up, not touching the shank, low down, neatly struck at right angles to the shank, or it may be omitted altogether. In some circumstances the T is crossed, in others left uncrossed. For example, the T at the beginning of a word may be invariably uncrossed, but the final T never. These are the peculiarities and characteristics the student has to keep a watchful eye for. The other form of the T is known as the bar T. It is generally uncrossed, and often the buckle is an important feature. A careful examination of the examples will suggest the lines on which the analysis of the letter T should be conducted, and at the same time reveal the richness of material at the disposal of the student. U. Note whether the two shanks are uniform, whether the letter is spurred as an initial. Average the distance between the shanks, and observe the conformation of the hook, whether rounded or V-shaped. V. The important feature of this letter is the toe. Its formation must be carefully noted as in F, O, hooked R, and W. W. Apply the same test as to U and V. Note the uniformity otherwise of the shanks and hooks, and study the varied forms given in the examples. X. This letter lends itself to tricks and variations, and few letters depart more from the orthodox copybook form in actual practice, as is shown in the examples. Y. Note the spur and its relative position to the shank. Note the tail and its average length. Z. This letter offers good material for study in the detection of mannerisms. Its body is the most significant part, as it is capable of so many variations. It may be angular or well curved. The eye may be large or exaggerated, or merely suggested. Like K and X, the form once adopted by a writer is not usually departed from to any great extent. Chapter 7. The Capitals. Owing to their large size and more complex form, the capital letters offer much more material for tests than the smalls. They yield more scope for tricks and eccentricities, though at the same time their extra prominence and the clearness with which their outlines strike the eye of the writer render it more likely that he will detect glaring departures from the orthodox model. In other words, a writer would probably pay more attention to accuracy in forming, and particularly in copying, a capital than a small letter. This is generally found to be the case in signature forgeries, the capitals being, as a rule, much nearer the original than the small letters. But there is this great advantage in favor of the student in examining capitals: the strokes, being more expansive, supply a larger field and material for examination. For example, a ragged or diamond stroke in a much flourished capital like M, W, R, and B would be more apparent than the same kind of stroke in a small letter. There is no need to take the capital letters seriatim, as was the case with the smalls, for the same principles and rules for examination apply in both cases. The same care is necessary in examining the arcs, hooks, and shoulders of loops with their general conformation. The angle of slope is more noticeable in capitals, and they reveal the characteristics of the writer more than small letters. Persons who profess to delineate character from handwriting always pay great attention to the capitals, doubtless with good reason, and as the result of long experience. An examination will show that about 10 capitals can be formed with 2 disconnected strokes. They are A, B, F, H, K, P, Q, R, T, and X. These are known as double capitals. These doubles should be carefully looked for, and the frequency, or otherwise, of their recurrence noted, as it is probable that they will be found to be nearly always used under the same circumstances. That is, a writer may have a habit of beginning with the double capital when possible, but revert to the single form of the same letter in the body of the writing. Another writer will almost invariably disconnect the capitals from the rest of the word, while a third as regularly connects them. Some writers affect the more simple form, approximating to the printed character. Others again indulge in inordinate flourishes, particularly in their signatures. Such writers prove easy prey to the forger. A feature very easy of detection in capitals is the diamond. It is formed by a sudden thickening of the downward stroke. It is particularly noticeable in the writing of those who have been instructed in the old-fashioned school, where a distinction between the heavy downstroke and the light upstroke was insisted upon. The diamond habit once formed is very difficult to eradicate, and trace of it always remain in the writing of persons thus taught. An important and significant part of a capital letter is the beard. It is an automatic trick, and always repays careful examination. It may be a spurred, ticked, or dotted beard, but in any case the initial stroke must be carefully examined, whatever form it may assume, for the oft emphasized reason that it belongs so essentially to the clue-providing class of unguarded and unpremeditated automatic strokes that are overlooked by the writer. Variations in the form of a capital must be noted, and a record kept, for, however great the variety, it will be found that one particular form is more used than another, and may be regarded as the normal type of the writer. A peculiarity of some writers is the use of an enlarged form of the small letter for a capital. The letters so made to serve a double purpose are generally A, C, E, G, M, N, O, P, Q, S, U, V, and W. They are referred to as small capitals. Chapter 8. Punctuation. The ampersand and is a symbol that provides excellent material for clues to tricks and mannerisms. It varies in form from a mere V-shaped tick of almost indeterminate character to an ornate thing of loops and flourishes. It is very sparingly employed by illiterate persons, and some educated writers avoid its use under the impression that, like the abbreviation of words, it is vulgar. In a few high-class ladies' schools its use is sternly repressed, and there are many fluent and habitual writers who never employ this sign. This in itself supplies a useful clue to characterization. Others, again, only employ it in such combination as and company and circumstances, though this latter abbreviation is, as often as not, written etc. by many persons. The dash occurs very largely in many writings, and particularly in those of ladies, who regard it as a universal punctuation mark, and employ it indiscriminately as comma and full stop. Many persons of both sexes invariably make a dash below the address on an envelope, using it as a kind of final flourish. A close examination of the samples provided in such a writing will reveal many valuable idiosyncrasies. It may be a bold, firm, horizontal line, a curve with a tick at either end, or both, a wavy line, or even an upward or downward line. Note, also, the ragged edge, as it affords an important clue to the style of holding the pen. The dash is so essentially an unpremeditated and mechanically formed hand gesture that it often betrays more of the character of the writer than any other letter. Cases have been known in which the writer of an anonymous letter has successfully concealed all his characteristics, but in putting the final stroke in the form of a dash he has so far forgotten himself as to produce, quite unconsciously, what was probably one of his most pronounced hand gestures, thus providing a clue which led to ultimate conviction. Punctuation is rarely a marked feature of English handwriting. It is said that many of our leading literary men practically leave this important phase of their work to the printer's proofreader. An examination of 100 private letters by different hands will show a marvellous scarcity of punctuation marks, and few correspondents use or appear to know the use of any stop other than the comma and full point, the dash being made to do service for all else. The mark of interrogation is fairly often used, and its formation gives scope and material for careful examination. The examples offer suggestions of the form and direction eccentricity sometimes takes. The colon and semicolon are very little used by average writers, and when they are, it is generally inaccurately, but nearly always under the same circumstances, which should be carefully noted. The quotation marks are still more rarely employed, and it will be found on examination that most people form them wrongly. The accurate style is this: quotation mark down, quotation mark up, but as often as not the initial quotation has a dot at the top instead of the bottom. Another almost universal omission is that of the full point after initials to a name, after ESQ, and in the initials of a postal districts, as EC, WC. The addressing of an envelope affords interesting and valuable material for clues, for it will generally be found that a writer who uses punctuation marks at all will do so with automatic regularity under the same circumstances. The shape and general formation of stops and marks must be carefully examined and classified, for they belong to the significant unpremeditated class of hand gestures, and are, therefore, valuable as clues to peculiarities. The ESQ that generally follows a man's name on a letter addressed to him partakes much of the character of a symbol like the question mark or exclamation mark, and, being automatic through usage, is therefore valuable. Most writers use a uniform style in shaping it, and the three letters that go to make up the abbreviation are fortunately of a kind that lend themselves to characterization. Notice also the position of the possessive sign in such words as men's, writers. If accurately placed, the writer may be presumed to understand punctuation, and will give evidence of it in a long writing. Chapter 9. Paper and Watermarks. The brownish tint of old age which paper needs to help out a fraud is obtained in various ways, sometimes by steeping in a weak solution of coffee, but in other cases by holding it before a bright hot fire. This latter device is, fortunately, not easy of accomplishment, considerable care, judgment, and even luck being needed to ensure a satisfactory result. In our own case we have failed persistently in the attempt, the paper becoming tinted so unequally as to excite remark at first sight. All the old pattern of letter paper was almost uniform in size, post quarto, and the watermark is invariably very distinct, explainable by the fact that the art of close weaving the wire mould was not then brought to its present state of perfection. The watermarks are very fairly imitated by means of a pointed stick dipped in a solution of spermaceti and linseed oil, melted in water and stirred till cold, or equal quantities of turpentine and Canada balsam shaken together. The same result may be attained by the use of megop, a mixture employed by artists. The detection of this watermark fraud is simple and infallible. If the suspected document be moistened with lukewarm water, the spurious watermark disappears immediately, but if genuine, it becomes plainer. The worn and dingy appearance inseparable from age in the letter is accentuated by rubbing it lightly with a dirty duster. The effect is usually obvious under a strong glass, the passage of the dirty cloth revealing itself in minute parallel lines. Very little care is needed to distinguish between paper that has been taken from books and the genuine letter paper of the period. To begin with, such letters are always on single sheets. In genuine cases, the sheet is as often as not a folio of 4 pages. In the majority of cases, the bogus sheet is of no recognized size. If taken from a book larger than posto quarto, it has had to be cut to conceal the tear. This operation has made an irregular size sheet, too small for posto quarto, too large for the next size. In the genuine writing paper, all 4 edges are usually rough like those of a bank note. If the sheet has been abstracted from a book, one edge must have been cut or trimmed. Again, such paper is of unequal thickness, the writing paper of the period being much smoother and finer than the printing paper, while in parts it is almost certain the ink is run, as it does on a coarse absorbent paper. This is a sure sign that the paper is printing and not writing. Further, such paper is certain to show signs of wear at the bottom edges where they have been handled and exposed, while that part of the page which has been closest to the inside edge of the cover is generally cleaner, and shows less sign of wear. In many cases the impression of the book binding is plainly visible. A careful examination and comparison of a few sheets of genuine letter paper of the 17th and 18th centuries with the blank leaves found in printed books will reveal differences so marked that mistake is scarcely possible afterwards. It often occurs that grease marks interrupt the forger, knowing that he cannot write over them, and that they are hardly likely to have existed on the paper when it was new, and when the letter was supposed to have been written, he avoids them. The result becomes apparent in unequal spacing of words and even letters. On one occasion a really excellent forgery, which had successfully withstood all the tests we had applied, had its real character revealed by a curious oversight on the part of the forger. It was an early 17th century document, and our attention was arrested by a peculiar uniform smudgy appearance, such as results from blotting with a hard, unabsorbent, much worn sheet of blotting paper. At the period of the presumed date of this document blotting paper was unknown, writings being dried by means of a specially prepared fine powder called pounce, sand, or a powder containing fine crystals of metal intended to give an ornamental gloss to the ink. Close examination under the microscope revealed the truth. There were no signs of pounce or any other drying powder, the crystals of which are usually plain to the unassisted eye, but there were distinct signs of the fibre of the blotting paper left in the ink. Another forgery we discovered through the presence in the centre of the sheet of paper of a very fine square outline which enclosed a slight discoloration. The sheet had, as usual, been removed from a book, and the square outline was a faint impression of a book plated which had been affixed to the opposite page. The discoloration was caused by the ink on the book plate. It should be superfluous to have to remind intelligent and educated persons that it is necessary for a collector of old documents to make himself familiar with the peculiarities, habits, and customs of the period in whose literary curiosities he is dealing. Yet fact compels the admission that extraordinary laxity and even ignorance exist on these points. We are acquainted with a collector, by no means uneducated, who gave a good price for a letter purporting to be by Sir Humphrey Davy, the inventor of the miner's safety lamp, enclosed in an envelope. He was ignorant of the fact that envelopes were unknown until 1840, 30 years later than the date of this particular letter. Envelopes supposed to have been addressed by Dickens have been offered for sale and purchased, bearing postage stamps not in circulation at the period. One would imagine that a forger would pay sufficient attention to his materials to be on his guard against the blunder which earned the perpetrator of the Whalley will forgery penal servitude. He put forward a will dated 1862, written on paper bearing in a plain watermark the date 1870. Another indiscreet person asked the court to accept a will written and signed with an aniline copying pencil, but dated years before that instrument had been invented. Both the works by Dr. Scott and Mr. Davies, given in the list, show samples of watermarks of the various periods affected by forgers of literary documents. Chapter 10. Inks. Examination for determining whether a writing has been done at one time, or added to later, necessitates some acquaintance with the nature and qualities of ink. In the ordinary case the assistance of a chemist is necessary, but enlarged photograph shows up minute differences with amazing accuracy. In the majority of instances, alterations are made some time after the original has been written, in which case a difference in the shade of the ink will be perceptible, even to the unassisted eye. This is particularly true when the now almost universal blue-black ink is used. The period required for an edition to become as black as the older writing depends very much upon the character of the paper. If this be smooth and hard, and the writing has not been dried with blotting paper, but allowed to dry naturally and slowly, it will become black much quicker than if the paper be rough and of an absorbent nature. A fairly reliable test is to touch a thick stroke of the suspected edition with a drop of diluted muriatic acid, as much as will cling to the point of a pen. Apply the drop to the suspected edition and to the older writing at the same moment, and carefully watch the result. The newer writing will become faint and watery, with a bluish tinge almost instantly, but the change will be slower in the case of the older writing, taking 10 or even 20 seconds. The longer the period required for the change, the older the writing. The same acid test is applied to prove whether a writing is in ordinary ink or has been lithographed or photographed. If the two latter, the acid will have no effect. On more than one occasion collectors have purchased as original autographs of celebrities which proved to have been lithographed or photographed, but the persons so deceived had generally been inexperienced amateurs. When the difference between a written and printed signature has been once noticed, it is hardly likely that an observant person will be deceived. It is, however, as well to be carefully on guard against this contingency, for modern photography and process printing have been brought to such a degree of imitative perfection that it is easy for a not too keen-eyed person to experience great difficulty in forming an opinion in the absence of the acid test. Fortunately that is infallible. It must, however, be admitted that up to the present no great success has attended efforts to determine how long an interval has passed between the writing of the original and the suspected edition. Broadly speaking, the most that the expert can hope to gain from an examination of ink under these circumstances are hints, clues, and suggestions, rather than definite, reliable facts. Fortunately, it often occurs that a suggestion so obtained proves of immense value to the trained or careful observer, though it might convey no conviction to others. As in the case of nearly all deductive reasoning, the handwriting expert becomes sensitive to slight suggestions. If called upon, as he sometimes is, to explain to others how and why one of these slight and almost imperceptible signs fit in with his theory, he fails. Therefore the cautious expert, like a good judge, is careful in giving reason for his judgments only to cite those which are self-evident. Many an expert has made a poor exhibition in the witness box by failing to convey to a jury the impression produced on his own mind by a slight piece of evidence, the proper understanding and interpretation of which can only be grasped by those who have learned how to recognize faint signs. The process of chemically testing inks for the purpose of ascertaining the points mentioned is quite simple, and is distinctly interesting. In a very important case the services of a qualified chemist will probably be requisitioned, but the cost of the necessary material and the time required to make oneself proficient as a capable tester are so slight that even the small fee that would be charged by a chemist is scarcely worth paying. The materials necessary are a few test tubes, some bottles of lime water, diluted muriatic acid, a solution of nitrate of silver in distilled water, in the proportion of 10 grains to the ounce, some camel hair pencils, and clean white blotting and litmus paper. The whole need not cost more than half a crown. The method of using these materials is best illustrated by describing a test often needed by autograph collectors. A very common method employed by forgers to give an appearance of age to the ink used in spurious old documents is to mix with ordinary ink, muriatic acid, oxalic acid, and binoxalate of potash. The presence of these coloring agents can be detected in the following manner. In the first place, washing the letter with cold water will make the ink become darker if acid has been used to brown the ink, but the following test will settle the point beyond dispute. With a camel hair's brush wash the letter over with warm water. If, as sometimes happens, a sort of paint or colored Indian ink has been used, this will be immediately washed away and disappear, leaving a rusty smudge. If not, applying the litmus paper to the wetted ink and the presence of acid will be shown in the usual way by the litmus paper changing color. If genuine, wetting makes no difference. Next, pour a drop or two of the water from the writing into a test tube from off the letter, add a little distilled water and 1 or 2 drops of the nitrate of silver solution. If muriatic acid has been used to color the ink, a thick white precipitate will be seen in the tube immediately. If not, pour a few more drops of the water, which has been washed over the writing, into a second test tube, add a little distilled water and a few drops of lime water. A white precipitate will be seen in the tube if either oxalic acid or binoxalate of potash has been employed. In many cases it will be sufficient to place the tip of the tongue to a thick stroke. An unmistakable acid test will be noticed. Further and fuller particulars of the methods resorted to by forgers to stimulate ancient documents will be given in the chapter on autographs. It is sometimes important to know whether a stroke has been made over another, as in the famous case in which the real issue turned on the question whether an apparent alteration in a signature was really a pen mark made to indicate whereas the signature should sign. It was obvious that if the mark was made first the signature would be over it. If, as was suggested, the mark was added in an attempt to alter or touch up the signature, it must have been written over the signature. In cases of this kind an enlarged photograph leaves no room for doubt. The ink is seen lying over the lower stroke as plainly as a layer of paint in a picture can be seen overlying the stroke beneath. This is one of those apparently difficult points which become marvellously simple when dealt with in a practical manner. Pages might be needed to explain what a very simple experiment will reveal at a glance. Take a word which has been written long enough for the ink to have become dry, and make a stroke across it. For example, make a letter T, without the bar, then after a lapse of an hour or two, add the crossbar. When this is quite dry and has become as dark as the first mark, examine it with a good glass. The ink of the added bar will be seen plainly overlaying the vertical stroke, but any doubt can be promptly removed by taking an enlarged photograph. Even when the second stroke is added while the ink on the first is still wet, the upper stroke can be distinguished, though not so clearly as if the stroke had been allowed to dry first. By practising and examining such strokes, the student will soon learn to distinguish important signs which leave no doubt as to which stroke was first made. End of The Detection of Forgery, Part 1, by Douglas Blackburn and Captain Waithman Cattle. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. Part 2 of The Detection of Forgery. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. The Detection of Forgery, by Douglas Blackburn and Captain Waitham Cattle. Chapter 11. Erasures. The alteration of the figures and amount written on a check is generally effected by erasure. At one time chemicals were used for this purpose, but fortunately the modern check is forgery-proof in this respect. No means are known to chemists by which ordinary writing can be removed from a check without leaving a sign too pronounced to escape detection. But even erasure on a check is extremely difficult, and the experienced eye of the average bank teller can detect it in the vast majority of the cases. Frauds perpetrated by this means are very rare, and are usually the result of gross carelessness on the part of the person accepting the document so altered. The more frequent form of check fraud is effected by adding to such words as 6, 7, 8, and 9. The addition of ty and y is all that is necessary. But the ordinarily careful business man never leaves sufficient blank space between his words to admit of this addition, while there are few bank tellers who do not carefully scrutinize a check made out for these larger amounts. It may be accepted as a satisfactory fact that check forgery is not only extremely difficult, but rarely successful. Great frauds are usually perpetrated by means of other instruments, such as bills of exchange, credit notes, and such. An eraser is the easiest thing to detect if looked for. To begin with, it is only necessary to hold a scratched document to the light to have the alteration revealed. Erasing must of necessity remove part of the surface of the paper which is made noticeably thinner at the spot erased. In nearly every case the writing that has been added to the eraser is blurred, owing to the rough and absorbent character of the paper. Expert forgers have devised means of counteracting this by rubbing in some substance which particularly restores the original smoothness and mitigates the blurred appearance. But such devices ought not to be successful, for they are so easily detected. As a matter of fact, the only chance the forger of an erased check has lies in the carelessness of the teller. Any crowding of words and unequal spacing in the filling up of a check ought to excite suspicion and provoke careful and closer scrutiny, and, it may be added, it generally does. The letter of letters intended to increase the value of a number, such as the adding of ty to 6 or 7, is easy of detection if properly looked for. It is safe to assume that the addition has been made long after the original word was written, and the point of junction can be detected by the aid of a good glass. Had the word been originally written 60, the chances are that there would be no perceptible break between the X and the T. Few persons write such short words in a disconnected manner. On placing the word under an ordinary glass, the point of junction will be plainly apparent, and a microscope or an enlarged photograph cannot fail to reveal the fraud. Of course, these latter tests will not be possible under the ordinary circumstances attending the paying out of a check over the counter, but when once the peculiarities of such alterations have been studied, it is marvellous how quick the eye becomes in recognizing them at a glance. Erasure on writings on stout, thick paper is not quite so readily noticed as those on thin paper such as checks, but the same methods of examination will apply, holding the document to the light, or level with and horizontal to the eye. A very effective application of the latter test is to bend or curve the paper, making an arch. The bending has a tendency to stretch and widen the erased part, and if any smoothing substance such as starch or wax has been added to restore the gloss of the scraped portion, it will usually reveal itself by separating and coming away in dust or tiny flakes. This process may be accentuated by drawing the suspected document over a ruler, or better still, a pencil, repeating the motion several times. Chapter 12. Pencils and Stylographs. It is obvious that writing executed with a pencil or the now much used stylograph will differ in many respects from that performed by an ordinary pen. It is not too much to say that their use will eliminate many features and introduce new ones. This change is mainly brought about by the different way in which a pencil or stylograph is held in comparison with a pen. There is much greater sense of freedom. The pencil can be, and is, turned and twisted in the process of making a stroke as a pen cannot be, and the signs of this freedom become apparent in a more rounded stroke. Even a writer whose characters are acutely angular shows a tendency to a more graceful outline. As a matter of fact, it is comparatively rare to meet a penciled writing that is pronounced angular. The same remarks apply with only little modification to writing produced by the stylograph, and for the same reason, the ease and freedom with which the instrument is held. There is no possibility of mistaking writing produced by a stylograph for that of an ordinary steel nib. The strokes are absolutely uniform in thickness. No nib-formed writing can be so, for it is impossible for a writer, however careful, to avoid putting pressure on his pen at some point, and the opening of the nib, however slight, must produce an apparent thickening. Therefore, recognizing these facts, the expert is always extremely careful in giving an opinion upon a writing produced by pencil or stylo, unless he have simple specimens of the writings productions done with these instruments. At the same time, although an absence of characteristics present in pen writing would be noticeable, the main features would exist. For example, the space between words and letters would be the same, the dot over the I would be in its customary position, the bar of the T would be of the same type as heretofore. The principal changes would be in the direction of a more uniform stroke with a tendency to greater rotundity. Persons who habitually employ the stylo very frequently develop an unconscious habit of twisting the pen at certain points so as to form a deep, rounded dot. This occurs principally at the end of words and strokes. A magnifying glass reveals this peculiarity at once and, when discovered, notice should be taken of the circumstances under which this twisting is usually done. It will be found, most probably, that the trick is uniform, that is, certain letters or strokes are mostly finished with the dot. There is a well-known public character who for years has employed no other writing instrument but the stylo. His writing possesses one peculiarity which is so habitual that in 400 examples examined it was absent in only 5. He forms the twist dot at the end of the last letter at the end of every line. The inference and explanation is that, in raising the pen to travel back to the next line, he twists it with a backward motion in harmony with the back movement. Another trick is to make the same dot in words on which he appears to have halted or hesitated before writing the next. In every such case there is an extra wide space between the word ended by a dot and that which follows. It would appear as if the writer mechanically made the dot while pausing to choose the next word. This is a striking example of the unconscious hand gesture. Something akin to it occurs in the handwriting of a famous lawyer. Here and there in his letters will be noticed a faint, sloping, vertical stroke like a figure 1. Those who have seen him write explain it thus. While hesitating in the choice of a word, he moves his pen up and down over the paper and unintentionally touches it. It is such slips as these which often supply the expert with valuable clues to identity. When they occur they should be carefully examined, for in the majority of cases a reason will be found for their presence. Chapter 13. Anonymous Letters and Disguised Hands. That mischievous and cowardly form of secret attack, the anonymous letter, demands, unfortunately, a large amount of attention from the handwriting expert. One of the most pleasant rewards that can attend the conscientious and painstaking student of handwriting lies in the knowledge that his art may sometimes enable him to bring to deserved punishment the assassin of reputation and domestic happiness. It is a moot point which has been discussed by legal authorities as to whether the handwriting expert is justified in tendering evidence and opinions of a kind that may be said to belong by right to the criminal investigator. By this is meant that the expert should not be allowed to point out to a jury such pieces of circumstantial evidence as the similarity of the paper used by the suspected person with other found in his possession; that he ought not to direct attention to postmarks, coincidence of dates, similarity of ink used, the employment of certain words and phrases, and other external indirect clues that point to the authorship. It is urged that the whole duty of the expert is to say whether in his opinion two or more writings are by the same hand or not, and any expression of opinion outside this question is ultra vires. The obvious answer to this objection is that it is impossible to limit the expert in the selection of those points which appeal to and assist him in forming an opinion. It is impossible to say what may or may not suggest a valuable clue to a keen observer, and as the expert is often called upon to give reasons for his opinion, he is quite justified in indicating the steps by which he arrived at it. These circumstances arise more often in connection with anonymous letters than with ordinary signature forgeries, for the field of exploration and the material examined are so much larger. Details become invaluable. The quality and make of the paper used, or a peculiar method of folding and placing it in an envelope, may afford a clue that will put the expert on the high road to an important discovery. It is impossible to say how or where a clue may lurk. The torn edge of a postage stamp once supplied a hint that was followed up successfully. A smudge on the envelope that matched a similar one on a packet of envelopes in the writing case of a person quite unsuspected led to conviction, as did a number of an address that was crossed out and rewritten, the anonymous writer having, by force of habit, begun with the number he was in the habit of writing, his own. In short, the expert has nolens volens to assume many of the functions of the crime investigator in dealing with the apparent trifles, even if they do not always help in reaching his goal. They provide material for exercising the useful art of observation. Strictly speaking, the expert should, perhaps, ignore all outside suggestions as to the authorship, and confine himself to saying whether or not the specimens submitted are in the same handwriting. But in practice this will be found extremely difficult, if not impossible, for the student cannot shut his eyes to the accidental clues that invariably arise in the examination of the evidence, and almost before he realizes it, the most cautious expert finds himself trespassing upon the ground that by right should be the preserve of the detective. The points raised here may, however, be safely left to be dealt with by the judgment of the student as they arrive. In the early stages of study they will probably not present themselves with the same force and frequency as later on, when they will be appreciated as providing useful private pointers for guidance, and though at times they may put the inexperienced student upon a false scent, he will have no difficulty in detecting his error if, when in doubt, he follows the principles laid down for the comparison of handwriting. The first step to the examination of the anonymous letter consists in procuring as many suspects as possible, which, as before advised, should be lettered or numbered and put aside, until the original, which in this case is the anonymous letter, has been studied and mastered. The external evidence of which so much has already been said may or may not be looked for. Next, proceed with the examination and comparison of the writings. It is presumed that the student has prepared his notes of the peculiarities of the original. He is now to search for them in the suspects. Suppose he begins with the spurs and beards, having found them well marked in the original. He will take any one of the suspects and examine it for a repetition of the same signs. He may follow on with the rest of the suspects, taking advantage of his memory being fresh on this point. Or he may prefer to exhaust one suspect of all its evidences before proceeding with another. But practice and experience will decide the best course in this matter, and influence the line of procedure. Whatever method is pursued, all have the same object, the discovery of the peculiarities of the original in one or more of the suspects, and the student will be wise if he will follow accurately the course laid down in the chapter on How to Examine a Writing. It is generally safe to take it for granted that the writing in an anonymous letter is disguised. There are occasions when the author persuades another person to write for him, but only rarely, for the perpetrator of a contemptible act is not usually brazen and indiscreet enough to expose himself to others. The same reasons lend strength to the presumption that the writing will, so far as its general appearance goes, be as much the opposite of the author's usual style as his ingenuity can make it. The extreme backhand occurs very frequently. It seems to be the first impulse of the anonymous writer to avoid the right slope, even when the normal hand is a vertical. With a tendency to backhand, the extreme left slope is often chosen. Fortunately, the assumed backhand is one of the most transparent of disguises. If the student has practiced it, he will not need to be reminded how difficult it is for a writer to conceal his mannerisms. By altering the slope, he has only stretched and lengthened his outlines, and the expert soon learns to recognize them in their new form. Another common disguise is the illiterate hand. This is quite as easy of detection. It is no easier for the practised and fluent writer to reproduce the shaky, irregular outlines of the illiterate than it is for the speaker of pure and cultured English to imitate the coarse accent of the vulgar. However good the copy, it always breaks down early, and the sudden and unconscious firm, clear, and geometrically accurate strokes reveals the practised writer beneath the mask. Sometimes an accurately placed punctuation mark supplies the necessary clue, for when once the art of proper punctuation has been acquired, it becomes almost automatic. Even experienced novelists are caught this way occasionally. They will introduce a letter supposed to be the work of an illiterate character. The grammar and orthography suggest the idea, but the more difficult details of punctuation will be attended to, even to the apostrophe that marks the glided G in such words as talkin', comin', and so forth. Very difficult and troublesome is the letter written throughout in imitation printed characters. The expert has to rely upon the curved lines, accidental punctuation marks, and unpremeditated flourishes and hand gestures. But broadly speaking, such a letter is beyond the skill of the expert if unaided by accidental betrayal. If, as sometimes happens, the writer is ingenious enough to adopt an alphabet formed completely of straight lines and angles, an easy task, he may boast of having produced a detection-proof writing. That is, if characters formed with the aid of a rule can be called writing, for it defies detection, because there are none of the signs essential for comparison, and is less easy of identification than an incomplete skeleton. In the absence of external clues, an expert would refuse to do more than offer a very guarded opinion, and it would be wiser to decline to offer any comment whatever. Another trick that has been resorted to by some persons is writing with the hand constricted by a tight-fitting glove. This produces a very effective disguise, but if the student will practise with the same impediment, he will discover many useful rules for guiding him on the road to penetrating this entanglement. It should be remembered that the less control a writer has over his pen, the more likely he is unintentionally to revert to those forms to which he is habituated, for, left by itself, the hand steers the more familiar course. Disguise, alteration, and variation on customary forms are the result of premeditation. When the mind is occupied more with the subject than the formation of characters, the latter naturally assumes that shape to which the form of custom has bent them. Chapter 14. Forged Literary Autographs. The collection of autographs, letters, and documents of literary and historical interest has for many years been a prominent feature in the collecting world, but at no time was the quest more keen or conducted on more systematic lines than today. The records of the leading sales rooms often supply matter for surprise, the prices asked and obtained for rare and choice specimens being such as to excite both wonder and amazement, sometimes tempered with skepticism. It is, therefore, not surprising that this profitable and growing market should have attracted the fraudulent, for the prizes when won are generally of a substantial character, and amply repay the misapplied effort and ingenuity demanded. The success which has attended too many of these frauds may be largely accounted for by the fact that in many cases the enthusiasm of the collector has outrun his caution. Many a man famous for his astuteness in the pursuit of his ordinary business has allowed himself to fall an easy victim to the forger, thus exemplifying the familiar adage that we are easily persuaded to believe what we want to believe. The recorded stories of some of the frauds perpetrated upon ardent and presumably judicious collectors read like the tales told so often of the triumph of the confidence trickster, and one marvels how a person of ordinary power of observation, to say nothing of experience, could fall a victim to a fraud requiring little perception to detect. The explanation doubtless lies in the direction indicated, the ardour of the pursuit, the pride and joy of possessing something that is absolutely unique. The leading case, to use an expressive legal term, is that known as the Vrain Lucas fraud, the principal victim of which was Monsieur Charles, probably the greatest of modern French geometricians, and one of the few foreign savants entitled to append the distinguishing mark of a F.R.S. of England. Lucas was a half-educated frequenter and nominal reading student of the great Parisian library, and for some years had dealt in autographs in a small way, the specimens he offered being undoubtedly genuine. Inspired by the collecting ardour and the apparent blind faith placed in him by Monsieur Charles, Lucas embarked upon a series of deceptions so impudent that it is easy to sympathize with the defence put forward by his advocate at the trial, namely, that the fraud was so transparent that it could only be regarded as a freak. In the period between the years 1861 and 1869, Lucas sold to his dupe the enormous number of 27,000 documents, every one a glaring fraud. They comprised letters purporting to have been written by such improbable authors as Abelard, Alcibiades, Alexander the Great to Aristotle, Cicero, Cleopatra, Joan of Arc, Sappho, Anacreon, Pliny, Plutarch, St. Jerome, Diocletian, Juvenal, Socrates, Pompey, and most stupendous joke of all, Lazarus, after his resurrection. It is hard to believe, and but for the irrefutable records of the court, few would credit the fact that every one of these letters was in the French language, and the dupe a highly educated mathematician of European repute. In the face of such incredible gullibility, one is disposed to regard the sentence of 2 years' imprisonment and a fine of 500 francs as extravagantly severe, even despite the fact that Lucas received in all over 140,000 francs from Monsieur Charles. The Chatterton and Ireland forgeries are familiar to all educated persons. These, however, hardly come under the head of the class of fraud with which the ordinary forger is associated. In each of these cases the motive of the deception was not so much to make money as a literary reputation. In both cases presumably competent judges were deceived, but the standard by which they gauged the genuineness of the productions was not calligraphic, but literary. In neither instance was there occasion or opportunity for the handwriting expert to exercise his skill, for the sufficient reason that there existed no material with which the writings could be compared. What the literary expert had to do was to examine and compare the style of the compositions, a test in which the idiosyncrasies and predilections of the judge played a leading part. Probably the greatest, and for a short time the most successful autograph fraud perpetrated in Great Britain was that known as the case of the Real-Bank MSS, the detection and exposure of which were mainly attributable to one of the authors of this work, Captain W. W. Cattle. Just before and up till 1891 there was in Edinburgh a young man named Alexander Howland Smith, who claimed to be the son of a reputable Scottish law official and a descendant of Sir Walter Scott. On the strength of his presumed connection with the great novelist, he had no difficulty in disposing of, to an Edinburgh bookseller, for prices whose smallness alone should have excited suspicion, letters purporting to be in the handwriting of Sir Walter Scott. Emboldened by success, he embarked upon a wholesale manufacture of spurious letters bearing the signature of Burns, Edmund Burke, Sir Walter Scott, Grattan, and Thackeray. His principal victim was an Edinburgh chemist, Mr. James Mackenzie, who, when the fraud was not only suspected but proved, distinguished himself by a stubborn and courageous defence of the genuineness of the documents. Smith's modus operandi consisted in purchasing large-sized volumes of the period of the subject of his forgeries, and using the blank leaves for the purpose of fabricating the letters. In May, 1891, a number of alleged Burns letters were put up for sale by public auction at Edinburgh, fetching the surprising paltry price of from 20 to 30 shillings apiece. It was a feature of all Smith's productions that the letters were extremely brief, a feature common to literary forgeries. The circumstance which first gave rise to suspicion was that the letters attributed to Scott, Burke, Burns, General Abercrombie, Grattan, and Thackeray all began and ended with the same words, Those signed by Sir Walter Scott all began, "I have your letter," and ended, "I remain," a form of phraseology the reputed writer never used, but which, according to Smith, was common to all the distinguished men whose handwriting he had counterfeited with considerable success. On the strength of the partial guarantee provided by the sale of some of these documents at a reputable auction room, Captain Cattle purchased a parcel of alleged Scott letters without prior inspection. A brief examination disclosed their fraudulent nature, and Smith was arrested. The Edinburgh police took the matter up, and the impostor was convicted in June, 1893, and sentenced to 18 months' imprisonment. Thackeray and Dickens are favorite subjects with most of the literary forgers, Washington and Benjamin Franklin running them very close for favoriteship. American collectors are particularly keen on procuring specimens of the last two named, and there is grave reason to believe that many fall easy victims. Fortunately, the facilities for comparing and testing the genuineness of the autographs of every distinguished person whose holographs are most in favour with the forger are numerous. In addition to the splendid collection of specimens extant at the British Museum Library, there are many facsimiles available. The excellent work on autograph collecting by Dr. Henry T. Scott, Upcott Gill, London, is indispensable to the collector. It contains some hundreds of specimens, specially selected for the purposes of comparison, and gives besides many very valuable rules and hints for detecting the real from the sham. Dr. Scott, writing in the autographic letters of his distinguished namesake, says, "Of Sir Walter Scott's autographs it may be observed, 1. The paper is generally letter size, gilded edged, with a soft, firm feeling to the touch, and an unglazed surface. 2. The date and residence are placed on the top and right hand, with a good space before the 'My dear Sir,' uniform margins on the left side of the paper of 1/4 of an inch, but on the right side no margin at all, the writing being carried close to the edge. The folding is done with the precision of a man of business, forming the space for the address into a nice oblong almost in the centre of the sheet, and the first line of the address is written nearly in the centre of the space with the remainder below. The watermarks found on the paper are one of the following: Valleyfield, 1809; C. Wilmot, 1815; J. Dickinson and Company, 1813; J. Dickinson, 1816; J. Dickinson, without date; J. Watman, 1814; J. Watman, without date; Turkey Mill, 1819; Turkey Mill, without date; G. C. and Company, 1828. The paper used by Burns for his correspondence was always large in size, rough in surface, never glossy, and all four edges had the rough edge that is the peculiarity of a Bank of England note. It is worthy of remark that in the case of the A. H. Smith Burns forgeries, suspicion was first excited by a simple but significant matter. The paper contained several wormholes. These had been carefully avoided by the writer, he knowing that if his pen touched them the result would be a spluttering and spreading of the ink. Now it is safe to assume that these wormholes, being the effect of age, did not exist at the time of the letter, if genuine was written, as the worm did its work long afterwards. It must be regarded as a fortunate circumstance that in perforating the paper it refrained from destroying the writing, carefully selecting the wider spaces that the poet had, with commendable foresight, left for the insect's depredations. The letters of Thackeray are in two styles of handwriting, the earlier sloping slightly, the latter vertical, round, neat, and print-like, the capital I being invariably a simple vertical stroke. His is the most neat and uniformly readable hand of all the great literary characters. It is somewhat unfortunate that he was not anything like so uniform in his choice of paper. Letters are in existence on an extraordinary variety of material, from a quarto sheet to a scrap torn from half a sheet of notepaper. On many of these letters is neither address nor date, but when once the characteristics of the charming handscript have been mastered, they are never forgotten, and are recognizable amid the closest imitations. There are extant a number of forged Thackeray's. Their distinguishing features are that they are invariably very short, as if the forger feared to provide sufficient matter to supply material for comparison. Most are on single half sheets of note paper, many on quarto sheets of varying texture and quality, and the characteristic vertical eye. Thackeray's trademark always occurs. It is shaky and often out of the perpendicular, as the genuine rarely is. In the forgeries we have seen and suspect to be the work of A. H. Smith, a very significant sign is the sudden thickening of the downstroke of tailed letters like Y, F, G, producing a tiny diamond-shaped excrescence in the middle of the letter. The glass reveals that ragged edge stroke which is inseparable from the writing of the nervous copyist. It is generally safe to be cautious about very short letters. The forger well knows how difficult is the task of maintaining an assumed character. Just as the mimic may succeed in reproducing the tone and manner of a person with sufficient closeness to deceive even the most intimate acquaintance of the subject, yet fail to carry the deception beyond a few words or phrases, so the literary forger invariably breaks down when he attempts to simulate handwriting over many sentences. So conscious is he of this great difficulty that he often avoids it, boldly copying some genuine letter. We have had offered to us guaranteed Thackeray letters which we immediately recognized as such. In one particularly glaring case the forger had copied the original letter very fairly so far as the penmanship was concerned, but while the original was written on a half sheet of note paper, the forgery was on a different size paper, and the writing across the length of the paper instead of the breadth. This naturally disarranged the spacing between the words, which in all Thackeray's writings is a pronouncedly regular feature, and this variation was in itself sufficient to excite suspicion. The popularity of Dickens among collectors grows steadily, despite the fact that he was an industrious correspondent, and that a very large number of his letters appear from time to time in the market. The demand is ever in excess of the supply. As a consequence he has suffered perhaps more than any of the literary immortals at the hands of the forger. Yet it is safe to say that there should be no writer so safe from fraudulent imitation, for there is a peculiar distinctiveness about his calligraphic productions that once seen and noted should never be forgotten. Specimens are easily available. The catalogues of dealers are constantly presenting them, and most public libraries possess examples, either in the original holograph or in some form of reproduction. Probably no writer preserved his style with such little change as Dickens. His signature in later years varied somewhat from that of his literary youth, but the body of his hand script retained throughout the same characteristics. It was always a free, fluent, graceful hand, legible as that of Thackeray when its leading peculiarities had been mastered, but less formal and studied than his. It was always remarkably free from corrections and interlineations. He wrote with the easy freedom of the stenographer. Indeed, it is easy to recognize in the delicate, gracefully formed letters the effect of years of training in the most difficult and exacting forms of handscript. Perhaps the leading peculiarities in the Dickens holograph are these. The date of the month is never expressed in figures, but always written in full. In fact, abbreviation in any form he never countenanced. The letter Y, both as a capital and a small letter, is a figure 7, except in affix ly, when the two letters become an F, or long stroke S. The letter T is crossed by the firm downward bar, which the character readers claim as a sign of great resolution. The letter G is invariable in form. Capital E consists of a downstroke with a bar in the centre. The hook of many final letters has a tendency to turn backwards. New paragraphs are marked by beginning the line about an inch from the left-hand margin. A very marked peculiarity noticeable in many letters is that the left-hand margin gradually grows wider as the lines approach the bottom of the page. The narrowing is wondrously regular. A line drawn from the first letter on the first line to the corresponding position on the last will touch nearly every other line. This peculiarity appears to have escaped every forger whose work we have examined. If the signs relied upon by the readers of character and handwriting are to be accepted, self-esteem was a pronounced characteristic of the great novelist. His writing abounds with those subtle symptoms of the prevalence of that weakness. His signature is perhaps the best known of any with which the British public are familiar. It is remarkably uniform, and remained precisely the same from the time he adopted it after the Pickwick period until his death. That which he used in youth was less striking, but none the less self-conscious. After the Pickwick period, Dickens adopted the use of blue paper and blue ink. Letters in black ink, if undated, may safely be attributed to the earlier period. His note paper was in later years of the regulation note size. The address, Gad's Hill Place, Higham by Rochester, Kent, was an embossed black old English letter. His paper was handmade, and of good quality. The envelopes were blue, of the same quality paper, but without crest, monogram, or distinctive mark. Dickens' vanity expressed itself in the habit of franking envelopes, i.e., by writing his name in the left-hand bottom corner, after the fashion in vogue when peers and MPs enjoyed the privilege of free postage. His letters of the pre-envelope period, before 1842, were on quarto sheets. These are exceedingly rare. There is one feature about autographic forgery which may always be relied upon to assist greatly in the work of detection. As a general rule there is sufficient matter in a literary forgery to supply the necessary material for comparison. It must of necessity be a copy, if not of an existing original, at least of the general style. The process of imitation must be slow and cautious, and the signs remain in shaky, broken lines, and a ruggedness entirely absent from the writing of the real author, which is fluent and free. Even the shakiness of age noticeable in a few distinguished handwritings is different to the shakiness of the forger's uncertainty. Chapter 15. Forged Signatures. The most difficult phase of the art of the handwriting expert consists in the detection of forgery in signatures. It will be obvious to the student who has followed the instructions and illustrations already given that this difficulty is brought about by two principal causes. First, by the paucity of material for comparison. Secondly, because of the very important fact that a forgery must, by its nature, be a good and close copy of an original. This means that the unconscious tricks and irregularities that often abound in a long letter, written in a more or less disguised hand, are almost entirely absent from a forged signature. It follows, therefore, that the student must have some other clues and rules to guide him, for he cannot rely upon the chance of a slip or accidental trick occurring in a signature that contains at most perhaps a dozen letters. The first step in the examination of a suspected signature is to master thoroughly the various characteristics of the genuine signature. These must be studied in every possible relation, and from as many specimens as can be obtained. The magnifying glass must be in constant use, and the eye alert to detect the angle at which the pen is habitually held, the class of pen used, and the degree of pressure and speed employed. These last named points can only be discovered as a result of practice and observation, and though at first sight it may appear impossible to form a correct estimate of the pace at which a pen has travelled, the student will, if observant, soon learn to detect the difference between a swiftly formed stroke and one written with slowness and deliberation. By making a number of each kind of stroke and carefully examining them through a glass, the student will learn in an hour more than can be taught by means of verbal description. The study of the genuine signatures must be continued until every stroke and its peculiarities are as familiar as the features of a well-known face, for until one is thoroughly impregnated with the original it will be useless to proceed with the examination of the suspect. At first sight the student will probably perceive very little, if any, difference between the original and the suspect. It would be a very clumsy forgery if he could. Gradually the points of dissimilarity will become clear to him, and with each fresh examination they grow plainer, until he is surprised that they did not sooner strike him. They are so obvious that the eye cannot avoid them. They stand out as plainly as the hidden figure, after it has been detected, in the well-known picture puzzles. There are few faculties capable of such rapid and accurate development as that of observation. Thousands of persons go through life unconscious of the existence of certain common things until the occasion arises for noticing them, or accident forces them upon the attention. Then they marvel that the thing should have escaped observation. This is a truism, no doubt, but the force of every platitude does not always present itself to every one. The comparison of handwritings is so essentially a matter of cultivating the powers of observation that even if turned to no more practical account than that of a hobby, its value as a mental exercise is great. There are two principal methods by which a signature may be forged. First, by carefully copying the original as one would copy a drawing. Secondly, by tracing it. The first process is referred to as copied. The forger will, most probably, have practised the signature before affixing it to the cheque or other document, thereby attaining a certain degree of fluency. But however well executed, close examination with the aid of the magnifying glass will reveal those signs of hesitancy and irregularity that one may reasonably expect to find in a copy. There is no part of a person's handwriting so fluent and free as his signature. Even the most illiterate persons show more freedom and continuity of outline in their signature than in the body of their writing. This is explicable on the ground of usage. A writer may feel a degree of momentary uncertainty in forming a word that he does not write frequently, but his signature he is more sure about. He strikes it off without hesitancy, and in the majority of cases appends some meaningless flourish, which may be described as a superfluous stroke, or strokes added for the purpose of ornamentation, for added distinctiveness, or in some cases, and particularly with business men, with the idea that the flourishes help to secure the signature from forgery. Some writers will probably be surprised to learn that there is no form of signature so easy to forge as that involved and complicated by a maze of superfluous lines and meaningless flourishes. The most difficult signature for the forger is the clear, plain, copybook modelled autograph. A little thought and examination will make the reason for this clear. Let the signature be enveloped in a web of curves and flourishes, making it look like a complicated script monogram. The lines are so numerous that the eye cannot take them all in at a glance, and if copied, any slight irregularity or departure from the original is more likely to pass undetected amid the confusing network of interlaced lines. If, on the other hand, the signature be simple and free from the bewildering effects of flourishes, the entire autograph lies revealed, a clear and regular outline, and the slightest variation from the accustomed figure stands out naked and plain. Most of the successful forgeries will be found to be on signatures of the complicated order. Their apparent impregnability has tempted the facile forgery opened up. More than one forger has admitted that his initiatory lessons were prompted by an innocent challenge to imitate a particularly complicated forgery-proof signature. It must be remembered that the eye of the casual observer takes in a word as a whole rather than in detail. This explains why an author can rarely be trusted to correct his own proofs. He knows what the word should be, and in reading his work in print he notices only the general expected effect of a word. It needs the trained eye of the proofreader to detect the small c that has taken the place of the e, the battered l that is masquerading as an I. So long as the general outline of the word is not distorted, the wrong letters are often passed, and it is much the same with a signature with which one is fairly familiar. The trained examiner of handwriting, like the proofreader, knows what to look for, and discovers irregularities that would escape the notice of the untrained eye. The first part of a genuine signature that should be examined is the flourish, which includes all fancy strokes appended to it and any superfluous addition to the body of the letters. A close scrutiny through the glass will show that the lines forming the tail flourish are generally clear, firm and sharp in outline, being formed not only without hesitation, but with a dash and decided sweep that are strongly at variance with the broken, saw-edged, unsteady line of the copy. It will also generally be found to follow an almost fixed rule in the matter of its proportionate conformation. That is, supposing the writer finishes up with a horizontal line under his signature, it will be seen, on averaging a dozen or so of them, that the distance of the line from the feet of the letters is proportionally uniform. If the line be begun with a spur or curved inward hook, that feature will be repeated. The end of the flourish or final stroke at that point where the pen leaves the paper should be very carefully examined. One writer finishes with an almost imperceptible dot, as if the pen had been stabbed into the paper. Another finishes with a curve, either upward or downward. A third with a hook turned upward, either a curve or an angle, while a fourth continues the line till it becomes finer and sharper to vanishing point. Some writers are fond of concluding with a more or less bold and expansive underline running horizontally with the signature. A close examination will show a variation in the degrees of thickness of such a line, which should be carefully noted and looked for in other genuine signatures. In this connection it will be found extremely useful and instructive to study strokes, either horizontal or vertical, with a view to discovering whether they were struck from right to left, top to bottom, or vice versa. The glass will render it easy to detect from beginning from end after a few failures, which, by the way, should not be allowed to discourage, for every minute devoted to the study of handwriting is so much gain in experience, and represents so much more learned which will never be forgotten. The flourishes that occur on and about the signature proper must be treated as exaggerated loops, and their shoulders, arcs, hooks, and toes carefully measured and noted. For this purpose an average genuine signature should be selected and gauged, which is done in this way. Place over it a sheet of transfer paper. With the scale rule and a fine pencil draw horizontal lines that will touch the tops and bottoms of the bodies of the letters, lines that touch the tops and bottoms of the tail and top letters, and vertical lines that follow the shanks of every topped or tailed letter, including the capitals. The gauge, when completed, will represent a framework fitting the signature, and its use is twofold. It helps the eye to detect the variations in the general contour of the signature, and, when placed over another, brings out the points of difference. Due allowance must be made for proportion. It is obvious that the distance of letters will be greater in a signature written larger than another, but the proportionate distances will be preserved. The difference in the size of a letter is not very important, except that it offers more scope for examination. For example, a looped L may be very small or half an inch long, but if made by the same writer, the proportionate width at top, bottom, and middle will be preserved, and compare with the same measurements in the smaller letter. Signatures of the same writer do not often vary much in size, though they may be thicker or finer according to the character of the pen used, but observation will show that the difference in handwriting caused by the use of different pens is much more imaginary than real. The traced signature is produced by placing the paper over the genuine autograph, holding it to the light, generally on a sheet of glass, and tracing it with a fine point. Such forgeries are often more easily detected than the copied signature, for the reason that signs of the tracing process can generally be found by careful examination. The fine, hard point used to trace the autograph leaves a smooth hollow, which can be seen through the glass on examining the back of the check or a document. If the paper be held in a line with the eye in a strong light, the ridge will be more clearly perceived. The difference between a mark made by a hard point and a pen can be tested by experiment. The hard point must of necessity be pressured with a degree of force to make the desired impression on the paper, and the result is a smooth hollow. But if a pen be pressed hard, it produces two parallel lines, and instead of a hollow a ridge is formed between the parallels. Of course, it will be so slight as to be hardly perceptible, except through a strong glass, but it will be there nevertheless, and knowing what to look for, the expert will generally have no difficulty in satisfying himself whether the forgery has been traced or copied, a very valuable piece of evidence when once settled, for it is within the bounds of probability that the genuine signature from which the tracing was made may be discovered. It is possible, and has often occurred, that the writer of the original may have some recollection of having written to the suspected person, or in many ways a clue may be suggested. There is a well-known case of a forgery being brought home to the perpetrator through the accuracy of the tracing. It is a fact easily proved, that no man can write a word twice so exactly that if the two are overlaid they fit. If two such signatures be produced, it is safe to assume that one has been traced or otherwise mechanically produced. In the case mentioned, a signature on a check was pronounced a forgery by the person supposed to have signed it. In examining specimens of the genuine autograph, the experts came upon one which, when placed upon that on the check, proved a perfect replica, down to the most minute details, showing beyond question that it had been used to trace the forgery from. It was further proved that the original had been in the possession of the supposed forger, and the jury were asked to decide whether it was probable that a man could reproduce his signature in exact facsimile after a lapse of time, and without the original before him, as the chances against such a contingency are many millions to one, a fact the student can verify. The jury decided against the forger. At the risk of appearing tautological to a tiresome degree, it is necessary to accentuate the fact that the comparison of handwriting, and more particularly of signatures, is essentially dependent on cultivating the faculty of observation. This art cannot be taught. It can only be acquired by practice and experience, like swimming or riding. The teacher can at most indicate the method of study and some of the leading principles of conducting an investigation. Most men are not naturally observant, and the habit can be best fostered by having an object. But when once a person has been taught what to look for, he almost instinctively notices details that previously never struck him. This is especially true of the study of handwriting. The best method of practice that can be adopted by the student is to begin by making a careful study of his own signature and writing. He will be surprised at the number of facts hitherto unsuspected that will be revealed to him. The value of using his own handwriting as a subject of examination lies in this, that the student can satisfy himself how and why certain strokes are made. This he can only guess at in the writing of others. The preliminary exercise should consist in studying the effect produced by the different methods of holding the pen. The signature supplies excellent material for this class of practice. Begin by holding the pen with the top end pointed well towards the left shoulder, in the absurd and unnatural position taught by the old school of writing masters. Repeat the signature with the pen held a trifle less acutely angular, and go on till 6 or 8 signatures have been written at a decreasing angle, until the top of the penholder points well to the right, producing what is known as a backhand. The effect of these angles must be carefully noted, and in a short time it will be found possible to arrive at a very accurate opinion as to how the writer of a particular signature habitually holds his pen, an important and valuable piece of knowledge. The practice should be extended to long sentences, and a frequent repetition of all the letters, capital and small, the magnifying glass being always used to examine the effect of the various and varying strokes. In examining a signature for comparing it with a suspected forgery, it should be copied very frequently, as the clues and suggestions the experiments will produce are of much greater service than will at first appear, and of more practical value than pages of theory, as the how and why will be revealed for much that would be obscured without this assistance. As experience grows, it will not be necessary to adopt this copying process so often, for the eye soon becomes alert at detecting slight shades of difference in strokes, and a glance will convey more than could be explained in many pages. Chapter 16. The Expert in the Witness Box. When the expert has been called upon to give an opinion upon the genuineness of writings, he embodies his conclusions in a report of which the following may be taken as a fair example. To the Chief of Police, Sir, Rex versus Jones. In accordance with your instructions dated, I beg leave to inform you that I have made a careful examination of the document marked A, and attached hereto and compared it with the documents marked B, C, D, E, and F, also attached. I have arrived at the conclusion that the document A was written by the same hand as produced B, C, D, E, and F. The main reasons which have led me to form this opinion are these. First, although the writing in A bears at first sight no resemblance to that of the other documents, the difference is only such as experience leads me to expect in a writing which has been purposely disguised, as I believe this has been. The writing on the 5 documents B to F I take to be the normal hand of the author, and that on A to be the same writer's hand altered so as to present a different appearance. I will call the specimens B to F the genuine examples and A the disguised. Experience shows that the person who writes an anonymous letter generally seeks to disguise his hand by departing as much as he deems possible from his normal writing. The usual hand of the writer of the genuine document is a free, rounded hand, sloping upwards toward the right. The writing of A presents exactly the features I would expect to find when, as appears to be the case here, the writer has adopted the familiar trick of sloping his writing in a direction opposite to his normal hand. While the result of this change is to alter the apparent style and general appearance of the writing, the alteration does not extend to certain tricks and characteristics which are plainly obvious in the genuine letters and are repeated in the anonymous letter A. The writing in the genuine letters contain 14 very distinctive peculiarities or tricks of hand which I find repeated in the anonymous letter A. Here describe them, as for example: 1. The figure 4 in the dates is always made like the print form of that figure. 2. The small e is always of the Greek form. 3. The small t is always crossed by a bar thick at the beginning, tapering to a point with its longest part behind the shank of the t, and so on. The various points of resemblance are set out in detail, a separate paragraph for each, and each paragraph numbered. It is extremely important that a report should be fully descriptive and written in plain, non-technical language, easily understood by the jury, who will have to decide whether resemblance has been made out. Too many handwriting experts spoil the effect of their evidence by employing technical language and presuming on the part of the jury an acquaintance with the methods of comparing handwritings. Do not be satisfied by saying that certain letters resemble each other. Show by an enlarged diagram how and where, indicating the parts to which attention is called by arrows. Place the single letters to be compared in parallel columns headed with the alphabetical letter distinguishing the document in which the particular letter occurs. Use foolscap paper and write on one side of the paper only. The usual method of dealing with the handwriting expert in the witness box is shown in the following extract from a report of an actual case. Mr. D. B. was called by counsel for the prosecution and duly sworn. Question. You have had considerable experience in examining handwriting. Answer. Over 20 years. Question. Look at these documents. Hands documents to witness. Have you seen and examined these? Answer. I have. Question. Have you formed any opinion upon them? Answer. I have, and have prepared a report. In some cases the expert is allowed to read his report in full. In others he is requested to give a verbal report, but if the point be insisted upon, the judge generally permits the report to be read, either by the expert or by counsel. A copy of the report, together with the documents in dispute, are then usually handed to the jury for examination. The expert may proceed to illustrate his point with the aid of a blackboard and chalk, but much depends upon the attitude taken by the judge and counsel. Some judges insist that the expert shall confine himself to expressing his opinion, leaving counsel to deal with the explanation and comparison. Others give the expert every opportunity of showing how he has arrived at his opinions. The examination in chief is usually a very simple matter. The trouble for the expert begins when counsel for the other side gets up to cross-examine. In nearly every case the object of the cross-examining counsel is to ridicule the art and get the expert to admit the possibility of other writers possessing the same peculiarities which are said to distinguish the letters before the court. Counsel's favorite trick is to select some letter and ask the expert if he is prepared to swear that he has never seen something just like it in some other person's writing. The expert who knows his business will insist on keeping well to the front the bedrock basis of handwriting comparison, which is the application of the law of probability to cumulative evidence. It is not a question whether some other person may be in the habit of making a T or a K similar to those cited as evidences of common origin, but whether it is probable that two persons should make a dozen or more letters in precisely the same way under similar circumstances and exhibit precisely the same peculiarities of style. He should reply with the unanswerable postulate that millions of persons possess red hair, snub noses, a scar on the face, blue eyes, bent fingers, and a stammer, but is millions to one against any two persons possessing all 6 of these peculiarities. In the course of his replies the expert may justifiably help his own case by repeating, when opportunity occurs, such irrefutable axioms as no writer can say offhand what peculiarities he may exhibit, that there are scores of ways of dotting an I or crossing a T, and that few persons know which forms they mostly affect. 50 such points may be gathered from this little volume alone, while acquaintance with the works of other writers on calligraphy will supply ample ammunition for meeting and repelling the customary form of attack on the handwriting expert. Another method of discrediting a witness is to remind him that experts have differed, the Dreyfus case being usually cited. The answer is obvious. First, it is essential to be assured that those experts were all competent, for there are degrees of competency in judging handwriting, as in every other subject on which opinion may be called. It is a notorious fact that in the Dreyfus case the most competent experts testified that the Henry letters were forgeries, the authorities called on the other side being in most cases unknown men or amateurs of no standing. A number of these self-styled experts possess no other qualification than presumed familiarity with the handwriting of Dreyfus. It is also worthy of note that several of the experts on both sides proved most inefficient witnesses, obscuring their explanations by the employment of technical phraseology which conveyed little meaning to the lay mind. Exactitude and regularity in the choice of the words used in describing the parts of letters should be strictly observed by the student. The rules given in the chapter on terminology should be mastered and adhered to. In most cases the terms there applied to letter analysis will be found to be self-explanatory. Chapter 17. Handwriting and Expression. No work dealing with the study of handwriting would be complete unless it recognized that phase of it which touches on the delineation of character by an examination of the calligraphy. That many valuable clues can be picked up by the expert who applies the principles on which the graphologist works is indisputable, nor is it necessary to accept all the theories claimed as reliable by those who practice this interesting branch of the art of writing analysis. There is no doubt that many persons have attained a remarkable degree of proficiency in deducing from the hand gestures of an unknown person a very accurate estimate of his or her character, and this fact should prove that the principles of the art of graphology are based on scientific grounds, or at least that the rules on which the student works are regular and not, as some suggest, mere guesswork or coincidence. The elder Disraeli, in his fascinating work, The Curiosities of Literature, devotes considerable space to the subject. Among other things he says: "Assuredly, nature would prompt every individual to have a distinct sort of writing, as she has given a peculiar countenance, a voice, and a manner. The flexibility of the muscles differ with every individual, and the hand will follow the direction of the thoughts, and the emotions, and the habits of the writers. The phlegmatic will portray his words with signs of labour and deliberation, while the playful haste of the volatile will scarcely sketch them. The slovenly will blot and deface and scrawl, while the neat and orderly minded will view themselves in the paper before their eyes. The merchant's clerk will not write like the lawyer or the poet. Even nations are distinguished by their writing. The vivacity and variableness of the Frenchman, and the delicacy and suppleness of the Italian, are perceptibly distinct from the slowness and strength of pen discoverable in the phlegmatic German, Dane, and Swede. When we are in grief, we do not write as we should in joy. The elegant and correct mind which has acquired the fortunate habit of fixity of attention will write with scarcely an erasure on the page, as Fenelon and Gibbon; while we find in Pope's manuscripts the perpetual struggle of correction, and the eager and rapid interlineation struck off in heat. Lavater's notion of handwriting is by no means chimerical, nor was General Paoli fanciful when he told Mr. Northcote he had decided on the character and disposition of a man from his letters and the handwriting. Long before the days of Lavater, Shenstone, in one of his letters, said: "I want to see Mrs. Jago's writing that I may judge of her temper." One great truth must, however, be conceded to the opponents of the physiognomy of handwriting. General rules only can be laid down. Yet the vital principle must be true that the handwriting bears an analogy to the character of the writer, as all voluntary actions are characteristic of the individual. Professor Foley, in his very useful work, Handwriting as an Index to Character, London, C. A. Pearson Limited, says: "The changes which handwriting undergoes as maturity is reached prove how directly it is influenced by the nervous condition of the writer. The writing proper to childhood is large, round, and accompanied by a labored pen movement, whereas that which is normal as manhood or womanhood is attained is smaller, and turned off by a more rapid and fluent motion of the hand. Illness again affects the writing, as the hand is charged with more or less of the nerve fluid, so the writing is stronger or weaker, firmer or feebler, as the case may be. This goes to show the important influence which the nerve current exerts in fashioning the handwriting. Small wonder that our handwriting alters day by day. Yet it does not alter either. So far as its general appearance is concerned, I grant it seems to do so. But look at the really significant points of the writing written at different times. Give a glance at the height at which the I is dotted, the way in which the T is barred, the manner in which the letters are, or are not, connected and finished off. These things will crop up with unerring uniformity time after time. You do, of course, get a studied handwriting now and then, just as you sometimes meet with a foreign facial expression, but that does not express a true character, simply because the control over the feelings or the power of disguising what is felt is a salient point in the character, and this very fact will serve to show that there is truth in graphology. That the pen, whether it be a fine or a broad-pointed nib, plays a certain part in determining the thickness or thinness of the strokes, I am willing to allow, but here again we have no argument against graphology, for most people have their favourite nib, just as they prefer one occupation to another, and this is the one which will best serve to define their characteristics. The same with the surface of the paper upon which they write. Some will select a smooth, others a rough kind, but whatever that may be which is adopted with comfort, it will be typical of the writer. The following are some of the more marked signs of the character they indicate. For a fuller exposition of their application, it would be well to study the work of Foley, before mentioned, and of Rosa Baum, Upcott Gill, London, 2s. 6d, with the scholarly work of J. Crépieux Janin, entitled Handwriting and Expression, translated by J. Holt Schooling. General characteristic. The fineness of an organism will be revealed by a fine light pen stroke. Coarse, low natures make heavy, blurred, entangled lines. Activity is denoted by the length of the letters. Where it is feeble, the letters will be widely spaced and rounded. Excitability is shown by sharp strokes and stops. The more acute and irregular the pen strokes, the greater the intensity of feeling. Aggression, which is the inclination to attack, the destructive force, is indicated by the final strokes of letters and the crossbars of T's advancing well forward, the dots of the I's placed well forward. In such a word as time, the dot would probably be between the M and E. The style is angular and well and evenly spaced, altogether a forward, go-ahead writing. Economy or acquisitiveness is shown by the finishing strokes being turned backwards and inwards, by a cramped hand, a disposition to curtail strokes, particularly the endings of letters, as if the expenditure of ink was begrudged. Secretiveness, or extra caution, has its sign in the narrow, tightly closed form of the body of the letters A, D, G, O, Q, the A and O often being merely a narrow V. The general tendency of the writing is to compression, the final strokes being very short. When very marked, the letters dwindle into an indistinct uniform condition. The substitution of dashes for punctuation is another symptom. Insincerity. Beware of the man or woman whose writing is a fine, wavy line, upright, with short, stumpy, and indistinct tops and tails, words running at their end to an almost straight line, the letters merely indicated. The flatter, finer, and more perpendicular this writing, the greater this insincerity. Such a writer would probably be a polite, pleasing, and plausible person, but double-faced as Janus. Love of praise, glory, ambition are shown by a tendency to write upwards, the lines of writing trending towards the right-hand corner of the paper. The signature will usually have a curved line below it, with a degree of flourish. Self-esteem, to which is allied conceit and ostentation, shows itself in proportion to the size of the writing. The taller and more flourished the upstrokes, and the longer the downstrokes, the greater the self-assertiveness. The flourish beneath the signature will be very pronounced, often an elaborate spider's web of interlaced lines. The writing is more or less angular, with the finals turned backwards and inwards. Willpower is shown by firm bars to the T, with a tendency to descend from left to right, bludgeoning like downstrokes to tailed letters, writing rather angular than rounded, and the final strokes finished by a heavy pressure. Straight, firm, downward strokes take the place of the tails to Y, G, F, Q. Sympathy, good nature, kindness of heart are shown by a flowing open hand, the finals of the letters being extended and thrown out with an expansive movement. The tailed letters are long and looped and often turned up the right side of the letter. The letters are well apart but not necessarily unconnected, and the style is curved. As a general rule, hard matter-of-fact natures incline to an angular style. The artistic and softer nature affects rounded, gracefully curved strokes and avoids straight perpendiculars or horizontals. Constructiveness, which implies the ability to combine and connect words and phrases, is shown by joining the words together, several being written without lifting the pen from the paper. The more simple and ingenious the method of attaching the words, the greater will be the ability. When this joining of words is carried to extremes, it may be taken as a sign of good deductive judgment. Observation, by which is implied the keen, penetrating, inquiring mind, which in excess becomes curiosity, is marked by angularity of the strokes and finals, a small, generally neat handwriting, with the letters disconnected. Punctuation affords a very valuable clue to character reading, for reasons set out in the chapter, How to Study a Handwriting. They are the most mechanical and unpremeditated of hand gestures, and are therefore the more valuable. When, for example, a dot is thick and heavy, we infer that the pen has been driven across the paper with a strong, decided movement of the hand, which would be consistent with extreme energy and will power, whereas when the dot is light and faintly indicated we may be certain that only a moderate force has been expended upon its production, which would be compatible with less resistance and endurance in the character. Again, a dot whose outlines were blurred would show a certain sensuousness of character, strong passions, and a want of restraint over the lower propensities, whereas a dot whose edges were sharply defined would tell of refinement and a loathing against all that was coarse or vulgar. Careful attention to punctuation indicates neatness, order, method, and love of arrangement. Nor is it necessary that the punctuation should be strictly correct, for the art is but imperfectly mastered by most people, even the best educated. Stops that partake of the appearance of a comma indicate a degree of impetuosity. Well-rounded stops imply calmness and tranquillity of temperament. When the full stops are fashioned after the form of a comma and droop towards the right hand, they indicate a tendency to sulkiness. When they are merely angular, we may infer of impatiency and a peppery disposition. Flourishes are always indicative of a certain amount of assertiveness. The simpler the flourish, the less artificial this self-insistence. The more elaborate, the greater the desire to seem what one is not. End of The Detection of Forgery by Douglas Blackburn. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. Hints on Driving. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. Hints on Driving by C.S. Ward. It has been said, and not perhaps without reason, that a man who is conscious that he possesses some practical knowledge of a science, and yet refrains from giving the public the benefit of his information, is open to the imputation of selfishness. To avoid that charge, as far as lies in my power, I propose, in the course of the following pages, to give my readers the benefit of my tolerably long experience in the art of driving 4 horses, an art which I acquired under the following circumstances. My father was a coach proprietor as well as a coachman, and I am proud to say, one of the best whips of his day. He gave me many opportunities of driving a team. I will not, however, enter into all the details of my youthful career, but proceed to state that at the early age of 17 I was sent nightly with the Norwich and Ipswich mail as far as Colchester, a distance of 52 miles. Never having previously travelled beyond Whitechapel Church, on that line of the road, the change was rather trying for a beginner. But fortune favoured me, and I drove His Majesty's mail for nearly 5 years without an accident. I was then promoted to the Quicksilver, Devonport mail, the fastest at that time out of London. It must be admitted that I undertook this task under difficult circumstances, involving as it did 60 miles a night. Since many had tried it ineffectually, or at all events were unable to accomplish the duty satisfactorily, it is gratifying to me to reflect that I drove this coach more than 7 years without a single mishap. Getting at length rather tired of such incessant and monotonous nightly work, I applied for a change to my employer, the well-known and much respected Mr. Chaplin, who at that time had 1,700 horses employed in coaching. His reply was characteristic. "I cannot find you all-day coaches," said he. "Besides, who am I to get to drive your mail?" I must say I thought this rather severe at the time, but, good and kind-hearted man as he was, he did not forget me. Not long after this interview, the Brighton Day mail being about to start, he made me the offer, to drive the whole distance and horse the coach a stage, with the option of driving it without horsing. Like most young men, I was rather ambitious, and closed with the former conditions. The speculation, however, did not turn out a very profitable one, and the railway making great progress, I sold my horses to Mr. Richard Cooper, who was to succeed me on the box. I was then offered the far famed Exeter Telegraph, one of the fastest and best appointed coaches in England. My fondness for coaching still continuing, and not feeling disposed to settle to any business, I drove this coach from Exeter to Ilminster and back, a distance of 66 miles, early in the morning and late at night. After driving it 3 years, the railway opened to Bridgewater. This closed the career of the once celebrated telegraph. But those who had so long shared its success were not inclined to knock under. My brother coachman and myself, together with the 2 guards, accordingly started a telegraph from Devonport to London, a distance of 95 miles by road, joining the rail at Bridgewater, thus making the whole journey 250 miles in one day. At that time there was a coach called the Nonpareil, running from Devonport to Bristol. The proprietors of this vehicle, thinking that ours would take off some of their trade, made theirs a London coach also, and started at the same time as we did. We then commenced a strong opposition. I had a very good man to contend against, William Harbridge, a first-class coachman. We had several years of strong opposition, the rail decreasing the distance every year, till it opened to Exeter. The Nonpareil was then taken off, and they started a coach called the Tally-Ho, against the poor old telegraph. Both coaches left Exeter at the same time, and this caused great excitement. Many bets, a bottle of wine, dinners for a dozen, and £5 notes, were laid as to which coach would arrive first at Plymouth. I had my old friend Harbridge again as my competitor. The hotel that I started from was a little farther down the street than the one whence the Tally-Ho appeared, so that as soon as I saw my friend Harbridge mounting the box, I did the same and made the running. We had all our horses ordered long before the usual time. Harbridge came sailing away after me. The faster he approached, the more I put on the steam. He never caught me, and, having some trifling accident with one of his horses over the last stage, he enabled me to reach Plymouth 35 minutes before he came in. My guard, who resided in St. Albans Street, Devonport, hurried home, and as the other coach passed, he called out and asked him to stop and have some supper. They also passed my house, which was a little further on, in Fore Street. I was sitting at the window, smoking, and offered them a cigar as they passed, a joke they did not, of course, much relish. The next night they declared they would be in first, but it was of no use. The old telegraph was not to be beaten. Thus it went on for several weeks. Somehow they were never able to get him first. We did the 50 miles several times in 3 hours and 28 minutes, that is, at the average rate of a mile in 4 minutes and 9 seconds, including stoppages. And for months together we never exceeded 4 hours. Still, in every contest, one party must ultimately give in. That one, however, was not the telegraph. We settled our differences and went on quietly for the remainder of the time, occasionally having a little flutter, as we used to call it, in those days, but we were always good friends. Should this narrative chance to meet the eye of some of those who used to travel with us in bygone times, they will doubtless well remember the pace we used to go. After a few years the railway opened to Plymouth, and many gentlemen asked me to start a fast coach into Cornwall, promising to give it to their patronage. I accordingly started the Tally-Ho, making it a day coach from Truro to London, joining the rail at Plymouth. This was a very difficult road for a fast coach, but we ran it till Government offered the contract for a mail. We then converted the Tally-Ho into a mail, and ran it till the rail opened to Truro. It will have been seen that I kept to coaching nearly as long as there were any coaches left to drive. I had for some years given up driving regularly, having taken the horse bazaar at Plymouth, where I used to supply officers of the garrison with teams, and give them instructions in driving. This I still continue to do, and in every variety of driving. It gives me, indeed, much pleasure to see many of my pupils daily handling their teams skilfully, not a few of them giving me good reason to be really proud of them, as I know they do me credit. In my description of my driving career, I stated that I had never had an accident. I ought to have said no serious casualty, never having upset or injured anyone. But I have had many trifling mishaps, such as running foul of a wagon in a fog, having my whole team down in slippery weather. On many occasions I have had a wheel come off, but still nothing that could fairly be termed a bad accident. During the last 25 years I have been engaged keeping livery stables and breaking horses to harness, and in that period I have had some very narrow escapes. In one instance, the box of a new double brake came off and pitched me astride across the pole between two young horses. I once had the top of the pole come off when driving two high-couraged horses. A horse set to kicking, and ran away with me in single harness. As I was of course pulling at him very hard, my feet went through the bottom of the dog cart, he kicking furiously all the time. Fortunately I escaped with only a few bruises. On another occasion, in single harness, a mare began kicking, and, before I could get her head up, she ran against the area railings of a house in Princess Square, Plymouth, broke both shafts, and split the brake into matches. Myself and man nearly went through the kitchen window into the arms of the cook. She did not, however, ask us to stop and dine. I can mention many little events of a similar kind, and consider myself very fortunate in having never had anything more serious than a sprained ankle or wrist during my tolerably long career. I will now commence my instructions. Rule 1. Selection of the team. The first thing the pupil should do is to select 4 horses as nearly as possible of the same temper. Never keep a puller, for it takes your attention from things that require all your care, makes your arms ache, in fact, does away with all pleasure. I should recommend hiring or purchasing 4 horses that will give you no trouble, and when you can pull them about and do nearly as you please with them, you can then get your permanent team, which will require very judicious selection, particularly if you intend to pride yourself upon color as well as action. I was told by a gentleman that he was 10 years getting a perfect team of black browns. He did not confine himself to price, and he certainly now has a very nice team. And they ought indeed to be perfect, after all the time, labor, and expense that have been bestowed upon them. Rule 2. Mounting the box. Put the forefinger of your right hand through the leading reins, and the third finger between the wheel reins. Feel your wheel horse's mouth slightly. Take your near side reins a little shorter than your off, so that in case your horses attempt to start before you are properly seated, you have the reins all of the same length, and, being properly separated, you can put them into your left hand as quickly as possible, and at once have your horses under control. This will, if attended to, always prevent accidents. Some gentlemen get on the box and have the reins handed to them by a groom, who does not know how to separate them. This is not only an unbusinesslike, but a dangerous practice. Rule 3. The seat. Place yourself well on the box, sit upright, but easily, with your knees a little bent. Some gentlemen almost stand, with a thick cushion reaching above the rail of the box, and their toes several inches over the footboard. This is not only unsightly, but attended with risk, for if you came in contact with a curbstone or any trifling obstruction, you might very readily, and most likely would, be thrown from your seat. The rail of the box ought always to be a few inches above the cushion. Rule 4. Turning. In going round a corner, point your leader. That is, take hold of your leading rein and get your leaders well round. Then take hold of your wheel rein as well. All 4 horses will come round as evenly as though they were on a straight road. Most persons are careless about the mode of going round a corner. As long as they get round safely, they think it quite sufficient. They take hold of both reins and haul away. The consequence is, they get the fore part of the carriage and the wheel horses round before the leaders are square. This, I think, looks very bad, for it is a really pretty sight to see 4 horses coming round straight, and thus showing that they are under perfect control. Always steady your carriage before attempting to turn, in case you should chance to meet anything coming in the opposite direction. Besides, there is no object in going fast around a corner. Even if pressed for time, always use precaution, for in driving, as in other phases of life, you will find it much easier to keep out than to get out of grief. Rule 5. Descending a hill. In going down a hill, steady and feel the weight of the carriage you have behind you. Go off the top as quietly as you can, for you will discover before you get halfway down, if it is at all a steep hill, the impetus will be so much increased that you will have quite enough to do to keep your coach steady and your horses under control. The patent drag is a great boon, which we had not in the old coaching days. I have many times gone off the top of a hill, and, before I got halfway down, wished that I had put on the shoe. But another coach coming behind, with perhaps a lighter load than I had, they would have passed me while I was putting on the drag. This was the reason we sometimes neglected it. But you can always go faster downhill with a drag than without it. Rule 6. Position of the hands. Keep your left hand up, with about 10 or 12 inches of your chest, with your arm and wrist a little bent. You will then have your reins in such a position that your right hand will be able to assist the other, without throwing your body forward to reach them. Many, instead of putting their right hand just in front of the left, and drawing the rein back towards them, put the right hand at least a foot before the other, and push the reins, consequently they lose nearly all power over the horses, and draw the reins away from the left hand. Besides being unskilful, this has a very ugly appearance. Rule 7. Uniformity of trot. To drive slowly is much more gentlemanlike, and at the same time more difficult than going fast. Keep your horses well together. To do this properly you must know how to arrange their couplings. I think I cannot better explain this than to ask my readers to notice the working of the horses. If you see one a little in front of the other, you may judge that he is either stronger or more free. Consequently, his coupling requires shortening, or that of the other horse lengthening to shorten it. You must bring the buckle towards you, and to let it out, put the buckle towards the horse's head. Most inexperienced persons resort to the whip, not knowing what is the cause of the fault they wish to remedy. This will make the strong or free horse throw himself more into his collar. The other, meanwhile, cannot get up to him, however much he may try. The result is, he becomes more and more disheartened. If you use the whip at all, it must be very lightly and quietly, so that the freer or stronger horse may not hear it. At the same time, hold them both well together. If he is not a sluggard, he will gradually work up to the other. Again, if you notice one horse carrying his head unpleasantly, you may judge there is some cause for it. Perhaps he is curbed too lightly, or his coupling is too short, or his rein ought to be over that of the other horse instead of under it, for, as may be supposed, all horses do not carry their heads alike. But all these little matters require watching and studying, and with practice they will all become familiar enough, and you will notice whether or not all your horses go pleasantly together, for depend on it, the more pleasantly they go, the more pleasure and comfort you will experience in driving them. And, as the old coaching term expressed, when you can cover them over with a sheet, you may conclude they are going about right. Rule 8. The use of the whip. I will now come to the whip, the use of which most young beginners want to acquire in the first instance. Let me advise them to practice the art of catching it in their sitting or bedroom, for if they try to learn it when they are driving, they annoy their horses. A gentleman whom I was teaching said it was so simple he would not go to bed till he could catch it properly. I saw him a fortnight afterwards, but he had not even then succeeded. He told me he had not been to bed, but I will not vouch for the accuracy of this part of the anecdote. The art, like many others, is very easy when you know how to do it. The turn of the wrist, with a slight jerk of the elbow, is the proper way to accomplish it. The less the whip is used while driving, the better, for it will only get you into trouble if used improperly. If a horse shies, never flog him for it. Timidity is generally the cause of shying, unless his eyes are defective. Of course, whipping can do no good in that case. Speak kindly to him, that is the best way, if he be young. As he becomes better acquainted with objects and gains confidence, he will most likely give up the trick. I will make a few more observations on the whip. If you can use it well, use it seldom, and before you strike a horse, always take hold of his head. If you do this, you will find the slightest touch will have the desired effect. It is a pretty art to be able with certainty to touch a leader under the bar, without making a noise with the lash or letting any of the other horses know anything about it. The near leader is the most difficult one to reach, as you must completely turn your wrist over. Very few can do it well. In fact, many of the old professionals could never do it neatly. I trust that some will benefit from these instructions, for there are really few more agreeable sights than that of a good-looking team handled neatly by a gentleman, who sits well with, perhaps, a lady beside him on the box. I am much pleased to find that the taste for four-in-hand driving is increasing of late, and am glad to say some gentlemen drive very well. It is easy enough to detect those who are self-taught from those who have received instruction from a professional man. Many think that driving can be acquired without teaching. I wonder if any gentleman would like to dance in a ballroom without first taking lessons, and yet some do not hesitate to drive 4 horses, a feat attended with much danger, not only to the public generally, but to themselves and those who accompany them, if undertaken without due knowledge. Before concluding, I will relate to some of the difficulties we had to encounter in foggy weather. We were obliged to be guided out of London with torches, 7 or 8 mails falling one after the other, the guard of the foremost mail lighting the one following, and so on till the last. We travelled at a slow pace, like a funeral procession. Many times I have been 3 hours going from London to Hounslow. I remember one very foggy night, instead of my arriving at Bagshot, a distance of 30 miles from London and my destination, at 11 o'clock, I did not get there till 1 in the morning. I had to leave again at 4 the same morning. On my way back to town, when the fog was very bad, I was coming over Hounslow Heath, when I reached the spot where the old powder mills used to stand. I saw several lights in the road, and heard voices, which induced me to stop. The old Exeter mail, which left Bagshot 30 minutes before I did, had met with a singular accident. It was driven by a man named Gambier. His leaders had come in contact with a hay cart on its way to London, which caused them to turn suddenly round, break the pole, and blunder down a steep embankment, at the bottom of which was a narrow deep ditch filled with water and mud. The mail coach pitched on to the stump of a willow tree that overhung the ditch. The coachman and outside passengers were thrown over into the meadow beyond, and the horses went into the ditch. The unfortunate wheelers were drowned or smothered in the mud. There were 2 inside passengers who were extricated with some difficulty, but fortunately no one was injured. I managed to take the passengers, with the guard and mail bags, on to London, leaving the coachman to wait for daylight before he could make an attempt to get the mail up the embankment. They endeavoured to accomplish this with cart horses and chains. They had nearly reached the top of the bank when something gave way, and the poor old mail went back into the ditch again. I shall never forget the scene. There were about a dozen men from the powder mills trying to render assistance, and, with their black faces, each bearing a torch in his hand, they presented a curious spectacle. This happened about 30 years ago. Posts and rails were erected at the spot after the accident. I passed the place last summer. They are still there, as well as the old pollard willow stump. I recollect another singular circumstance occasioned by fog. There were 8 mails that passed through Hounslow. The Bristol, Bath, Gloucester, and Stroud took the right-hand road from Hounslow. The Exeter, Yeovil, Poole, and Quicksilver, Devonport, which was the one I was driving, went the straight road towards Staines. We always saluted each other when passing, with "Good night, Bill," Dick, or Harry, as the case might be. I was once passing a mail, mine being the faster, and gave my wonted salute. A coachman named Downs was driving the Stroud mail. He instantly recognized my voice and said, "Charlie, what are you doing on my road?" It was he, however, who had made the mistake. He had taken the Staines instead of the Slop road out of Hounslow. We both pulled up immediately. He had to turn round and go back, which was a feat attended with much difficulty in such a fog. Had it not been for our usual salute, he would not have discovered his mistake before arriving at Staines. This mishap was about as bad as getting into a wrong train. I merely mention the circumstance to show that it was no joke driving a night mail in those days. November was the month we dreaded most. The fogs were generally so bad. A singular event happened with the Bath mail that ran between Bath and Devonport. Its time for arriving at Devonport was 11 o'clock at night. One eventful evening they had set down all their outside passengers except a Mrs. Cox, who kept a fish stall in Devonport market. She was an immense woman, weighing about 20 stone. At Yealmpton, where the coachman and guard usually had their last drain before arriving at their destination, being a cold night, they kindly sent Mrs. Cox a drop of something warm. The servant girl who had bought out the glass, not being able to reach the lady, the ostler very imprudently left the horses' heads to do the polite. The animals hearing someone getting on the coach, doubtless concluded that it was the coachman, at the same time finding themselves free, and being, probably, anxious to get home, started off at their usual pace, and performed the 7 miles in safety, passing over the Lara Bridge, and through the toll bar, keeping clear of everything on the road. Mrs. Cox, meanwhile, sat on the coach, with her arms extended in the attitude of spread eagle, and vainly trying to attract the attention of those she met or passed on the road. She very prudently, however, abstained from screaming, as she thought she might otherwise have alarmed the horses. They, indeed, only trotted at their ordinary speed, and came to a halt of their own accord at the door of the King's Arms Hotel, Plymouth, where they were in the habit of stopping to discharge some of the freight of the coach. The boots and ostler came running out to attend to their accustomed duties, but, to their astonishment, beheld no one but the affrighted Mrs. Cox on the coach, and 2 passengers inside, who were happily wholly unconscious of the danger to which they had been exposed. The coachman and guard soon arrived in a post-chaise. Poor Mrs. Cox drank many quarters of gin to steady her nerves before she felt able to continue her journey to Devonport, where she carried on a prosperous trade for many years. Many people patronized her, on purpose to hear her narrate the great event of her life. I often used to chaff her, and hear her repeat the history of her memorable adventure. I will add a little anecdote of Bob Pointer, who was on the Oxford road, giving his ideas on coaching to a young gentleman who was on the box with him, on his way to college. He said, "Soldiers and sailors may soon learn to fight. Lawyers and parsons go to college, where they are crammed with all sorts of nonsense that all the nobs have read and wrote since Adam. Of course, very good if they like it, but to be a coachman, sir, you must go into the stable almost before you can run alone, and learn the nature of horses, and the difference between corn and chaff. Well can I remember the first morning I went out with 4 horses. I never slept a wink all night. I got a little flurried coming out of the yard, and looking around on the envious chaps who were watching me. It was as bad as getting married. At least I should think so, never having been in that predicament myself. I have escaped that dilemma, for," he concluded, "when a man is always going backwards or forwards between 2 points, what is the use of a wife? A coachman could never be much more than half married. Now, if the law, in the case of coachmen, allowed 2 wives, that would be quite another story, because he could then have the tea things set out at both ends of his journey. Driving, sir, is very like life. It's all so smooth when you start with the best team, so well behaved and handsome. But get on a bit, and you will find you have some hills to get up and down, with all sorts of horses, as they used to give us over the middle ground. Another thing, sir, never let your horses know you are driving them, or, like women, they may get restive. Don't pull and haul, and stick your elbows akimbo. Keep your hands as though you were playing the piano. Let every horse be at work, and don't get flurried. Handle their mouths lightly. Do all this, and you might even drive 4 young ladies without over ruffling their feathers or their tempers." My readers will not perhaps deem it altogether an inappropriate conclusion to this very humble treatise, if I annex for their amusement, if not for their edification, the last dying speech of the coachman from Bembridge, and some 2 or 3 other mementos of a period and of an institution which have both, alas, long since passed away, and for ever. The last dying speech of the coachman from Bembridge. The days, nay, the very nights of those who have so long reigned supreme over the nonpareils and the brilliants, the telegraphs and the stars, the magnets and the emeralds, are nearly at an end, and the final way-bill of the total eclipse is made up. It is positively their last appearance on this stage. In a few weeks they will be unceremoniously pushed from their boxes by an inanimate thing of vapour and fly-wheels, by a meddling fellow in a clean white jacket and a face not ditto to match, who, mounted on the engine platform, has for some weeks been flourishing a red-hot poker over their heads, in triumph at their discomfiture and downfall. And the turnpike road, shorn of its glories, is left desolate and lone. No more shall the merry rattle of the wheels, as the frisky 4-in-hand careers in the morning mist, summon the village beauty from her toilet to the window-pane to catch a passing nod of gallantry. No more shall they loiter by the way to trifle with the pretty coquette in the bar, or light up another kind of flame for the fragrant Havana, fished from among the miscellaneous deposits in the depths of the box coat pockets. True, the race were always a little fond of raillery, and therefore they die by what they love. We speak, of course, of professional demise, but no doubt they hold it hard, after having so often pulled up, to be thus pulled down from their high eminences, and compelled to sink into mere landlords of hotels, farmers, or private gentlemen. Yet so it is. They are regularly booked, their places are taken, by one who shows no disposition to make room for them. Even their coaches are already beginning to crumble into things that have been, and their bodies, we mean their coach bodies, are being seized upon by rural loving folks, for the vulgar purpose of summer houses. But a few days and they will all vanish, and like the baseless fabric of a vision, leave not a trace behind. No, not even a buckle or an inch of whipcord, and if, some years hence, a petrified whippletree, or the skeleton of a coachman, should be turned up, they will be hung up side by side with rusty armor and the geological gleanings of our antediluvian ancestors. We cannot part with our civil, obliging, gentlemanly friends of the road without a feeling of regret, and an expression of gratitude for the benefits they have done us. It was pleasant, after a warm breakfast, to remove our heels from the hob, and ensconce oneself by the side of our modern whip; to establish a partnership in his cosy leathern apron; to see him handling his four spirited bays as though his reins were velvet, and having, with a few familiar words and a friendly cigar, drawn the cork from the bottle of his varied information; to learn, as we slapped along at 10 miles an hour, whose park it was, stretching away to the left; to listen to his little anecdotes of horse and flesh, and his elucidation of the points of the last Derby. Peace to the manes and to the names of our honest coachmen, one and all of them, and of their horses too. We speak of their whippish names, for in the body we hope they may long tarry, and flourish to boot in other departments of the living. An old friend and a new face. To the Editor of the Exeter and Plymouth Gazette. Sir, you will oblige me by inserting the following in your paper, which may be amusing to some of our readers. It is a fact well known that when the subscription coaches started, in the year 1812, William Hanning, Esquire, a magistrate of the county of Somerset, residing near Ilminster, was a strenuous advocate for their support, and it was in great measure owing to his exertions that they were established. This gentleman, from some motive or other, or perhaps from his known fondness for new speculations, is now the avowed supporter of a new coach, called, above all other names, the Defiance, and it is professedly meant as an opposition to the subscription coaches. It started from Exeter for the first time on Sunday, April the 13th, 1823. One really would have supported that under such patronage, a name better calculated to keep the peace of His Majesty's liege subjects, and to preserve harmony and goodwill among men, would have been adopted for this coach, and that some other day might have been selected for its first appearance. However, the Defiance started on the Sunday afternoon, amidst the shouts and imprecations of guards, coachmen, and ostlers, contending one against the other, and having one ill-looking outside passenger, whose name was Revenge. An interesting occurrence took place at Ilminster. The new Defiance was expected to arrive there, on its way from town, between 9 and 10 on the Sunday morning, and it was determined to honour it with ringing the church bells. The heroes of the belfry were all assembled, every man at his rope's end, their souls on fire, and eager for the fray. The squire was stationed about a mile from Ilminster, and seeing the coach, as he thought, coming at a distance, he galloped through the street in triumph, gave the signal, and off went the merry peal. Every eye was soon directed to this new and delightful object, when, guess the consternation that prevailed upon seeing, instead of the new Defiance, the poor old subscription, trotting nimbly up to the George Inn door, and Tom Goodman, the guard, playing on the key bugle with his usual excellence, "Should old acquaintance be forgot?" The scene is more easily imagined than described. It would have been a fine subject for Hogarth. The bells were now ordered to cease. The squire walked off and was seen no more. Honest Tom was not accustomed to this kind of reception. He had enlivened the town with his merry notes 1,000 times, but now everyone looked on him with disdain, as if they did not know him. He could scarcely suppress his feelings, but after a few minutes' reflection he mounted his seat again, and, casting a good-tempered look to all around, went off, playing a tune which the occurrence and the sublimity of the day seemed to dictate to him. Through all the changing scenes of life, who were going to church admired Tom's behavior, and said it had a very good effect. Tom arrived safe with his coach at Exeter about 1 o'clock, having started from London 1 hour and a half after the Defiance, and performed the journey in 19 hours and a half. The Defiance arrived about an hour after the Subscription, but the proprietors of the latter did not approve of this system, and gave Tom a reprimand, directing him in future to keep on his regular steady pace, and not to notice the other coach, which he promised to attend to, but said he only wished to show them, on their first journey, the way along. This, under all the circumstances, was admitted as an excuse. Tom went away much pleased with the adventures of his journey, and said he should never meet the Squire again without playing on his bugle, "Hark to the merry Christchurch bells." I beg leave to remain, Mr. Editor, your obliged servant, a friend to the Subscription Coaches. All the world is a stage coach. It has its insides and outsides, and coachmen in their time seem much fun. From an old play. Going to the tune, "The Huntsman winds his horn." Some people delight in the sports of the turf, whilst others love only the chase. But to me the delight above all others is, a good coach that can go the pace. There are some, too, for whom the sea has its charms, and who'll sing of it night and morn. But give me a coach with its rattling bars, and a guard who can blow his horn. But give me a coach, and such. When the coach comes around to the office door, what a crowd to see it start! And the thoughts of the drive cheer up many who leave their friends with an aching heart. The prads are so anxiously tossing their heads, and a nosegay does each one adorn, when the dragsman jumps up, crying out, "Sit fast!" while the shooter blows his horn. When the dragsman jumps up, and such. Now merrily rolls the coach along, like a bird she seems to fly, as the girls all look out from the roadside inns, from a wink from the dragsman's eye. How they long for a ride, the man who's the pride of each village through which he is borne, on that coach which he tools with so skilful a hand, while the guard plays a tune on his horn, on that coach, and such. How all the girls all dote on the sight of the coach, and the dragsman's curly locks, as he rattles along with 11 and 4, and a petticoat on the box. That box is his home, his teams are his pride, and he ne'er feels downcast or forlorn, when he lists to the musical sound of the bars, and the tune for the shooter's horn. When he lists, and such. I have sung of the joys one feels on a coach, and the beauty there is in a team. So let us all hope they may ne'er be destroyed by the rascally railroads and steam. There are still some good friends who'll stick by the old trade, and who truly their absence would mourn. So here's a health to the dragsman, success to the bars, and the guard who blows his horn. So here's a health, and such. And now the tune, "The Queen, God bless her." See that splendid fast coach, well named Tally-ho, with prads that can come the long trot. Do their 12 miles an hour, like flashes they go, spinning smoothly along as a top. With Ward and John Hex, or Hardcastle and Judd, how devoted they are to the fair. In their vests there you find the red rose in the bud, perfuming the summer's soft air. Tally-ho, and such. 4 within and 12 out, see they usually start, and the horns sounding right merrily. Good humor and glee do these gay lads impart, and their management's right to a T. But how shall we grieve when the famed Tally-ho shares the fate of those now long gone by? Yet we'll toast its fond memory wherever we go, for the sound of its name shall never die. Tally-ho, and such, and such. End of Hints on Driving, by C.S. Ward. Recording by Ginger Kukalo.